Oh, wow. Alright. You're streaming Dungeons and Dragons. Well, left?
Well, because people are out doing stuff. Sean is getting coffee. He said to blame Steven.
I misunderstood.
Well, yeah, I left my desk.
Okay.
I set the stream to go, and then I just like got up and went to go chat with my roommates.
Nice.
You know how I do.
Roommates.
Roommates is a lot easier than housemates.
That's funny. You know, I don't think I ever called Sean my roommate.
Really? Did you? What did you say? Just I live with Sean.
Yeah, I live with my friend Sean. Like my friend. I don't know. I guess I never thought of it as like roommates thing. It's like, oh, I'm living with friends. I'm not living.
Who lives with
Sean? I was just thinking about. I never like referred to you as a roommate. I was like, oh, I'm living with my friend. A higher grade than roommate.
Yes.
It can feel somewhat impersonal at times. I understand what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
Roommate sounds like a very like matter of fact like
Mm-hmm.
yes,
you don't choose your roommates a lot.
Landlord, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A lot of times you don't choose your roommate; it's just assigned to you.
You don't choose your roommate. Your roommate chooses you.
Oh my.
Oh, I need to make a tweet. Hang on.
Roommate tier list. Next.
Roommate tier list. All right. So Steven's an S-class roommate because he makes dinner every day.
Lol.
And he cleans.
Philip SS too. No.
I'm a B tier niche roommate because I'm only really good when everything is going to shit.
Amazing.
Like if people haven't cleaned and everyone else is in bed, that's the only time I can clean.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. I haven't cleaned enough lately.
It's fine. I'm okay.
I doubt you
I'm
make
good
much
at cleaning,
mess.
so I'm good at cleaning. I just don't get the motivation to do it as often as I should.
I'm a leave no trace kind of person.
Oh, we know you are, Dan.
Yeah, me in particular.
You're a fucking force of nature.
Oh no.
Which is honestly would be terrible because like sometimes we don't want Steven to clean and he does it anyway. It's like that one like Pocahontas comic where it's just like, I'm coming out, no grandma.
Well, I will say, okay, Josh, I will say that having now roomed with Dan and Steven, Dan cleans more.
Oh, I'm sure. I feel like Dan for cleaning, Dan is a for Dan cleaning is a compulsion.
Steven is more normal, like the rest of us, where like dishes will get done, but they'll get done eventually. Whereas Dan is like the dishes will be gone before the meal is finished.
Hey, I eat too. Yeah, see, the thing is that like Steven is like the person who will always end up cleaning when it comes down to it. Gwen is the person who will just always be upset if it's dirty, and then Dan is both of those people rolled into one. Yeah.
Gwen from the kitchen just screamed, "We can hear you."
This comic, by the way. Good news, Pocahontas. I'm coming out of the tree. Grandma, no. You are free now. I will marry Kokum instead. It's fine. It's fine. No, Grandma, no. It's fine. Grandma, no. It's fine. No, it's fine.
It's fine.
Grandma.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I don't remember who did these comics, but they're pretty well known, I'm pretty sure.
What the fuck?
Who drew these? Oh, MEC. Oh, do you know who drew these?
No idea.
Neil Cicerega's sister.
Oops.
You know Neil, right? He did music under Lemon Demon, so he's the Two Trucks guy. And I'm pretty sure he's like foundational to the internet. Like, pretty sure he did Ultimate Showdown too. Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
That I know.
Wait, he did Ultimate Showdown or Ultimate Showdown 2?
The Ultimate Showdown of
Wait.
Ultimate Destiny.
Yeah,
The
holy
original
shit.
one?
Yeah, with Mr. Rogers in a sweater.
Bloodstained sweater,
Yeah, yeah.
yes.
Thank you. Wow, you know it well.
Yeah. Listen, if you're
Who doesn't?
Well, I know. I thought I knew it pretty well.
it's Niels Ciceriga. Okay, that's how you pronounce it. But yeah, everybody knows Neil. Pretty sure he did Potter Puppet Pals too.
Oh, that's a great.
So
one.
like, I'm
that's
not
such a
I'm not
different- that's
I'm
such a
not
different
kidding.
Vibe.
Yeah, it's so different, but is everything he do just like huge?
Yes.
Maybe it's
Yeah.
or everything he did was also probably huger because it was early. So no,
Yeah. Pretty
he was-
much.
there was
Like,
less good content creators.
I
and just blessed by a hilarious person that early.
I am not kidding when I say that Neil is like foundational to the internet as it is right now.
Yeah. No, you're
My
absolutely right.
doubts. You're right.
Anyway, sorry, I was in the middle of making this tweet and I got distracted.
Tweet.
Let's see.
Josh, did you see that thing I sent? I put in Apex chat.
What is this?
It doesn't matter much, but Bjergsen and Doublelift. Like
I'm familiar
it's just
with the names.
part of the clip is them just complaining about the NA server is just full of Twitch streamers and everyone linking their Twitch.
Oh my god. So it's literally the same problem that Apex has, right? Or is this
Yes.
about Apex?
No, this is about League of Legends, and they have the same problem.
This is Apex, right? It's just like Twitch.tv Wraith.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then they all started linking their Twitches, and then they had the blur because like no free advertising on our YouTube.
So funny. All right, let's see. Where's the Cleric subclass list? There we go. Get this up. Bring
Cleric subclasses
the
time.
old wiki dot. Okay.
We have 24 to go through.
Oh my god.
24 subclasses to witness.
Okay, so.
And I'm pretty sure like at least like 22 of these are solidly official. and only
Yeah, I
like,
was gonna say clerics. I think get some of the most subclasses, but I also think that clerics get some of the like most nothing
Repeats.
subclasses.
a lot of them are very samey, and I often think to the and also like some of the books. Apparently, it's just really easy just to pump out multiple cleric subclasses within like each of your modules. It's like okay.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, right? It seems like clerics always. It's like how spellcasters always get like a couple spells, and every single book in martial classes just get nothing. Like it's such a sad state of affairs about martial classes in general, where it's just like you have to wait.
Keep getting better.
Like spellcasters keep getting better, and we can talk about like utility and objective power level, but even just like the fact that you can put spells in every book just kind of means that like spellcasters get more interesting every book, and martial classes stay exactly the same unless you get like a new subclass.
Yeah, but that's why that doesn't bother me, is because every book that they put out that's worth buying is a book that has martial subclasses in it. So it really doesn't like that doesn't matter.
But to me that kind of limits the play space of what a martial class can do. Do you know what I mean? Like spells are like very versatile in that
Yes.
there's a lot of
So how do you
That's
increase the play space of a martial subclass?
I don't know, and honestly, like I have to wonder if like the fighting styles that fighters get should be like more broadly available and more abundant. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was thinking of stuff like that, but even that's not nearly as broad as spells.
It's
but
not.
nothing
It's
can
not
be.
as broad. And like we don't have to have martial classes be completely on par with spellcasters in their like niches. Where like obviously for spellcasters you want their ideal kind of play space to be AOE, right? You want that to be their kind of like
There's a few other things, but
Yeah,
there's obviously a few
among
other things, but like
things.
there's among other things, but like that's something that martial classes cannot do. Period. Right?
true. But there's a few other things martials can't do. Like martial classes typically cannot heal sufficiently. Martial classes typically
can't
cannot do
heal.
crowd control.
No heal,
Buffs,
no crowd control,
debuffs.
no buffs. There's no
No debuffs, really.
what's it called? No debuffs. That's true. they don't have any disabling abilities like aside from monks, they don't really get like statuses, right?
I think there's a few things martial classes tend to do that they tend to give martial classes more fun with stuff like mobility and
they gave
battlefield
martial
flexibility.
Classes, well, because like here's the thing is that
generous,
martial classes feel like they get like two kind of niches to play in, and they're basically like single target DPS or meat stick.
Monks exist.
Monks are kind of a weird case.
I think I would argue yes, they're pretty limited in their roles. There's a bit more than that, but that's kind of legit most of it. There's like paladins, I would argue, are very kind of like wow, they have hybrid things. They're typically just upfront, do zug, do big damage, but they have flexibility. I guess they're kind of like an Eldritch Knight in that regard. Well, time to drink.
Are we hydrating?
We gotta start on these subclasses. Like, this is gonna take a long. I was gonna ask. There is a Matt Mercer in here, the blood one.
The blood.
Do you want to predict what tier it's gonna be? I have no idea what's in. I want us to make a prediction of what tier it's going in. I'm gonna say it's gonna go in D tier.
I was gonna say C.
For a cleric, a homebrew cleric, I think C tier.
Y'all are optimistic.
I'm optimistic, but I don't think that's a I don't think that's a judgment about the state of the blood clerics specifically. I think that is about the power level of clerics in general.
You think clerics are going to be very middling in general?
I think so. Aside from a couple, I think they're going to be pretty middling. Yeah.
You might be right.
Do you
okay.
know what I mean?
Well, should we start on ambition then?
Okay, let me switch over to the browsies.
And we're gonna start with a Amonkhet.
Okay, an Amonkhet from Planeshift Amonkhet. So this is one of the Magic the Gathering ones. Okay, so we're going to this time go through all the features at once, and then we're gonna talk about the whole subclass, so that we don't take 8 years. Okay, so let's see. You get Bane, Disguise Self, Mirror Image, Ray of Enfeeblement, Bestow Curse, Vampiric Touch, Death Ward, Dimension Door, Dominate Person, Modify Memory. That's your cleric spell list. Ambition Cleric get Warding Flare. So this is the same one as Light Clerics. You can interpose Divine Light. When you are attacked by a creature within 30 feet of you that you can see, you use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll, causing light to flare before the attacker before it hits or misses. An attacker that can't be blinded is immune to this feature, and you can use it a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier. Your Channel Divinity is Invoke Duplicity, which is the Trickery domain. So, actually,
I forgot about this.
A lot of the Amonkhet ones are basically just like pick and choose from the base classes.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Sometimes it actually works out well for them.
Yeah, like yeah. Anyway, we're not gonna talk about it yet, but like I feel like this one does better because of that. So as an action, you create a perfect illusion of yourself that lasts 1 minute or until you lose concentration, as if you were concentrating on a spell. Hello, Mads. The illusion appears in an unoccupied space you can see within 30 feet of you. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move the illusion up to 30 feet, but it must remain within 120 feet of you. For the duration, you can cast spells as though you were in the illusion space, but you must use your own senses. Additionally, when both you and your illusion are within 5 feet of a creature that can see the illusion, you have advantage on attack rolls against that creature, given how distracting the illusion is to the target. And then you also get Cloak of Shadows, which is, as an action, you become invisible until the end of your next turn. You become visible if you attack or cast a spell. At 8th level, you get Potent Spellcasting. All clerics get Potent Spellcasting or Divine Strikes at 8th level. And then at 17th level, you can create up to 4 duplicates of yourself instead of 1 when you use Invoke Duplicity. As a bonus action on your turn, you can move any number of them up to 30 feet to a maximum range of 120 feet. All right, cool. That was a lot. Let's go through it.
Yeah.
It's very overwhelming to go over it all at once. I'm now realizing.
No, of course it is, but like, how does it feel overall? Like, initial impressions.
Okay.
This feels better than average.
My initial impression is that this distinctly feels better than all of the classes that it's drawing from. Because Invoke Duplicity is potentially interesting. Hey Eric, how's it going? It is I think this is one of those abilities that doesn't necessarily scale super hard because you're not going to be making attack rolls at 5 feet as a cleric past like 5th level, right? As soon as you start running into where other classes start getting extra attack, you're gonna really fall off. But at least up until like level 5 and even in level 5, I would say that this is actually a solidly decent ability.
Well, what is the use case for it? I'm a little confused on when you use this.
So like obviously we talked about how bards get tricked into doing melee, right? So many tabs. Yeah, clerics have a lot of subclasses. We talked about how bards get tricked into doing melee, and that's not like necessarily what they're built for.
Hello.
I feel like clerics are a little bit farther along that spectrum, where like yes, they're full casters. Yes, they at their best should be full casters, but I would say they get more tools overall to actually be in melee.
I almost also think the fact that they don't, none of the cleric subclasses give you extra attack makes them almost better meleeers than bards. And I think, yes, I think they're actually, it's less of a trap to take the melee clerics than it is a trap to take the melee bards.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay. What do they get that bards don't get?
What do they not lose that bards lose? Bards lose a 6th level feature.
Yeah.
Clerics by meleeing have the same exact survivability as bards through their hit die, so they're already just as squishy. And so the only advantage they could have, only advantage
clerics, the melee clerics tend to get heavy armor, which makes
they tend to get
heavier.
slightly heavier armor.
Clerics start with the ability to take medium armor, which means you don't have to like add stuff to dexterity.
So
They'll have
they
a lot
still
higher
have
AC.
So they still have terrible damage, and they get slightly better armor.
Yes.
That is what I like to call bait.
Okay,
They are still bad meleeers.
All right, but
oh yeah, 100% they're bad meleeers.
You should be a melee cleric.
I don't think melee clerics are that bad until you start hitting like tier 2.
Tier 2?
Tier 2 is like when you hit like
5 through
level
9.
5. Yeah, 5 through 9.
I think the same about bards.
Yeah, I think that's true to a certain extent, but I feel like whereas bards get like I feel like melee bards get dead features, but like melee clerics don't necessarily. I feel like they're more broadly applicable. Like here's the thing about this class, right? Is first of all, you have an ability that makes it so that you can use your reaction to have a better chance of not being hit. And that's useful whether you're melee or not, right?
Yes.
And then you have Invoke Duplicity, which is a challenge divinity that is arguably only useful in melee, but there are melee spell attacks, which you can take, right? So it's not like you're just hitting with just a weapon. It's like using spells like Inflict Wounds or in your spell list, Vampiric Touch, right? Having advantage on those rolls. Obviously, they're not ideal. There's not as many of them, and they really don't get any more at higher levels. But Cloak of Shadows you get at 6th level is you become invisible, and that's good no matter what you're doing.
I don't think this is not a melee cleric.
I don't think
that is my issue with it, is that Invoke Duplicity is very explicit, not very explicitly because there are things, but Invoke Duplicity feels kind of melee, but it's not a melee cleric. But I think melee clerics are bad, so I actually don't like Invoke Duplicity that much. But everything else about this subclass is pretty good.
Well, I will say this about it. Invoke Duplicity, the only real like thing about it that implies that it's melee is the within 5 feet of a creature. But if you take like a crossbow expert, like you can use ranged spells with this.
True, but then you'd be in melee range. Like you wouldn't be meleeing, but you would be a melee cleric because you'd have to suffer all their drawbacks except for the damage.
I think that even if it's sorry, go on, Dan.
I think I view this Invoke Duplicity as more of a creativity choice to be used out of combat and in combat sometimes to literally get creatures to throw out all their attacks on your clone without realizing it's a clone. And the advantage on melee attacks is, I think they threw that in because there's this kind of appeal to have this enemy like run up to your run up to your clone, and then you just stab it in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And it wants to give you advantage on your shitty melee attacks because clerics don't have any strength, so you'll most likely miss unless you have advantage.
See, I think
I read it as that is the only feature about this is the thing aside from
the illusion.
well,
yeah. Well, now we get into the issue of illusion spells in D&D 5th edition, right?
You gotta be
Which is,
creative.
do they fall for it? Who fucking knows? It's up to the whims of your DM.
It's true.
I mean,
and unless the illusion spell, like some of them do, explicitly like defines the parameters by which they may or may not fall for, which many of them do, and this one very specifically does not. There's nothing in this that says you can deceive your enemies. That's not to say you can't, but it's not mechanically in there, which I view as a drawback. So
You're right,
like, yeah, the only thing that this does, I think, is you can cast spells from it, and you can get advantage if you're both next to them, and next to them is not great. Advantage is okay.
All right. But
Yeah,
here's my
It's a perfect illusion.
True.
Here's my point though, which is that like I don't think that like this is like a backline caster, but I don't necessarily think that like you have to melee either, right? Like with Warding Flare, which is way better, by the way, because this class is so this subclass is just the Trickery domain, but swapping out the first one, the first ability for Warding Flare, which is way better. Like the fact that you get this, and the fact that you're a cleric, you get access to medium armor, right? This implies to me that you're meant to be a little bit closer. You can get in there and you can survive a little longer, especially if you're playing with your clone and if that is applying. And you have Cloak of Shadows if you ever need to disengage. You literally become invisible until the end of your next turn. Like you can get the fuck out if you want.
I generally view clerics in general as a kind of stay within 30 feet of your party so that you can save them. You can run up to them and save them if needed. Kind of class. Most of their spells are pretty short range.
So now. But I don't think Invoke Duplicity is very good.
I don't think it's great, but I don't think it's bad.
I almost still like it just because I enjoy the idea of you being able to make, like, I think this is, what illusion spell can do something like this? Like, 'cause this is way better than Minor Illusion, for instance.
Mm-hmm. There's a 5th level spell that does something, but slightly more. What is it called?
Yeah, if you would probably, the
Illusory Self
better than us.
Maybe. Let's see. Clerics are really good when dual classing. Trickery plus Rogue plus Ranger could /Ranger could be sick. I mean, there are like use cases for multiclassing. I would say that in general, you love the visor flipping up. Thank you, Keeters. I do that with my hands.
Did a very good animation. Yeah.
I would say that in general, obviously, for the tier list, we're not really considering multiclassing. There are use cases where this could potentially be useful, especially because Channel Divinity, Invoke Duplicity, you get at 2nd level, so it's like a 2-level dip in Cleric, and then you can just basically have advantage for free as a rogue, which is not bad. I would also say this though, is that does kind of make it so that you have to have a lot of good ability scores. Although as a rogue, if you're just dipping 2 levels into Cleric, it's not terrible because you only need like 13 wisdom.
I found the spell.
Oh yeah?
It is Mislead.
Mads, no.
What? Mislead?
Mislead. It's a 5th level illusion spell. Okay. And it creates an illusory double of where you are standing. However, you become invisible. That's like the main difference.
Whereas this one, you pop it up 30 feet away from you, so you might be out of line of sight.
Yeah, you could do things. I guess you're right. It has the potential to be really good. I like it creatively, but I don't like. I don't like the fact that they didn't really write in. That the only combat use that they've written in really is one that I view as kind of bait. So you view
it as you don't like it as Channel Divinity because if a mean DM might kill your entire feature.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say this though. I don't view this as an inherently terrible ability, and I think that you can build around it if you want to. Like if I was going to, for instance, make a niche build that we are objectively going to classify as suboptimal, but could be fun, as a DPS cleric that only makes melee spell attacks, right? Like up until like honestly like about 8th level, you're still doing pretty okay, and I would say that this is not a dead feature in that case. Like I know that like in general, like we look at a class and we're like, well, this is the kind of like role we want it to fill, like this is what it would be ideal to be doing, but like as a niche, I think it works.
If that were the case, then we would have rated the melee bards as not.
I don't think so though. I don't think that's true. I think that clerics get more tools to deal with the stuff they're doing. Like the problem
I think
with
they get one more tool.
Do you want to know? Okay, but do you know what that tool is? That tool is like melee spell attacks, right? The problem that bards have is that they trick you into using weapons. This doesn't trick you into using a weapon.
They should.
Is that the problem that bards have? I don't think that's the problem.
I think that is the problem.
The problem that bards have is that they fucking are squishy and they die.
No, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't agree that that seeing a D8 like hit die, right, with like 1 to 2 Constitution is like as like inherently super squishy. I don't necessarily agree with that, right? The vast majority of classes in the book have a D8 hit die. Like, the thing is, like, it like we're going to talk about this obviously later when we talk about warlocks, but like warlocks as a Gish class, you know, we have talked about how at the end of the day, unfortunately, the ideal thing to do with a hexblade is just to spellcast, because spellcasting is super strong. But like warlocks have a D8 hit die, bards have a D8 hit die, clerics have a D8 hit die. Clerics have a D8 hit die, and they have general access to armor, with the medium armor that they get from their class in general. You don't have to invest anything into taking that. I mean, you could be a dwarf, right? But like, monks get a D8 hit die. Rogues get a D8 hit die, right?
Okay.
Yes. They're all squishy classes.
They are. Clerics are less squishy and they can survive more. But I think the best part about clerics being able to survive in melee, not melee, being able to survive in melee, is the fact that they don't get extra attack, because extra attack is bait.
Extra attack is bait. It tricks you into using a weapon.
It tricks you into wasting your action on swinging a pointy metal stick when you could be casting a spell. Mm-hmm. Bards get tricked by getting extra attack. Clerics don't ever get extra attack. Some of them get that shitty little first level feature that's bad. We'll talk about that. But like, extra attack on a cleric would make clerics worse because they would stop casting spells.
Yeah, no, I actually, you know what? Weirdly, I agree with your point. Like, here's the thing: consider a 4th or 5th level cleric, right? At 4th level, you have 4 first level spell slots and 3 second level spell slots, and the spell Inflict Wounds is a melee spell attack which does 3d10 necrotic damage, which is, I would say, like, what is it? 5.5.
It's like 16.5 damage.
16.5. That's like way more than any of your melee is going to be doing until you start hitting extra attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I don't think that bards get the same kind of like usefulness out of using a weapon. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that using a weapon is the trap here. I think the fact that clerics get access to spells that they can use and are more inclined to cast spells even at melee range means that they're better at being in melee range.
But I don't know if that means they're good in melee range.
Okay. Like, sure. They don't have to be.
I will concede that. Okay, that saves it from F tier.
No, I completely disagree. I think this is easily B or above.
I think this is at least a C or above.
Well, this is we have focused entirely on the hypothetical melee cleric and not this fucking subclass so far.
This poor ambition cleric just staring in the corner like, stop fighting.
Yeah, we've barely discussed the actual subclass, which is the fact that, like, because we've mostly been focused on the hypothetical melee cleric without any abilities, which we sort of have to.
Okay, but like, here's the thing, right? Is that like I'm bringing this up as like the use case for what this subclass would be, because to me, like, excelling in a niche is a B tier class.
If you say so.
Maybe.
And the thing is, right, like, you mentioned that, like, you don't know if a DM is going to play along with the illusion thing, and obviously, we can't predict your game, and when you may not play with illusions, it may be very hard to metagame playing enemies into illusions if you're not a very good DM. But the problem there becomes that at 17th level, the only upgrade that you get is that you get more duplicates.
Well, that's the thing. Is I actually find the improved duplicity really, really underwhelming. But it's the 17th level feature.
I mean, 17th level feature will almost never matter. This is the first class we've had that has 17th level features instead of 14th level capstones. 17 is a rough level to reach. Almost nobody gets there.
And I will agree with Sean. When we get to subclasses like War Cleric, that's not for a while, you're gonna see that they're probably gonna be F tier because they lose features in order to buff their melee combat prowess. This one doesn't really lose features to buff its melee.
Yeah, this one hypothetically you could find the only real quote unquote melee one is really the Channel Divinity.
Is the Channel Divinity, and it's flexible.
And it's flexible. You're right. So you're absolutely right. This is I think and also I want to bring up that Warding Flare is really good.
So
I think Warding Flare is quite good.
Warding Flare I think is one of the best like third level features that
first level
can get or first level.
I don't think the spells are anything that great. I like the
spells I would say in general are like, mirror image is pretty okay, especially if you're gonna be melee.
Dimension Door is huge.
Dimension Door is really good.
That one actually legit. I stand by it. Dimension Door is really good, and clerics do not get mobility like ever. So I think that one is worth bringing up. Dimension Door and Mirror Image are the two good ones, but really Dimension Door.
Bane in general is like one of those save or suck spells. It has very variable value. It depends.
I'll say I actually don't like the 6th level Channel Divinity because invisibility that uses your action means that it's one turn of you doing nothing, and you have to do something the next turn. So at most, it's going to last one action. I don't like that. It's not
great to me. This is just an emergency escape button, and it's not like I wouldn't say this is not a bad ability to me. It's just
for defensive.
It's very defensive, right? But like I don't know. Being invisible to a spellcaster has only one purpose, which is to get out of dodge.
That's true. It's actually really good at that.
Yeah,
right?
I thought it was a little underwhelming at first, but Josh, you nailed the use case, which is
the satire bard.
Yeah, right. You literally just run away. This is the runaway ability.
Yeah.
And like honestly, if like because of the rest of your features, right? The idea that you're kind of incentivized to be closer to the enemy, like this isn't terrible, right? Because it gives you an option, especially at 6th level, you get 2 Channel Divinities. You can use one to invoke duplicity, and then when things get dicey, you can just kind of invis out. Now, obviously,
you can even do some role playing where like, you get hit and you make yourself turn invisible, and all the enemies go, that must be the real one, and start attacking your clone.
Improved duplicity means you can get advantage while being able to make ranged spell attacks.
No,
not really, because you and an illusion need to be within 5 feet of the same space. So like your original body has to be there, which is not.
Oh, if there were 2 illusions next to them and that did it, that would be a great change.
That being said, though, if you have 4 illusions, and you and 1 illusion are next to someone, you can cast a spell out of another illusion.
Wait, what?
Oh.
And that means you get advantage. So actually, Keeters, you're right.
Oh, you can snipe them with your.
Yeah. It gives you advantage on ranged spell attacks.
That's so funky.
But you have to be in melee range, which I view as a bit of a detriment. But yeah, that's.
But you're there with your duplicitous buddy.
Especially because this is a cleric that only gets medium armor. And
Kage Bunshin no Jutsu.
That doesn't help much. The invoke duplicity doesn't help you survive, really. It's only good for offense, whereas Warding Flare is the real defensive, along with Cloak of Shadows.
I would say that.
I'm thinking of this class as like a C. This subclass.
To me, this is either a C or a B, but I could be convinced it's a C.
I'm fine with C.
Okay, we'll put it in C.
We actually might have to bump it up to B later, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, okay. Some of these melee clerics are real garbage. All right, let's talk about Arcana. So the spells. This is a weird one. This is in Skag. And this is basically wizard clerics.
Don't call it that.
All right, you get detect magic, magic missile, magic weapon, nice tools, magic aura. I don't remember what that does. Dispel magic, magic circle, arcane eye, Liamon's secret chest, planar binding, and teleportation circle. I would say that none of these
are Control F magic.
Control F. Wait, shit, you're right.
You're right.
Oh my god. That's so fucking funny. Okay. When you choose this domain at first level, you get... Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. Does this mean...
Wait,
What?
no. Does it? No, it
What?
doesn't.
What?
Does this mean we have to talk about
No.
wizard subclasses?
No. It's
No.
not that. It's not that. We're good.
Okay.
Is that the other one?
Yes.
You gain proficiency of
Ugh.
the Arcana skill, and you gain 2 cantrips of your choice from the wizard spell list. Oh, did you want me to stream this so that you can see on my screen, or did
That
you
would be
just wanna-
convenient.
Okay. I just remembered I wasn't doing that. Okay. So these are the spells you get. You get 2 cantrips from the wizard spell list. For you, these cantrips count as cleric cantrips. I would say that
Nice.
this is generally pretty good. Arcane
Moving on.
Abjuration. As an action, you present your holy symbol, and one celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend of your choice that is within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom save, provided the creature can see or hear you. If the creature fails its save, it's turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. A turned creature must spend its turns. Okay, yeah, this is just the terms of the turning feature, like turn undead.
Yeah.
So this lets you turn things that aren't undead, which, okay, fair enough.
And later at 5th level, it banishes things that are not from that plane. You can
lot
see
better.
the chart there,
Oh, that's pretty
which is better, but anyway.
It's still
Okay.
garbage.
Anyway, Spellbreaker. When you restore hit points to an ally with a spell of first level or higher, you can end one spell of your choice on that creature. The level of the spell you end must be equal to or lower than the level of the spell slot you use to cast the healing spell. At 8th level, you get potent spell casting. Yeah, I know. Without that last clause, this would be really good. At 17th
Yeah.
level, you choose 4 levels on the wizard spell list, one from each of the following levels: 6, 7, 8, and 9. You add them to your list of domain spells. Like your other domain spells, they are always prepared and count as cleric spells for you. Okay, I'm gonna start by saying that the spell list is pretty garbage.
Yeah.
None of this is good.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It is potentially niche. But the problem
If
is
you were a
that
better ritual caster, this would be good.
yeah, you don't get the nice rituals, but like also like
No, you do in this case because
you
these
do?
all come for. Okay, ritual
No, but
casting,
clerics have to prepare them.
and these come pre-prepared.
these
Oh,
come
you're
pre-prepared
right.
because they're spell lists. So
big brain.
I will say this, which is that these have niche uses, but they're much better if your wizard can take them. To be honest, but I guess it's whatever that
Or
you
you
might not have one.
Or no one. Hot take.
Yeah, or no.
Well,
one.
That's not true.
I don't know. Like it depends. What does Nice Tool's magic aura do? Let's
I don't know.
see. You place an illusion on a creature or an object you touch. The divination spells reveal false. Oh, this is so niche. Anything that
Okay.
requires like anything that is like anti-divination in the game is like there for one specific purpose, which is the counter divination, which is already a niche thing.
I like detect magic. I like magic missile. I like dispel magic. The rest are pretty not.
That
do
is-
clerics
Or-
get dispel magic?
I think they get it.
They do get detect magic.
Oh, do they not get dispel? Actually, that's
Oh,
sometimes-
you
okay.
might be right.
Well, sometimes I believe cleric
they
is
get
one of
it.
those classes that
Yeah,
add
they just
spells
get
to their
spells that-
domain
spells.
list, even if they can already take it.
Do you know what?
Just
Yeah,
because
so
it's
it's not worthless, but if
My hot take is instead of dispel magic, they should have gotten counterspell here.
ooh,
they
You're
weren't in
right.
the business of giving everyone counterspell in the PHP.
No, not,
this isn't
not really.
base. Oh
Yeah.
no,
This is
yeah,
Skag.
it's Gag.
So it's the first
well,
one.
that was
they released.
early.
Yeah.
It is early.
I would say Arcane Abjuration turns a very niche feature into a slightly less niche feature, but that doesn't necessarily make it that much better.
I think you skipped over Arcane Initiate, which I think is a wonder. I love that.
Oh,
first level
this
feature.
I think
That's
is great. I think this is great. Wizard
Yep.
cantrips are super
I-
strong.
That's so good. And the and then the Channel Divinity is kind of bad.
Channel Divinity kind of bad because it's
Yeah.
you're channeling Divinity to turn, and turn is one of those things where it's just kind of in there because it has to be.
And look at what challenge rating creature you can do that to.
Yeah.
As an action.
Well, that's no. You can
Well, these are-
turn
this is
any
banishment.
creature. You can turn any CR creature.
Okay.
Correct.
That's good.
But if once you banish them instead of turning them if they're that low. But if you're 5th level and they're a half CR, why would
Yeah,
you
why do you
would
need
you
to
banish
remove
them?
that creature from play really with your Channel Divinity, right?
creature is gonna
feels
have,
like
like,
such a whatever.
15 hit points or something.
It feels like such a waste of anything. And at 17th level, it's 4th or lower, which is still not that high. At
I just
17th
feel like
level,
you
you can
have
just
to-
nuke a CR4 creature. It
Yeah,
will
I don't-
disappear.
You're not worried about CR4.
You're,
So
you're not
you're
worried about
right.
it, and you don't want to be spending your action to remove one. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, no, I don't think this does it maintain concentration. Oh no, but concentration at least, but still.
Like
Oof.
here's the
This
thing.
feels really bad to me.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, like the thing is that this and the problem is that like some channel divinities are quite good. So this is like taking up what could be a good feature.
Oh yeah.
It's like actively occupying something with something very mediocre, which is like
I
kind of
think
offensive.
that's one of the problems with this. I think that's one of the reasons why, like, this channel divinity alone is going to tank this thing's ratings.
Oh,
Yeah.
God,
So,
yeah.
but we agree it's bad. Spellbreaker.
Spellbreaker is very niche.
It's okay.
But in the exact circumstances where it will be useful, you will like thank the gods that you have.
Well, the thing is, I actually cannot remember the last time the party has been under a spell effect that wasn't cast by one of their own fucking party members.
Okay, all right, but
it's all monster effects that don't classify as spell effects.
Yeah, so this is I would say that this is very useful in the scenario in which you're facing spellcasters in general. We don't generally play with a lot of spellcasters because
No.
I think Dan and I just find them really annoying to run. It's like really finicky to have to essentially keep track of another character resource like on an NPC. It's such a pain in the ass.
It's also it could also easily become like you never kill them because they just dimension door away. Bye.
This is one of those features that is useful in the game in which it is useful. Like this is very niche, but like for instance, if you're fighting a lot of spellcasters, which some DMs love to run spellcasters, right? Some people love high magic, like lots of spellcasters are your enemy. You run into the problem then of figuring out that spellcasters are very powerful when faced at the player, because spell effects are very powerful in general, and your party is always going to care more about its spell slots than your NPCs will about theirs, right? So if you get like Tasha's Hideous Laughter and you have really bad wisdom save, it's a great time to just like get some healing in and like get them back up, this to me is like especially for disabling spells, like Tasha's Hideous Laughter, stuff like Hold Person, Dominate Monster,
You know how
and Hypnotic Pattern, any Charm.
You know how we had like a 90-minute conversation at 4 a.m. 2 nights ago about how niche certain things are in the PHB?
Correct.
How likely you are as a campaign to encounter them because people rip stuff from the monster manual mostly. Spellcasting is more common than what we talked about, but it's still not common.
It's not common. I wouldn't say that this is a broadly useful feature, but I would say that this excels in the niche in which it is presenting.
I actually don't even think it excels, sadly to say.
I think it's okay in the niche it presents.
Because if I think of spellcasters, the only times they've ever really been a threat is when they're like an archmage and they're doing something super debilitating, which means the cleric might not have a high enough heal to actually get rid of it.
I mean yeah. I mean you make a good point there. But I guess and this is impossible to say. I would say that spellcasters are definitely more common than the niche stuff we were talking about the other day.
And it forces your arcane cleric to take heals. What if they don't want to take like mass?
I mean that's also very true. But I will say this. You say that, but until 17th level, you're functionally the same as any other cleric, except you get 2 wizard cantrips.
Yeah.
Like do you see these?
Rank well.
Like aside from like magic missile, what are you really doing in combat with any of these? Nothing.
Yeah, magic weapon is pretty much
magic weapon's pretty garbage.
Unusable.
It's garbage unless your GM
range.
hates you.
Unless you're like you're level 3 and there's some werewolves.
Yeah. Like I said, if your DM hates you.
Okay, so I think Spellbreaker is niche at best. I think we all agree on that. How good it is in that niche is a matter of debate, but we're gonna move on.
I will say okay, hang on. I do want to agree though, which is I want to agree in general that you're completely right that when you fight enemy spellcasters, unless you're fighting a lot of enemy spellcasters at once, they're generally going to be one really strong spellcaster, and they can cast spells of a much higher level than you might be able to counter.
Yeah, it's and Dan. Sorry, Dan did point out that it's not a case of do you have the spell slot, it's a case of do you have the spell?
Do you have the spell level?
Level, yeah.
I mean, if the only thing you want to do is disable, you could just like upcast something, right? But like
No, you can't. The level of the spell you end must be. Oh no, you're right. Spell
the
slot
spell
you
slot.
use.
Hey,
You're right.
you tricked
I thought
me.
It opened. I did. I thought it opened with the level of the spell you cast must be equal to or lower than the spell they did. But no, you're right. So you can upcast a low level one, true. But oh man, is that going to hurt to cast a fifth level?
Let me cast my fifth
Cure
level.
Wounds?
Fifth level healing word because it'll be
Healing word.
ranged.
Okay, but
There are fifth level healing spells.
wait. Okay, but to be clear, at third level you get mass healing word, so you can end effects on more than one creature at a time.
Oh, that's
The
a good
best
point.
case scenario I see for this, mass healing word on hypnotic pattern,
Yeah, pretty much.
Mhm.
Like
and that's great. But
it is one of those very. I would say this is quite niche because like you're talking about spellcasting and then you're talking about specific spells, and that's only if one, your DM recognizes the value of those spells. Two, your party isn't gonna like get fed up and not stop playing because you're getting hypnotic patterned every 3 seconds. And three, like they're not just gonna use like Cone of Cold, and then you just burst them down right after they do that, right? So yeah, I think you're right. This is very niche. I would say. Okay, my thought. Okay, should we talk about 17th level?
Okay, let's move on. On the 17th. The 17th level one.
This is my question. Actually, do we have to discuss potent spellcasting like ever?
No.
All we have to
No,
say is
no.
it's better than the other one.
Potent spellcasting is better than Divine Strikes. Yes.
All right. Arcane Mastery.
Basically, okay, if it has potent spellcasting, it's a normal cleric. If it has Divine Strikes, it's a worse cleric.
Very slightly worse.
Very slightly.
Very slightly.
but still,
Arcane Mastery is actually pretty great.
Yeah, hot
Arcane
take.
Mastery is amazing.
This might be the best 17th level of any cleric.
I think
Off
so.
the top of my head.
This is basically like a somewhat different version of Magical Secrets, but for the wizard high level spells, which are just objectively broken.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's the best, but now it's the best for sure.
Right for now. Well, yeah, fair enough. But either way, I think we agree it's like insanely good.
This
Am
is
I wrong?
Super good.
High level wizard spells really good. Granted, you only get one of them, but you'll always take a high level wizard spell,
listen,
right?
This is 4. You get 4 extra spells, and they're probably all gonna be nuts.
They're probably gonna be insane.
They're all gonna be good, and they all like are gonna like super like by the time
Clerics
you're at
don't normally get
17th level,
wish, right?
you will know what.
Clerics don't normally get wish or like
Clerics
meteor swarm.
normally
I know
not
they
get
don't
wish,
that.
so they can take wish. If you
Meteor
want, you can
Swarm.
really take meteor swarm. I mean, is it optimal? Actually, I think that depends. Because if you don't have a wizard, then it might be optimal to take like the gigaist of AOE spells, right?
I think the sad thing though is at level 1, this cleric is like maybe a little bit below average. And then it just goes worse, and then up to 17th level. It's like,
and then it's just like
late.
averages out to be like pretty
Still
good
below
because
average.
of how.
Yeah.
Do you think it's still below average with at 17th level?
Yes. Oh, below.
At 17th level, I think it's easily at least like slightly above average, right?
I agree.
In
I
general?
really like
Maybe.
wizard
Yeah,
spells.
sure.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I
overall-
still think this is like a D cleric.
Well, that's the thing. I think the 17th level saved it from F.
Yeah,
I'm very happy with D.
I think
Yeah,
D.
yeah, I agree. D is a good
first
one. There's a lot of pretty dead features in this one. Okay. So let's see. Next we're talking about
we've gone up a
beauty.
letter.
Where does this come from?
Twitter.
Twitter? Who
What?
wrote this?
What?
Who wrote
It
this?
comes from Twitter. I think Mike
Oh, it's
Mearls
from
posted
Mike
on
Mearls.
Twitter.
no.
This subclass is likely not intended as official content. For the curious, when building stuff for my own campaign, I kind of don't care about balance. Lol. That's
had to go
what's
in here.
one of the designers of Dungeons and Dragons. Everybody, you heard
You,
it. You heard it here first.
you cannot hold that against him, Josh.
I'm not holding it
Yeah,
against
okay.
him.
This
I'm,
is
I'm
exactly
using
what
this as
Josh does.
validation for
You're validating.
my games. It's
I
one of the
mistook
shitty
your
guys.
I mistook your tone. I apologize. You are so correct.
Anything I can
Yeah.
break in design, I can counter break 5 times as bad during a session as needed. That's what I do.
It's true. It's
Stuff
exactly
is
what
gonna go
happens.
sideways and weird. Okay,
I
so
do
this
that
is
too.
this is the beauty one. Your spell list is Charm Person. This was posted for the love class. Was this a fix for the love
it's
class?
one
Because
of
love
the
was like
shitty.
disgusting.
I know what's gonna be.
Okay,
I
Charm
see-
Person,
I see
Heroism,
meds.
Enthrall, Suggestion, Beacon of Hope, Hypnotic Pattern, Charm Monster, Compulsion, Dominate Monster, and Hold Monster. Oh, Jesus, this is a lot
Wow.
of this is okay, all right. Starting at first level, your mere presence is enough to inspire hope and determination in others. When you complete a short or long rest, up to 12 allies of your choice gain temporary hit points to your charisma modifier, minimum 1.
Just move. Keep reading.
Wait. I don't think this is the Love Cleric.
No, it's not. That was a bard.
Sorry, Maz is saying this is a Love class.
No, Matt said it was posted with the love class.
Oh, with the Love class.
But I don't think it was. The love class was an Unearthed Arcana, so I actually don't think it was posted with the love class.
This has no source other than being on Twitter. Okay. Yeah, we don't have to talk about love because it was not good.
Yeah, but this was not the love one that was controversial.
So, as a reaction, when a creature you can see within 30 feet of you inflicts damage, you force that creature to make a Wisdom save. On a failed saving throw, it takes psychic damage equal to the damage dealt. Interesting. On a successful save, it takes half that damage. If the creature made multiple attacks, select one attack to determine the damage dealt. If the creature used one or more effects that damaged multiple targets, choose the damage taken by one of those targets from one of the effects. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you complete a short or long rest. Interesting. At second level, as an action, you force all creatures within 100 feet of you to make charisma saves. Each creature that fails this save is charmed by every other creature that also failed this.
What?
Whoa, they all start loving each other?
For 1
And
hour.
orgy happens?
While charmed by this ability, creatures consider all other creatures charmed by it to be their allies. They fight to defend them from attackers. Okay, so this overrides the normal charm that says like they wouldn't do anything like...
I'm glad they specify slang.
While this ability persists, absent any threat, creatures charmed by it will rest, talk among themselves, share stories of their lives, create a communal feast using food and drink they carry, and generally act as if they are old friends long separated and brought together again for a joyous reunion.
That's adorable.
This is far less creepy than the love bard, because instead of being like I'm gonna make you my love slave, this is like I'm going to force reunion on everyone. Welcome to Christmas during World War I.
I thought this would be creepy. I thought this would be creepy, but then just like, no, let's be friends.
This would be an excellent. I know we're not gonna like rate it or talk about it super in depth until we finish everything, but this would be a great cleric to include in your peace party that has the the redemption paladin.
Oh, you're right.
Another one to the collection.
Okay, Superior Refuge. Starting at 6th level, the temporary hit points granted by your Beauty's Refuge ability.
Level 1 creature.
Okay, you love the feature. Increases to
it's the
5
inspiring
plus your
speech
charisma
one.
modifier. Oh, okay. 8th level, you get Potent Cantrip. Congratulations, you're a normal cleric. Starting at 17th level, you become an avatar of unearthly beauty. Your enemies attack with uncertainty, fearful of damaging the wondrous being they behold, while magic draws upon your presence to augment its power. As a reaction, you impose a penalty on a creature's attacks against you or on its saving throws against your spells and abilities. This benefit lasts until the end of the current turn. The penalty equals your charisma modifier. Okay. All right.
A penalty
equal to your charisma mod.
So, like, at the 17th level, you're going to have 5... Wait, charisma on a cleric?
Yes.
Oh.
Charisma on a cleric.
And all these things are wait, all these things are charisma.
You're right.
No, these are all... Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oof.
Oh, oof. That's kind of rough.
Because this all seemed really good. Or
For
at
a
least
bard.
pretty good. But if that's charisma...
Yeah. Okay. In the case in which you have a decently average charisma, like if charisma was your secondary stat, let's say it's like +2, and at higher levels like +3, that is 2 temporary hit points every short rest or long rest. Which, I mean, it kind of feels like nothing, to be honest. Like.
It's not much.
Temporary
No.
hit points for free, always very good. More hit points, objectively always good. 2 hit points for your entire party. That's like 8 hit points total. It's not terrible, but you're not going to say no. But you're also wondering if you could have had a better first level feature. But you do also get this one, which this...
If someone hits you for a big chunky bit of damage for 20 damage...
Well, no, if someone hits someone you see...
Exactly.
And I would say, in general,
even if it's your
yeah. So your ally could inflict damage,
and then you could hurt your ally.
You can make that ally take that damage. You're right. No, that's exactly not what you're supposed to do. That's exactly not what you're supposed to do.
What were you saying?
I was just thinking that time when you did 100 damage to that creature, we could have
done 100 damage back to you for free. Think of the efficiency. No, okay, but.
Yes.
It is inflicts damage and not makes an attack that does damage. So if you are hit by dragon breath, and you don't succeed your
Ooh.
save, you can just make the dragon take psychic damage equal to the damage dealt.
Yeah.
I would
Even
say
if it's
that
resistance to its own fire breath.
this
not
in
resistant to
general
psychic.
is a pretty strong feature.
Free damage.
But it kind of depends because the bigger the monster is, the more it's gonna the bigger the monster is, the more it has a giga attack, the more value it's gonna get.
Well, that means it scales.
Yeah, I was gonna say
This
technically
scales
that's sort of what you
extremely
want.
well. This scales for free.
That's a great feature.
I mean,
like
it's
it.
not. I would not say it's like universally super useful because like if this was in Josh's campaign, every enemy would just be a champion fighter and they'd attack you 8 times, and you can only do it to one of those, right?
It's true.
But,
Every
like-
enemy.
But
is
you
a
get to
champion
choose
fighter.
which attack it is.
Yeah, you're not gonna be super unhappy about that. It's still decent.
Yeah.
And,
If
Cleric-
they hit you you just choose the crit.
And
yeah, so
clerics generally, yeah.
If the creature made multiple attacks, you select one attack to determine the damage dealt.
I know, but we're saying you don't get to choose all 8. You get to choose one.
No,
of
you
the
get to
8.
choose one of the 8, so you just choose the crit.
It's
enemy-
yeah. My point is that,
No,
like,
it only takes
multiple- you get-
takes one instance of the fireball damage.
Yeah.
Smart.
It's good. It's bordering on great. And also clerics don't usually do that much with their reaction,
Okay,
so bonus.
I will say this.
True.
This
Very
is
true.
very cheesable in my opinion. Like it's not something that you could necessarily engineer that easily, but I would say in general, anything that does the damage that an enemy does, is going to kind of be bordering on cheese territory.
Which is fun.
That's the
Which
fun.
is fun. It was super fun in my opinion.
Yeah.
I
All right.
like it.
The second level channel divinity is objectively hilarious because it just makes everybody friends.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. It is worth noting. You force all creatures, not creatures of your choice. Everyone
Yeah.
within 100. Yeah. Even
My.
your party member. Okay.
This-
Oh,
This is one of those things that is like
that's hilarious.
balanced because you're only going to be using it in the situation in which like you just want everyone to get along, and I think that's funny.
Okay.
Well, you could also do it if the fight. Let's say the fight's going badly. You're like,
Yeah, you hit the reset button on it.
Yeah, and it works in like the niche scenario where you have 3 factions because then you can fight one and then make you friends with them, and then you're all very friendly, and then the third faction comes in, you fight them. Like
Imagine
I think
if you had a paladin.
Anti-third party mechanic.
yeah, anti-third party
Oh,
mechanic.
you're right. Need this in Apex
This-
Legends.
This is not amazing. It's
That-
called niche.
That would
It's
be
the
so
very
fun.
definition
that
of
would be
niche.
such a funny thing to do in Apex if you could somehow signal a truce to like the other people you're fighting. You're like, hey, let's fuck up these guys.
The one thing I'm disappointed about this
That would
is
be great.
a lot of channel divinities are the thing with clerics that I want them to be able to use multiple times a short rest. This thing is not a feature you're going to be using more than once per short rest.
This would be
And that's 18th levels. Clerics get 3 channel divinities per
You're
short rest.
right.
yeah. In my opinion, like this would be a pretty good like niche ability if it wasn't a channel divinity. I think that having it occupy your channel divinity slot is so painful
Yeah.
because you need those. You want those
You
to
do
be
need
using them in combat for something useful like that.
Well, don't worry,
Sadly-
Josh. You can turn undead the other time.
Yeah. Woo!
I think a lot of clerics have the channel divinity problem where their channel divinity you just wish it was a little better.
I mean,
actually,
yeah.
funnily enough, I think the part I like least about this class is its 17th level ability, which
Really?
is good because you get that one really late.
Yeah.
Well, hold on.
I think it-
Sixth
okay.
level ability is
Superior Refuge.
It's
It
not
just
very
bumps it up
good.
to
Very
5 plus your
underwhelming.
charisma. Yeah.
like Dan.
for-
Do you like Song of Rest?
No, but I
No,
do
but
like
this is better than
inspiring
Song of Rest.
It's better than
This
Song
is
of Rest.
this is better than Song of Rest by a lot.
This is
But
way
Song of
better.
Rest is still
Yeah.
garbage.
But it takes 2 slots because
I
that.
like.
But it gets the first level, so it only
Okay.
takes 1.
You're right. I think it's underwhelming, but I like inspiring speech, and basically, you don't really. This is a class where you don't really actually need to put very many points into charisma at all. You're pretty happy with just having 2 or 3 charisma.
You're right.
Yeah. No, I would agree. I don't think you
Until
need
you get
a
to
super
17th
jacked
level, and then you're
charisma.
like,
Oh,
wait.
well, that's the thing.
That's when it's a
let's
little
go to
painful, right?
17th.
So this feature is interesting because it's if a creature attacks you you can wait as a reaction you can impose a penalty on the creature attacks against you. It doesn't really say when you can use this or what triggers it, which is interesting. Michael,
kinda,
you worked on the game.
No, he spat this out on Twitter though. Like it's Twitter. Don't expect like how Unearthed Arcanas are kind of like not super polished. Let's just like drop that down even lower.
Okay, yeah, but there's a difference between something not being polished and like just like not having like not understanding what a reaction is used for. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, well,
can you hazard a guess as to when this is going to be used, Josh?
I'm going to assume you cast a save or suck spell on someone, and as a reaction, you make them.
Yes,
it's
correct.
Gonna be used,
that
it's
is
gonna
that
be
is
used,
no.
yeah.
I know when it's going to be used. I'm just saying that the wording is a little.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, agreed.
unclear,
But it's like even worse than anyway.
But yes, anyway. So yeah. Having the ability to impose a penalty on a save or suck spell, extremely strong. Especially at the higher levels when you get spells like Dominate Person and Hold Monster.
It is first of all, it's a flat penalty, which is really rare in D&D, which is good, I think, because it stacks with stuff like advantage and disadvantage. And B, it's against. Wait, hold on.
So. It's a penalty equal to your charisma modifier.
Well, that hurts a little.
Which, yeah, no, it's not ideal, but like at the same time, if it was wisdom mod, it might be too strong.
No. I don't.
Probably not actually.
Maybe.
I think you're right. I don't know.
I think a class being mad at 17th level is not that big of a deal compared to a class being mad at low level. By the time you're 17th level, you have so many ASIs that you
probably have
get
+3, +4 anyway. So it's not.
Or
while
even
you might not
more.
be getting maximum value out of this ability specifically, I wouldn't say it's like a dead feature in the water. Because like as a cleric, you're not gonna be meleeing, right? The only other ability you're really gonna be pumping is Constitution because you don't want to die. Like I would say charisma is a fine secondary stat to have, especially if you're playing this and you're gonna be like. Let's say that you don't have a bard or a rogue and you're going to be the face of the party, right? Like this is a situation in which you might want charisma and like you might want to build a character that is charismatic but is not going to have to be shoehorned into being a paladin or a cleric or not a paladin, a bard or a warlock, right? Or a sorcerer. There's so many charisma classes. Holy shit.
Did we mention that this is defensive as well? Because it's it imposes a flat minus against all of their attacks.
Correct.
It's just it's basically a small shield spell.
Yeah, it's
minor shield.
But at zero cost, because there's no limit to how much you can use this. Aside from
levels,
at 17th level, you have infinite shields anyway.
Yeah.
No, you don't get shield as this class.
I know.
No. If you had the spell, spell, right? If
That's
we're comparing a 17th level wizard and a 17th level cleric, like
I still don't think that applies very much to the cleric. That's not really supposed to be getting attacked a lot.
Fair.
Yeah,
and that's
so
what,
I feel like the big thing here is more the penalty against saving.
Yeah, the
throws and
penalty's
abilities.
really good.
That's pretty good.
Because like let's say you have -4, you like -4 from an enemy's like saving throw against your spells. That's really strong. Numerically, that's super strong.
Yeah.
Because you're essentially most like creatures you're going to be casting don't have high charisma in the first place, and they're getting a lot of bonus. But even if they did have charisma, you're essentially canceling out their entire charisma modifier, which is like really good.
Yeah.
I guess
and you get dominate person and hold monster.
Okay,
I was just gonna say I looked over the spell list, and I think there's 6 good ones and 4 bad ones, which is better than average. 6 good spells is pretty good.
Yeah,
I think
Hypnotic Pattern
the first
is nuts.
3 are bad. Suggestion's good. Beacon of Hope and Hypnotic Pattern are great. Compulsion's hilarious, and then the 2 5th level spells are good.
You'll probably have a 17 spell save by that point. It's 8 + 5, 8 + 6 + 5, so that's 19. Because you're gonna be maxed wisdom.
Well, hopefully.
You have to assume you're a maxed wisdom.
Well, you would if this didn't use charisma.
Yeah.
Right? That's going to hurt your charisma.
This cleric might choose to bump some charisma more early for some role playing.
And whether or not that's correct is up to you, but that's something that they are incentivized to do.
Yeah.
And
a lot of people play clerics to help their party, and they might want to use that first level feature more effectively.
They'll have like 4 ASIs by now.
5 ASIs.
By 17th
I don't
level.
think we have to get too specific on this, though. Like, we don't have to do the math.
Wait, 5?
We don't. Yeah, 5 ASIs. What?
4, 8, 12, 16?
4, 8, 12, 16, and 19.
No, this is the 17th level.
This is 17th level feature, Josh.
Okay, no. But we're talking about, like, once we talk about 17th level, we're pretty much talking about 20th level.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like we're in the last like tier of play, right? Like
They
functionally,
will have between 4 and 5.
you will have between 4
Whatever.
and 5, right? Like I think you will generally want your spell save DC to be high as possible, even with this ability.
That
I
doesn't mean it
think-
will though. It incentivizes you to also bump charisma. That's my one statement, right?
Okay,
And
yeah,
that's-
but like a barbarian
Guys.
incentivizes you to pump 3 stats.
yes.
I think asking a class to pump 2 stats is not unreasonable. Having one core stat be like all you need for your entire class is abnormal and like makes your class better by default.
Fair.
Like the fact that rogues can just only bump dexterity and they don't need anything else makes them quite good if you only have 1 stat. But I would
It's
say
pretty
in general you
reasonable
want
that they'll have 4
Yeah.
charisma by then.
in general you'll want like one big like primary stat, and then like most classes want a secondary stat. It just so happens that there's 2 classes in the game that want a third stat.
Especially because a cleric will almost never take their dexterity above
But yeah, like a
14.
-3, -4 to a saving throw roll is good. It's basically
Huge.
you get Bane for free and you're rolling max value on it for free.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's really good.
Like the
Let's
problem with Bane
rank
is
it.
that it's single target and like you can it's like I'm pretty sure it's concentration, or is it a minute?
Let's rank it.
Anyway,
Yeah, we gotta move
let's
on.
rank beauty. I think it's like D or C.
No.
Maybe C.
I don't think it's.
Do you think it's better than that?
I think it's better than that. I was gonna say it's a B.
No. Okay,
I
I
don't
see
think
B.
it's
I
an
see.
A.
No. I see B. I see B.
B sounds perfect to me because good first level one, okay, but a bit underwhelming. Channel Divinity,
Like I don't think this is remotely
okay,
close
6th
to a D.
level. Yeah, no, it can't. I think it's
Okay,
got to
no,
be
you're,
better.
You're right. I just had another look over.
And it
I
has
think it's.
and it has a good 17th level. I mean, I find things annoying about it, but I do think it's good.
And I think it's fun. It has good spells. I think it's a B.
Yeah, really good spells. All right, Blood Domain.
Sorry, hold on. I will say for some reason I kind of forgot that if there's a save on the AoE charm, so if someone doesn't fail it, that's now the enemy.
That's whatever, right?
That's a little horrifying, but
Well,
makes sense.
that one enemy, and then just
Everyone else will start
enemy
swarming
and every
them.
ally just turns to them. How dare you interrupt
Can
our
you
friendship bonding
imagine? That'd be
feast.
horrifying. You're
That's
like
what I'm
fighting.
saying.
You're like
That-
fighting a battle, and like all of a sudden everybody just whips around and is just like, shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that just hit me. I was like, oh my god, that actually is good in combat and also like terrifying. Oh my god.
So you can't. Yeah,
I
you
was
can
trying to say
traumatize.
this earlier, but like I think I forgot to. Imagine if you have a paladin in your group that has the aura that no one can be charmed.
Oh.
Wait,
Allies
actually,
can't be charmed.
that's amazing.
I don't actually think it's bad if your party gets charmed.
No, it's not really that bad.
You
No.
actually no. Sorry, you actually want your party charmed by this.
What?
That way,
Why?
Do you?
here's what you want. You want every single person in your party to be charmed by
Oh,
this.
well, charmed by
and
this
you
ability.
want half of them to be charmed by it, and the other half to not be charmed, so that you all gang up on the other half. That
That's
is the
funny.
ideal scenario, and it's wacky and bizarre and clunky, but also
But I
sort of
love it.
amazing.
Anyway, Blood is the Matthew Mercer one. So, okay, what were your preliminary thoughts on the Blood one? Before looking at it, what is your
No.
immediate gut instinct to rank?
Predictions.
What's
not
your
thoughts.
prediction?
Prediction. Remember,
I've seen.
We
what,
all said our predictions.
what did I
You guys
say?
said-
I've forgotten.
You guys said C and I said D.
Yes, I bet.
I
it's
think
C.
I thought I said B or C. No, I think I said C. I said C. I definitively said C.
I said C as well.
Okay, at first,
Ooh.
You got to scroll up. You're cutting off the spells.
here.
What?
What?
Am I? What?
Yo.
I'm looking at the Twitch stream. I guess I'm looking wrong.
Well, Twitch stream is gonna have delay.
Okay.
Okay.
So your spell list is Sleep, Ray of Sickness, Ray of Enfeeblement, Crown of Madness, Haste Slow, Blight Stone Skin, Dominate Person, and Hold Monster. Wow, you can bloodbend at higher levels. Your prediction is thematically fun but bad.
That's so. That's like.
Wait,
that's what
wizards
it is.
always are. That's what they
I'm
always
already.
are.
Well, let's keep going. Oh
Matthew
no,
Mercer
never
special.
mind.
At first level,
Oh,
you get
no,
proficiency
martial
with
weapons.
martial weapons. Oh, we beefed it. It's an F tier
No,
class.
no.
It was going so well.
No, wait.
Straight
Hold
to
on.
F tier.
It stands
No,
to be
just
seen.
kidding,
Hold
just
on,
kidding.
wait. At first level, your divine magic draws the blood from inflicted wounds, worsening the agony of your nearby foes. When you use a spell, spell feature.
Ooh.
A first level or higher to inflict damage to any creatures that have blood.
Oh my. What?
Those creatures suffer additional necrotic damage equal to 2 plus the spell's level. Okay.
So if you shattered someone, they would take an additional 4 damage on each creature. That's not
one will
bad.
take 4 damage. That's good, actually.
That's pretty good. Let's keep going.
You use your Channel Divinity to briefly control a creature's action against their will. Oh my god, Channel Divinity is actually bloodbending. As an action, you target a larger, smaller creature that has blood within 60 feet of you.
Blood.
This is my favorite. This is actually so funny.
My pre-existing condition is I have blood.
I have blood, yeah. The creature must succeed on a con save against your spell save DC or immediately move up to half their movement in any direction of your choice and make a single weapon attack against a creature of your choice within range. Dead or unconscious creatures automatically fail their saving throw. At 8th level, you can target a huge or smaller creature.
Wait, that's actually good.
That's good. Oh.
I thought it was just gonna be another shitty movement ability that does nothing, like his last one. But then they actually make an attack.
Whenever you see the martial weapon is summoned in Critical Role, got art commission, and the art has the character holding a weapon. Wow. Okay, 6th level. You get a new challenge menu, which is Crimson Bond. You focus on a sample of blood from a creature that is at least 2 ounces. I'm guessing the blood, not the creature. And that has been spilt no longer than a week ago. As an action, you can focus on the blood of the creature to form a bond and gain information about their current circumstance. You know their approximate distance and direction from you, as well as their general state of health. As long as they're within 10 miles of you, you can maintain this effect as though you were concentrating on a spell for up to 1 hour. During your bond, you can spend an action to attempt to connect with the bonded creature's senses. The target makes a con save against your spell save DC. If they succeed, the connection is resisted, ending the bond. You suffer 2d6 necrotic damage. Upon a failed saving throw, you can choose to either see through the eyes or hear through the ears of the target for a number of rounds equal to your wisdom modifier. During this time, you are blind or deaf, respectively, with regard to your own senses. Once this connection ends, the Crimson Bond is lost.
What?
And at 8th level, instead of potent spellcasting or whatever, you get Sanguine Recall. You can sacrifice a portion of your own vitality to recover expended spell slots. As an action, you recover spell slots that have a combined level equal to less than half of your Cleric level, rounded up, and none of the slots can be of 6th level or higher. You immediately suffer 1d6 necrotic damage per spell slot level recovered. You can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest. And then it gives you an example of how you might be due. And then at 17th level, as an action, you emit a powerful aura that extends 30 feet out from you. The aura pulses necrotic energy through the veins of nearby foes, causing them to burst and bleed. For 1 minute, any enemy creatures with blood that begin their turn within the aura or enter it for the first time on their turn immediately suffer 2d6 necrotic damage. Any enemy creature with blood that would regain hit points while within the aura only regains half of the intended number of hit points, rounded up. And then you can't use this again until you finish a long rest. Okay.
Wow.
Surprisingly a good class, actually.
I think so too. Like, even the Sanguine Recall is painful, but that's a lot like the short rest recovery abilities that like Land Druid and Wizard have.
Do clerics not get one of those?
2 ounces isn't that much.
No,
Just
they
one of the
don't.
little garlic sauces that comes with a pizza.
I forgot. Yeah, clerics do get one as an optional bonus feature in Tasha's, and it uses your channel divinity, so it's not amazing.
Okay, but like that. And like
depends on
that's
the
pretty
cleric,
good as
I
a short rest
suppose.
feature because you'll on that short rest you'll heal back up that health. And
Yeah.
the only thing here, okay, I have to re-understand the 17th level feature, but right now I don't really like the 6th level one very much, but the rest
Oh,
of
the
it.
6th level one is niche, like really niche to me.
Okay,
It's
the
like
6th level
niche for
one-
the niche stuff.
The 6th level one is basically like a divination spell, combined with the fact that you're also a doctor because you can tell someone's general health, which is funny. 17th level is basically you emit an aura that hurts people and makes them heal less.
Hold on, it
It's
it
not
is
good
worth.
though.
Oh, the 17th level one is not good.
No, it's not good.
It's 7 damage.
Yeah, it's so little damage.
Like,
Granted, there's no cost to it, and
Well,
it reduces
there's no
healing.
cost and there's no save.
And there's no concentration.
And there's
Yeah,
no concentration.
Compared to like spiritual guardians.
It's basically no damage at 7th level. It reduces healing, but doesn't eliminate it. And like healing, is it fair to say that healing is a little bit niche? Like if we talk about spell casting, this is like a further subset of those spells, and it's a healing set.
Well,
there
no,
are
no, no,
enemies
no, no,
that
no, no, no,
heal
no. Yeah,
further.
okay, yeah. I was just gonna say actually that's not true because there are creatures that regain hit points naturally, like vampires.
No,
and
I was gonna
trolls.
say, even in the best case scenario, we're fighting a creature with regeneration. Most creatures regenerate 10 HP. Some of the best ones regenerate 20 HP. In that best case, you reduce their 20 HP healing down to 10. Great, your 7 damage went up to 17
this should just
damage.
eliminate enemy healing entirely, right?
Like
Yeah.
that's 10 healing
So
that you reduced. That's nothing.
in my opinion, abilities that stop creatures from healing are niche.
Agreed.
In general,
100%.
this is not as good at that, which means it's niche and not as good at that niche.
Yeah, it's bad at niche, and it does some piddling damage. So
Yeah,
we
like-
don't really like the 17th, but it's the 17th.
And enemy healing isn't like the most uncommon thing in the world. There are especially certain kinds of creatures in certain kinds of campaigns. Like if you're fighting a lot of trolls, or if you're fighting any kind of vampire. Vampires tend to be fairly common. I would assume.
Yeah, but this is not even that good against vampires.
But no, yeah, it doesn't block healing.
And
It
it's
just
17th
reduces
level.
it, which is not ideal. I would say in general the 17th level is kind of whatever.
The other stuff
Sanguine
is pretty
Recall
good.
is
Well,
really good, I would say, for a cleric, because you don't otherwise have access to like arcane recovery, and you can just
What
heal
kind of
the stuff up.
What kind of AoE spells do clerics tend to use at higher levels? And add bloodletting to that. How effective would it be?
They get bad fireball.
Yeah, I was gonna say
What
they get
about Sunbeam?
divine strike or whatever, or what's
Don't
it
they
called?
they get Sunbeam now, which
Oh, and
would-
Tasha's, yeah.
Sunbeam is pretty
and
good.
Sunbeam is a 6th level spell, so that would add how much damage?
To
8.
what?
8 damage.
Just scroll up. You'll see it, Josh.
Oh, to which one?
Bloodletting.
Bloodletting. Okay.
It would add 8 damage to your Sunbeam
Plus,
to each target. It's okay.
I wouldn't even say that that's like necessarily terrible, right? Like what is like how many
Yeah, but, like-
dice how many dice is whatever.
Actually, you know
68.
what? I'm thinking of this wrong. This is the best case for this. Spirit Guardians. Adding 5 damage to each target in your Spirit
Ooh.
Guardians every time they get hit.
Ooh.
Spirit Guardians on
yeah.
average hits for 13.5. This increases its damage by like 40%.
Yeah, well, especially because you get it at first level, right? Your AoE becomes like kind of really nasty, especially sustained AoE becomes
Early
really
game.
disgusting, right?
Your early
Like-
game AoE becomes great.
Like the things that we often focus on AoE as like, you know, one big burst of damage, but aside from like basically that's like the fireball class of spells, and we know those are overtuned spells, right? In general, most other AoEs, especially for classes like clerics, tend to be more focused on damage over time. And I would say that this is much better in that case. Instead of one instantaneous, it's just like you do more damage over a long time. And I think this does help that. Like you're right about Spirit Guardians. That's kind of nuts on Spirit. Like, Spirit Guardian is already a super good spell.
On single target spells, I would say this is pretty lackluster.
Pretty whatever.
Like,
You're gonna be
imagine
AoE with
blighting
this.
someone for like 30 damage, and then it goes up to like 35 damage or something, whatever, or 36 damage.
Blight
I
is like
don't-
a third level. I think a Blight's a fourth level spell, isn't it?
Fourth level.
That's like 6.
I don't even know if it does
six.
that much damage.
6 is not amazing.
Well, like
I don't
6
know.
damage. 6 damage is like it's like adding another die, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
Maybe
yeah.
adding another 2 dice depending on the size of the die.
I just think the real value on any feature that adds a little bit of damage to a spell comes from AoE spells. Just 'cause
Yeah,
it affects more
I
targets.
mean, yeah,
that's
right.
just
You
whatever.
multiply the efficacy of it, right? I would say honestly, in general, I think this is one of the better first level features.
Yeah, just ignore their bonus proficiency.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
this you're
Yeah,
never
we-
going
no,
to
no,
use.
no. We have to talk about blood
No.
a bit.
Just pretend they didn't get it.
No. Sorry. I wanted to move on. I apologize.
Okay, Blood Puppet. I think this is actually a good feature.
Can we talk about that last sentence?
Yes.
Or the second to last sentence. Dead or
Yes.
unconscious creatures automatically fail their saving throw.
You just throw corpses at people.
Yeah.
But well,
No.
you don't
It's
just
not.
throw-
It's not.
I
You
know.
don't throw. It's you. You
I
get an
know.
ogre to get up and then bonk somebody for free.
Yes.
Bonk.
Oh
Like,
my god,
as
it's
far
so good.
as far as channel divinities go, I think this is pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Like
It's also really funny.
even okay, it's fun. And two, you can immediately see the use case of it, and it's not an uncommon use case. And three, even if the creature is alive, granted that it fails its Constitution saving throw, you can essentially force it to move. But because it's making the movement, I think you get opportunity attacks.
I was wondering about that. That would be a sage advice because it is technically forced movement, but it's forcing their movement.
This is the way that I would rule it. And obviously we can see if there's any sage advice. Not about this feature specifically because it's a Matt Mercer special, but
that's not.
In general, I think that you get opportunity attacks when the creature is using its own body to move. I think the only time like what is considered force movement is like abilities that push or pull.
I thought that too, but I think we can't say with certainty, and so I don't think we should assume that because that's something that can easily. I think we can. I think we have to assume that's not necessarily true, and I don't want to give it credit. I do not want to give it credit for opportunity attacks because we don't know for sure.
I mean, no, we don't know for sure, but even if it's not true,
it's still good. Now, mind you,
still good for moving people, which it has its uses.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Because my initial thought was, it's only half their movement, so they could just move back. But in the meantime, you get the move, and other people get the move. So there are definitely movement uses that you can get away with this. And then on top of that, you get to attack with them, which is just amazing.
And you can make the enemies fight each other and sow dissent among their ranks.
I absolutely love this.
This is a great feature. Crimson Bond is super niche. This is not something you're going to be using in combat, obviously.
You'd have to be. I'd have to argue you'd have to be pretty creative and do a lot of pre-prep on someone that you don't want to kill. Because if you have their blood and you don't want to, and you wanted to kill them, they're dead.
This would be super hard to use just because you need 2 ounces of someone's blood and them to still be alive.
And the problem,
in what case are you harvesting blood in a way that isn't gonna kill someone, right?
That's what I'm saying. And the only case you would ever want to be using this is if this is someone that you don't want to kill, right? Because you have to get their blood. And the sad thing is you get to look through their eyes for 30 seconds. That's nothing.
Yeah, it's not great.
All the features that generally are doing scrying features are like hour long. Like you get to look through them for an hour. This is, you have to have their blood and you get 30 seconds. You're not going to see anything useful in 30 seconds for scrying and scouting.
Super, super niche. You kind of have you have pretty much a nothing feature for your 6, honestly.
Agreed.
But it is a Channel Divinity, and you're just going to be doing this with your Channel Divinity anyway.
Yeah,
you're going to be
Like as far as a 6th level ability goes, like 6th level feels in many ways kind of less impactful for a lot of clerics because usually you just get a bad Channel Divinity and you just want to be using the other one anyway.
Mm-hmm. To further add on to the fact that you're getting nothing at 6th level, all those features that tend to last like a couple rounds, those are meant to be combat features. This has no use in combat.
No, this is not a combat feature at all. Yeah. Okay. My gut instinct is if we take this in totality,
spells.
Spells.
Yeah, that's the thing.
We have to talk about that second 7th level spell for a few hours.
Fuck my life. No, I'm not talking about Stone Skin for another 10 hours.
We already talked about it. We agree that it's bad and it should feel bad.
That's true. As written in the book, it's bad and you shouldn't use it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
We have to talk about it for several hours in front of the Twitch stream.
I will say this though. Sleep is a good spell. I'm not talking about Stone Skin. Fuck you. Fuck off!
So dissent.
I don't want to talk about it. You get sleep and you get haste. Those are good spells.
Oh yeah, slow is okay.
Slow is okay.
Dominate person and hold monster. Aren't those the
slow
same
is surprisingly
spells we saw
okay
on the
because
last?
isn't it like a cube?
Yeah, slow is a cube that eliminates extra attack. So if you have a whole bunch of like double attacking enemies, you have their DPS.
Also, dominate person and hold monster were the exact same 5th level spells that the last subclass had.
That's so funny. You're right. Wait. Evan, you're right. Maybe you could just like extract blood from your teammates and just keep it in case anyone gets kidnapped. This is like the worst version of keeping people's locks of hair for reincarnate fodder.
Yeah.
Just like, yes, here's my trench coat full of my friend's blood.
God, that's so fun.
That is a use.
Anyway.
So where do we...
Where do you rank it?
I think this is a B tier class.
B? I was thinking B.
Although,
what else did we put at B?
Although we put beauty in B, it might honestly be an A tier class. Actually,
No. I don't think this is A tier.
really? Okay, all right.
I think the Channel Divinity is really good, but I don't think it's as good as you think, because typically that's you use your action to make someone else swing for like maybe 15 damage at most. That's an action.
Yeah, you
to do
are
15
using your
damage.
action. That's true. That's
and
true.
then other than that, you get a little bit more AoE, which is decent. You get nothing at 6. You get an okay thing at 8. You don't get an amazing thing at 17. You get a couple good spells. You're right. This is B, almost C, but I'm okay with B.
Yeah. I was thinking C or B.
I think it's a solid B tier class. In that case,
fine with that.
So let's just stick it. The thing is, like, is blood better or on par with or worse than beauty? Right?
Josh, hear me out.
What?
It should be C.
Why?
Because then we're correct.
Oh.
You can't. This feels like nepotism or another word for
No, I think it's a B tier class.
I think it's B. I think bloodletting makes it B. Bloodletting's cool.
Okay. Let's talk about city domain. This was in. Wait, is there an non-Unearthed Arcana version of this?
Unfortunately, no. This was an Unearthed Arcana that was never updated.
Okay, from Modern Magic. Oh.
And this is going to be the weirdest one because this is designed for something.
Fuck. This has special spells.
Well, you don't actually have to worry about the special spells so much because I've looked at them, and again, they're niche. There's not much to talk about because
protection from
spells that fit this setting. This is a subclass that you only take if you're taking a modern technology setting.
Can we just drop it in C for niche and move on?
Wasn't this an Unsleeping City? I don't know.
I'm only half kidding.
This would be used. Okay, we'll read through it. So comprehend languages, remote access, which is these are all technology based ones, except for protection from ballistics, which is resistance to bullet damage, which I think is an objectively funny thing to have as a spell.
I mean, I think I don't even know what percentage of D&D campaigns even have bullets. And if D&D campaigns have bullets, it's almost always gonna be like a musket ball.
But okay, here's the thing though: is you can't. I would say that you can't consider this. You can't even rank this in a normal game because it's built to be used in a modern setting. So we have to. What?
What if we just assume it's a modern setting and rank it?
Okay, no.
less?
So that's what I'm going to say is that we have to assume that it's set in a modern setting.
I agree.
And then we have to rank it on how well it operates within that setting.
I agree.
So comprehend languages, remote access, find vehicle. You know exactly what that'll do just from reading it.
I summon Sedan.
All right, here's my spell. Track Lamborghini. What did you do? I just put an apple fob in there.
Come forth, my mighty Buick.
No, Josh, it literally is you summon a vehicle.
Oh, you summon a vehicle. You're right. It's the fine speed.
You summon a spirit that assumes the form of a non-military land
That's so
vehicle.
funny. That's so funny.
Yeah,
Form of Jeep. Lightning bolt, protection from ballistics, locate creature, synchronicity.
Lightning bolt is a good cleric spell. Most clerics don't get a lightning bolt esque or a fireball.
Synchronicity is actually a really cool spell. Because it just makes things go right for you. Like all of your lights are green. I wish I had this in real life. Like I know we don't want us to focus on this too much, but the target isn't inconceived by mundane delays of any sort. Traffic lights are always green. There's always a waiting elevator. Attacks is always around the corner.
Oh.
The target can run at full speed through dense crowds, and attacks of opportunity provoked by the target's movement are made with disadvantage.
This is great.
I love this spell. This is so funny.
It's perfect for Tyler.
I want this in real life.
God, yeah.
Anyway, when you choose this domain, you get the on-off cantrip, which lets you turn electric devices on and off.
Sure, cool.
At first level, you gain proficiency with sidearms and vehicles. Land. So you can drive and you have guns. From first level, you are able to tap into the spirit of community found in the city. While you are within any city, you gain advantage on a single charisma, deception, intimidation, or persuasion check, and you are considered proficient in the appropriate skill. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. Minimum once. You regain any expended uses when you finish a long rest. Yeah, gun cleric. It's literally you. It's you, gun cleric.
If that was on a normal cleric in a normal setting, and you just took out the city requirement, that would be a very good feature.
no, I agree. I like how many charisma checks in general are you making in a day that like you're never gonna run out of this, and it's always gonna be good.
Yeah, totally.
Like and like the fact is you don't have to be proficient in those skills because you gain an auto proficiency when you use the skill that frees up your proficiencies for other skills.
Wow,
That's
right.
quite nice.
So that's super good.
It's amazing.
Like that's 3 skills you just are auto proficient in. You have advantage on anytime you use them, even if you don't want to be proficient in them. That's just efficient.
It is, yeah.
Gunkle Eric the Gun Cleric. Yep. Let's
Right,
see.
the
Channel
make or
Divinity.
break.
Spirits of the City. As an action, you present your holy symbol. Any city utility within 30 feet of you either works perfectly or shuts down entirely for 1 minute. Your choice.
Okay.
Additionally, each hostile creature within 30 feet of you must make a charisma save. On a failed save, the creature is knocked prone or restrained, your choice, by hazards such as entangling wires, high-pressure water erupting from fire hydrants, pavement collapsing to unseen potholes, and so on. A restrained creature can escape by making a successful strength, athletics, or dexterity acrobatics check against your spell save DC. It doesn't say so, but normally these features tend to say as an action.
As an action or not, yeah. So that's an oversight right there.
That's an oversight. I have to assume they mean an action.
Wait, no, they say it at the top. As an action, you present your holy symbol.
Where?
No.
At the
No,
very top.
No. We're talking about what happens when you're restrained.
Oh, I misunderstood. Thank you.
Correct. The effect is entirely local and affects only utilities within 30 feet of you. Determinations of what utilities, etc., etc. Let the DM know.
What's the duration? 1 minute. So
1 minute.
The way this is written right now, it's because it has no escape condition. It means if they fail the initial save, they're restrained for a minute with no hope of escape.
Okay, this ability is actually super strong.
It is.
Being able to
An AoE restrain.
AoE restrain
Ooh.
for free, like as an action. And it's like a 30-foot radius emanating from you is like insane. That's
and it's friendly to
super
hostiles.
good.
And charisma saving throws are hard to succeed.
Ooh, it's
This is-
charisma.
This is super good.
Oh,
Like,
well, they escape with strength or dex, but that's still good.
yeah, but
It'll
like,
probably take an
okay,
action.
No, but they don't
is-
get to use their action on this.
Hold on. What do you mean? Can we assume that final sentence is supposed to say they can by using an action?
They can probably it should
no,
have a
well, no,
clause that
because
they can make their action.
yeah. We have to assume that this is as an action.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't say end of the turn, which would supersede that. I would say that as an action is the kind of the default rating for abilities like this, and this is after you failed the save, right?
It
Yeah,
also does
and-
not give them a free save at the end of each of their turn.
Well,
So-
yeah, because it uses athletics or acrobatics. Those
So
usually are
that's
checks.
okay, but that's the
Yeah.
thing though, right? Is that any ability that makes it so that you have to spend your action escaping from it is auto value.
It's so good.
Yes, agreed.
So this is super strong. You would assume it's an action? Yeah, I have to assume this is an action.
Yeah.
And I just forgot to write it in. Like
It's
the
just one of
default
those
reading
problems
of
with
this
Unearthed Arcana where it's not written well.
I honestly, this is like one of the stronger channel divinities. I would say easily.
100%.
Restrain, yeah.
Like you restrain people. Restrain is a super good condition. You can knock them prone if you want to, but why?
Like imagine if you restrain all those enemies, like that army of enemies that was running towards you like on Friday. Restrain them all. They all just sit there and they can't.
no
do
matter
anything.
no matter what setting you're in, obviously it's flavored a certain way. It talks about utilities. There have to be utilities around. So you'd have to reflavor that. But like, and that means in a modern setting it wouldn't work out in the countryside. But like, you're playing a modern campaign, you're not going to be going out to the country that often, are you?
Mm-hmm.
And then restraint is a good condition. So this is a super strong ability.
It's really good.
Like, We've talked
Yeah,
about how
keep
like
going.
web is a super good ability because it's like an AoE
Does.
restrain and
Josh,
what?
we failed.
we were supposed to read all of them.
Oh shit. You're right.
Keep going.
Okay, at 6th level, your awareness in the city extends preternaturally. While in an urban environment, you are considered proficient in the insight and perception skills. You add double your proficiency bonus to wisdom, insight, and wisdom perception checks instead of your normal proficiency bonus.
I like that. A
Free
lot.
proficiencies, and you get expertise in them. Super good.
Yeah.
Honestly, like most cleric, a lot of cleric 6th level features kind of feel like dead features. So this is honestly just better.
Yeah.
IMO.
expertise in two features while in an urban environment. This seems like a campaign where you're going to be in a city the entire campaign and do a lot of roleplay-esque things.
Oh, for sure. I can hear Steven slapping his sourdough out there.
Yeah.
It's so loud.
While they were staying, you just start blasting with your class.
F tier class because it's
Oh
melee.
no, they get Divine Strike. wait. They get guns. They get guns.
Guns count as melee weapon attacks.
No, yeah, they're weapon attacks. Yep, straight up. This is the only time Divine Strike is okay because you're in a setting where characters have access to weapons that are way better. Guns exist and you get proficiency in them, and it's like the one case that it's okay for a cleric to be using a weapon, quote unquote, and it's when it's a gun.
Well, this class is looking very strong.
Okay, and then at 17th level, you can use mass transit routes to transport instantaneously to other points in the city. Starting from a bus stop, train station, subway stop, or other suitable mass transit site within the city, you can teleport to any other similar transit stop within the city as if you had cast a teleport spell whose destination is a permanent teleportation circle you know. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest before using it again. I think in a city setting, this is pretty okay. Like, it's obviously
convenient.
Not useful in combat. It's super convenient. Teleporting cities tend to be pretty big.
It does not seem to work on your allies, even though it says you cast teleport. It says
If you would cast a teleport
As
spell.
if you had cast a teleport spell.
So
8
allies.
Naturally your hours are.
So you think it works with allies, even though?
I think so. I think this
so
is
too.
meant to be like Tree Walk, but for
Yeah,
bus
as
stops.
if it's as if you had cast a teleport spell, then it's as if you cast teleport, which means you're casting teleport, which means you're bringing allies.
So, Matt,
that's
this
pretty
is from a very
convenient
early
subject.
Unearthed Arcana, which was surrounding adapting D&D 5e for a modern setting.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this is gonna be so hard.
Well, I actually, judging by its features, I think this feels like it's not an S tier to me, but it's actually very strong. I think it's an A tier.
Oh, good.
I think this is an A tier as well.
I'm
I think
down
this
for
is
that.
super strong. The fact that you just this ability alone is like A or S tier for me.
Yeah.
The channel
Well,
divinity.
yeah, it has lightning bolt and it has good features.
Lightning bolt's
And
good.
Yep. None of them were like abysmal.
Also,
and-
comprehend
and
languages is
nothing-
way more value in like a modern setting when you're expected to have lots of different human languages.
Mads, this was this I can pull up the specific Unearthed Arcana and try to find out what they wrote, but
Yeah, they never ended up printing this stuff, but honestly, in a modern setting, like this is actually pretty good. Like it's funny because they actually made Divine Strike less of a dead slot by introducing weapons that were just like way overtuned.
yeah, this was
Does Divine Strike work with like bows normally?
it's a weapon attack, so yes,
I
but
think
clerics don't really
so.
get bow proficiency.
Yeah, you don't usually get that.
Well,
do
you would have to invest in Dex, right? Which is the problem. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay putting that in A tier.
Sure.
Ooh.
I think it can never be S tier because it's niche by definition, but I'm okay with A.
Okay. Let's talk about the Death Domain, which is different from the Grave Domain. The spells you
I
get
linked
are
I linked the modern magic real quick, and just so if people wanted to.
Yeah. So you okay. Death Domain. This one is in the Dungeon Master's Guide. And you get False Life, Ray of Sickness, Blindness, Deafness, Ray of Enfeeblement, Animate Dead, Vampiric Touch, Blight, Death Ward, Anti-Life Shell, and Cloud Kill. Bonus proficiency, you get proficiency with martial weapons. At first level, you learn
Great.
one Necromancy cantrip of your choice from any spell list. When you cast a Necromancy cantrip that normally targets only one creature, this spell can instead target 2 creatures within range and within 5 feet of each other. Okay, that's...
Isn't Toll the Dead a necromancy cantrip?
Toll the Dead is a Necromancy cantrip. Granted, they have to be within 5 feet of each other, but
Yeah.
like D12 damage scaling cantrip against 2 creatures is honestly super worth it.
This I will say this was made long before Toll the Dead existed.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you're right.
Like what were the only cantrip
The
the only
hand one.
necromancy cantrips before then?
It was a 1d6 cold damage or something.
Yeah, what is it? And
it
like,
was chill touch.
yes,
So like
got hugely.
this was balanced around a 1d6 cantrip, and now at 1d12.
And now is a
cantrip.
1d12 cantrip.
1d6 if they're next to each other is like so bad, but
It's
1d12 makes
so
it a good
bad.
bit better. Now, I will say I don't think this is like legendarily good.
I don't
5
think-
feet is rough, but
I don't
it's
think
nice.
this is an S tier ability, but I think this is easily an A tier ability.
Yeah.
IMO.
Yeah, but look at imagine like a 11th level. What is 11th level when you get 3rd level cantrips or whatever the fuck? I don't know.
Yes.
11th
Level will do 3d12.
60-12 damage of a
But like
cantrip
even at level 1, that means you essentially have under unique circumstances, which I wouldn't say are super uncommon, especially at lower levels when you're fighting a lot of little mobs. Like being able to double your cantrip, you're essentially a 5th level character in terms of that cantrip, sort of.
True.
Wow, this makes your Toll the Dead so good and makes your martial weapon proficiency even more useless.
Even more piddling in comparison, which is going to be really sad when the next one comes up. Channel
I fucked it
Divinity.
again.
So you can use Channel Divinity to destroy another creature's life force by touch. When you hit a creature with a melee attack, you can use Channel Divinity to deal extra necrotic damage to the target. Damage equals 5 plus twice your cleric level.
Oh.
That is not the worst melee of the melee abilities, but my god, you should just never be using weapons as a cleric.
Got it, because you're gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna use my Channel Divinity. I'm gonna swing. You miss. That's your turn.
It says a melee attack, it does not say a melee weapon attack. So a melee spell attack, I think, does count.
Does it?
It looks like it, right? Because it's a melee spell attack is a melee attack, and this doesn't clarify melee weapon attack.
I'm looking this up. I think you're right. I think like if you did inflict wounds or something, or
so actually the value of that starts to go up then. Actually,
although then we get into the discussion that I believe, Josh, you overvalue a lot of the melee spell attack that clerics get. I think they're mostly garbage.
I don't think they're that bad.
They're not
at the
stellar.
level that you get them.
Like what is it? Vampiric Touch and Inflict Wounds? I think they're both
putting
pretty
aside Vampiric Touch, I just think Inflict Wounds is going to be more value than whatever your DPS meleeers are doing until 5th level.
Briefly,
uses your spell slots that you want.
Still, like, I mean, it
think
depends,
it's
though.
fine. I don't think it's amazing.
I don't listen. I want to be clear here. I don't think that Inflict Wounds is a god tier ability. I think it just works in the niche it is in, which is to say,
however,
if you want to play an admittedly suboptimal like melee cleric, which I have.
Cough. Anyway, this thing falls off drastically. By the point you're reaching like beyond like 6th level or so or whatever the fuck, you're no longer really using many melee spell attacks. By the point you're reaching 11th level, melee spell attacks are obsolete. They're never used.
If you were
which means your Channel Divinity,
like,
you don't have this anymore.
I mean, okay, but I don't think that's necessarily the best way to look at it. Because I would say you have to assess it from like, does this Channel Divinity make the meleeing worth it?
Okay,
up to a certain point, I think it might, and then I think you're right. It definitely falls off. Because the question is, let's say at 20th level you were gonna cast a 1st level Inflict Wounds, right? Even ignoring just the 3d10 damage, that's 45 free damage that you're doing with that attack. The question is,
do you hit?
Like, yes, obviously, do you hit? But like, you know,
probably not.
You can say that about most things. No, if it's a melee spell attack, then you like, there's a decent chance you hit.
They have so much AC at high levels. Well,
no,
not
I know, but like the thing is that you if you're saying that, then you're saying that wizard cantrips are pointless. Which at
high levels.
Which all right, we might have to admit that they're not as good, but like at 20th level, like your melee spell attack bonus is going to be about the same as a melee fighter's attack bonus to hit. Now, I think obviously they get
this
4
is
attacks.
A lot better with stuff like lightning. Like, what is the lightning melee cantrip? That's a lot better than Inflict Wounds at high levels.
Shocking Grasp.
Shocking Grasp. Like, you're probably gonna be more often gonna be taking like some necro. Is there a necromancy melee cantrip? That would actually be nuts if there was.
Oh wait, that is a good question actually.
I don't think so.
Wait, what is Chill Touch do? Because it's been a
speed.
little while.
I think it's range.
I don't think Chill Touch is a melee.
It's range for sure.
Yeah, range spell attack.
There's
Oh, it's a D8? Oh, I thought it was a D6.
Still, a D12 is way.
Hey, double spare the dying. That's
Double spare the dying.
something we didn't think about.
It's extremely funny that with a chill touch you can just shut down someone's healing entirely. This is already better than that Matthew Mercer class's 17.
Also, I don't think clerics get chill touch.
Do they not?
So I think when this was created, this was the only necromancy cantrip they had available was spare the dying.
Oh, that's so funny.
This wasn't intended for combat. This was literally intended to just spare the dying 2 people.
Are you sure that this?
Oh wait, no. You learn 1 necromancy cantrip of your choice from any list.
No,
That's why. Because there was no combat ones.
Yeah.
I see.
Because I knew that Death Domain could cast,
Right.
but I couldn't
Grave
figure out
Cleric
how.
gets chill touch.
You're
I
right.
don't think that's true. Grave Clerics do not get chill touch. Grave Clerics get spare the dying. I know because I'm playing one. I would know if I had chill touch, I'm sure. I would be mad if I had chill touch, I'm sure. Oh shit, where were we? Okay, so let's see. Inescapable destruction, necrotic damage dealt by your cleric spells and channel divinity options ignore resistance to necrotic damage. It's kind of whatever. I mean there are a lot, but whatever. At 8th level, you get divine strike. Bad. At 17th level, when you cast a necromancy spell of 1st through 5th level that targets only 1 creature, the spell can instead target 2 creatures within range and within 5 feet of each other. If the spell consumes its material components, you must provide them for each target. Okay. So that obviously boosts the viability of the channel divinity.
It does.
I will I will say like what spells are you probably going to be casting at this level? But at the same time, what if you could just inflict wounds to people within 5 feet of each other?
Is inflict wounds a necromancy spell?
I'm almost certain it is. Inflict wounds is a necromancy spell.
Okay.
So
you can pop both your channel divinities, which is 40 at 20th level 45 damage for free in addition to the 3d10 on 2 targets.
On 2 targets that you have to be in melee range of at 20th level, and you have to hit instead of just casting a 9th level spell.
Okay, well you don't get that many of those.
Well, you don't get a lot of 9th level spells, but also like what?
Followed by 2 7th level spells.
Okay, but hold on.
Followed by a 6th level.
No, wait.
Let them talk.
Hold the fuck on for a second and tell me what 9th level spell you're gonna be casting as a cleric.
Mass heal.
At the start of combat?
Sure, but at the start of combat, of course not. Like, yes, you have to hit the spells. But
I've been in those situations.
Okay, but the thing is, like, imagine like you're at a high level, right? You're at the level where you have this capstone, and let's say you're at 17th level. That's like 34 plus 5 is 39 damage on 2 targets, plus the 3d10. That's like 5.5 is about 16.5, 33. So that's like a total of like 80-ish damage, like 82 damage, if I'm mathing correctly. And on a first turn for a cleric, that doesn't seem that bad to me, honestly. Like only using a first level spell slot in your channel divinities, because you can pop both channel divinities, and like you're not gonna be turning undead. Don't kid yourself. Like this is the only option you have as this class. This seems like an okay opener.
It's okay. Except for how are you going to get in melee range? How are you going to get in melee range of everything?
No, you're 17th level cleric. Please don't go in melee range on turn 1 against a powerful foe.
Okay, but we can't assume that a cleric is never going to be in melee range.
I was going to say that before you interrupted me.
Well, yeah, you interrupt each other.
Oh my.
Like yes,
I wasn't the one screaming about butts.
If we're talking about like the ideal area for a cleric to be in, it's not necessarily in the thick of things, but I think they're allowed to be a little closer to the fight than a wizard.
Generally, a cleric is going to start out of range, and enemies are going to walk up to them. So there are cases where yes, I think this is going to give you chances for good value. Most of the time, I think this improved Reaper is you're better off just sitting back there and casting double blights, which is kind of fun.
Which is like okay.
Yeah.
I would say also just like
Double Revivify.
in general, this is
Not
actually
useful.
kind of a problem that a problem with clerics in general is that a lot of their spell list is super reactive. They want you to just sit there and wait until everyone's almost dead, and then you cast mass heal. You're not going to be casting mass heal in the first or second round of combat. You're casting mass heal if you're in the third round of combat, because at that point you're starting to run out of health and resources.
Mm-hmm.
So.
God, this
Like-
is awful with Revivify, actually, because Revivify, you have a minute anyway. You're not
Yeah,
pressed for
it's
time.
not-
and
you're
you
not-
They
still
have to be next to each other.
Yeah. Okay, I guess it saves you a spell slot.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, I forgot about that.
At 17th level, it doesn't matter.
At 17
Yeah,
level,
yeah,
this
yeah.
17th level feature I think is actually pretty decent. 'Cause I think it's actually pretty okay. Maybe even
Let's take a
good.
quick look at the spell list before we judge this, but I think we're almost ready to judge it.
I think the spell list is
I-
not super good, other than like Blight is good.
I want to argue more.
Okay,
Shut the
go
fuck
ahead.
up!
What?
What do you want to argue about?
I'm working through that. Keep going through the spell
Let
list.
them argue.
No, I'm not gonna let you argue for argument's sake.
I'll say the spells, first level, bad, third level, bad, fifth level, sadly also bad, seventh level, pretty good, ninth level, sadly bad again. The spells are pretty below average.
These spells are very underwhelming in general, and yeah.
There's a few okay ones.
Okay. Yeah.
The sixth level feature is almost never going to come up. I recently showed the list of monsters with resistance. Very, very few creatures have
Very
resistance
few.
to necrotic damage.
This is just if you want to like use your necromancy magic against like a lich or something.
Or
It's
against something that has like resistance to all magical spells. I think this would
But,
penetrate.
I mean,
through
in
that's
that.
true.
the entire DMG,
suspect
there
that's
are
normal.
there are 11 creatures that are resistant to necrotic,
Oof.
and 11 that are
It's
immune.
not
Yeah.
big. Not a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know,
Any
good-
last
all right,
arguments,
all right,
Sean?
I was told not to.
What?
Okay. If you have any points to make, speak them now.
I had one that's I won't lie, it's gone, which is a little bit embarrassing. I apologize. I think it was more just that like the 17th level I don't think actually helps your channel divinity. I don't think you're really going to be in melee of two creatures and want to at 17th level or beyond and want to melee them and also touch of death them rather than just get away that often. I'm not saying it'll never happen. I just don't think it helps it that much.
I'll respond to that on Josh's behalf, so they don't have to. How much damage approximately does disintegrate do? Doesn't disintegrate
40
do
plus, it's like 60, 50.
about 60 damage or so? Whatever. 50? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
It's 10d6,
Okay.
which is.
Let's just assume that you're being ganked by some buffoons. Disintegrate is a save or suck, which sucks. But inflict wounds is also save or suck. So you're gonna inflict wounds to creatures that are next to each other and hit them for I don't know what are you gonna use? Third level inflict wounds. That's 25 damage there plus 5. That's 30 plus twice your
Disintegrate-
cleric level.
Disintegrate does do
seven-
75 damage.
That's 70 damage per target. That's 140 damage total.
Yeah. So I wanted to bring this up earlier, which is that I love anything that scales twice your cleric level.
Mm.
Yes.
I initially thought that makes it really good, but I
don't think
don't
it makes
like
it.
the
I don't think
melee.
it makes it really good, but I think it presents you with options that aren't like dead features.
I think this lets you spam like it makes your inflict wounds stronger than disintegrates, which is
Yeah, so, like-
and
like-
they get to target 2 creatures, which is
So this
pretty
is
nuts.
this is what I meant by it's not ranking it based on like how often you're going to be meleeing, but like how much value are you getting out of this or like how much value is this providing that might incentivize you to use it in that way. And like okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. We've been going through the channel divinities and some of them have been better than others. I honestly don't think this is even close to the worst one. I really don't.
Yeah, I actually think
probably
it's
true.
pretty good. I think clerics almost infallibly start out of range and the enemy's like, go gank the healer. and they walk up to you.
Like,
and you'll notice a lot of the casters end up doing shit like I know Mads was doing lightning hand or whatever it was called, because I mean, what else are you gonna do? They're up in your face, and if you're
well,
out
like,
of,
I mean,
you don't-
well, I was just gonna say, like, consider like the value of a spell like Misty Step, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
In being able
clerics
to
don't get.
disengage from the enemy, which clerics don't get. They
Mm.
don't get
Yeah.
mobility options. So really, as a cleric, your options are stand so far back from the enemy that you can't reach your allies, or be able to just put some fucking armor on and walk like 10 feet forward, right? And like at that point, they're gonna start like rushing and ganking you because you're healing. You're gonna draw all that aggro, right? I think it's okay to have an option like this. And like I said, I think there's a lot of value in the fact that it's not asking you to use melee weapons. It's asking you to make a melee
Yes.
attack, right?
True.
You're
'Cause,
still
like,
a
it's-
caster.
At 7 or like even at let's see or like at 17th level, right? So you're doing like about a disintegrate per person on 2 people, as with a first level spell and your channel divinity, mind you, but you're not using it for anything else.
And you can
What
upcast it to
undead
5th
are you
level if you
turning?
want.
You could if you want to. I don't know how well inflict wound scales. I've never upscaled it.
Is it a D10 per? Doesn't really
Probably.
matter.
But
Yeah, it doesn't matter much.
But yeah, I would say that this honestly makes those melee spell attacks worth using, and it's not just a melee spell attack is bad and you should never use it. There's no higher level ones. It's this has value by using it, and it uses a very low level spell slot if you want to proc it.
Yeah, I like it. I actually think this is a higher rating than a D tier class. I think this is
I
at least
agree.
a C.
I don't
I
think
think
this is
this
a
is at
D-tier
least
class.
a C tier class.
I think this is a C tier class.
Huh.
You can also look at it as just spamming double Toll the Deads is also
That's
quite
just
good.
You know-
insane value.
It's so funny. I was expecting higher from you guys.
Well, I said at least. I'm
Yeah.
thinking
You just make a lot of
it could-
assumptions about when I say things that like that it means I'm on the side of that thing, and it doesn't necessarily mean that.
Yes.
It just means I want to be thorough and considerate of like where you might be using it.
now, is this as good as is this on the level of Beauty and Blood?
Oh,
Is this better than Blood? It might be. It
I
might be on
actually
the
think it
level of
might
Blood.
be.
Or better.
I don't think this is as good as the city, but I think you're right. I think this is actually on par with Blood and Beauty, actually.
Yeah, it's definitely better than Ambition. I think this is a high B tier.
Actually, looking at this, like, I mean, okay, we might have to adjust the tier list later. It's fine. That's just how clerics
might.
go.
No. If there are no S tier clerics, so be it.
What? That's not the truth, though. You know there are ST clerics.
I do. I can think of a couple.
I can think of
I
several.
can exactly 2.
Yeah. I think we might be thinking of. But wait, so we put it in B.
I think we're putting it in B tier for
That's
now.
perfect. That's
'Cause I
exactly where I
think-
thought it was.
Yeah, I think actually like it's a C tier class in my mind in the general power scale of like what I think a cleric should be. But I think like looking at the actual sampling of what we have, I think this is a B tier class.
It could be C.
No.
It's somewhere between C and
No,
B to me.
I don't think this is worse than Blood and
If
Beauty.
you put this in C, you have to drag Blood and Beauty down to C.
which
Which you
puts
could.
Arcana
You
in
could
F.
argue
No, I actually think
that.
Blood might be better than this, weirdly, but I don't really want to argue that right now.
Maybe it might be. I don't know.
I do.
It
No,
depends.
actually, I
Don't
think
think
Blood
so.
gets fewer dead. Well, Blood gets a
think-
sixth.
I would argue Blood's worse than this.
They
They both have
okay.
a dead 6th level feature.
Here's what I think is I think aside from
Fine, they're on par with each other.
aside from Divine Strike, it doesn't feel like Death has any dead features. It feels like at some point you're gonna use most of this.
Not the 6th level. The 6th
the
level
6th
feature's
level.
dead.
6th level feature. What is this?
Almost always dead.
Oh, never
It's-
mind.
unless
Okay,
you're
it has
fighting
one dead
witches.
feature. It has one dead
and
feature.
the
So
and
dead
the
I
8th
forgot
level.
about it.
But we don't really count the 8th level.
Okay, we'll revisit it.
And the proficiency in martial weapons, which we don't count either. That's dead.
Who gives a shit about that? Don't use weapons.
Oh, this will be interesting.
Okay. All right. Forge domain. Oh god, this is gonna be a hard one. Identify Searing Smite, Heat Metal, Magic Weapon, Elemental Weapon, Protection from Energy, Fabricate, Wall of Fire, Animate Objects, and Creation. You're gonna use weapons. Do not use weapons.
This is S tier, by the way.
Don't use weapons, man.
When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency with heavy
Party
armor and
leave.
smith's tools. Listen, we don't say that because we think weapons are like bad. I mean, we do think weapons are bad. We just say don't do it because we know it'll make you miserable.
You know, often I see like a spellcaster like, oh, the enemy's at my face. I swing my weapon at it. I miss. Is that your turn? That's my turn.
That's my turn. Is there anything else? No.
That's all I.
It's the worst question to receive as a player. Anything else? No.
Is that all?
Is that all? Will that be all from you today? I see. Quite
unlucky.
disappointing.
Disappointing.
You gain heavy armor and smith's tools proficiency. At first level, you gain the ability to imbue magic into a weapon or armor. At the end of a long I read the spells.
I didn't hear them.
Josh literally. Okay, well that's okay. We're gonna move on anyway because Josh did read them and I made a joke about them. We will go.
Okay.
At the end of a long rest, you can touch one non-magical object that is a suit of armor or a simple or martial weapon until the end of your next long rest or until you die. The object becomes a magic item, granting a +1 bonus to AC if it's armor or a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls if it's a weapon. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. Your channel divinity is you can create simple items. You conduct an hour-long ritual that crafts a non-magical item that must include some metal, a simple or martial weapon, a suit of armor, 10 pieces of ammunition, a set of tools, or another metal object. The creation is completed at the end of the hour, coalescing in an unoccupied space of your choice on a surface within 5 feet of you. The thing you create can be something that is worth no more than 100 gold pieces. As part of this ritual, you must lay out metal, which can include coins with a value equal to the creation. The metal irretrievably coalesces and transforms into the creation at the ritual's end, magically forming even non-metal parts of the creation. The ritual can create a duplicate of a non-magical item that contains metal, such as a key, if you possess the original during the ritual. At 6th level, you gain resistance to fire damage, and while wearing heavy armor, you gain a +1 bonus to AC. At 8th level, you get Divine Strikes, boo. At 17th level, you gain immunity to fire damage, and while wearing heavy armor, you have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. Okay, let's get into it.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is pretty good. I think the channel divinity is one of those things that you're going to be very sad that you have so many uses of them because it's by that point it's pretty worthless. And same with the Blessings of Forge, the first little feature that's like their main thing is to like buff armor. It becomes obsolete very, very quickly and never use it again.
This is what I would say, right? I would say that up until you start hitting the middle of tier 2, which is like 5 to 9, these features are really good, and then afterwards they're kind of dependent, and then
not really good.
No, I think they depend, and then after that they're completely worthless.
Like, how is this really good?
I wouldn't say it's really good. I think I said it falls off, right? But
no, you said up until then it's really good. And I was like,
oh, magic armer's nice, and magic armor's hard to come by.
Plus one AC is really good.
I like 1 AC.
Plus 1 AC is like half of a Sacred Shield or whatever the spell is called. Obviously, that spell isn't super good. But part of the reason it's really bad is it's a concentration spell.
Yep.
But +1 armor for free is decent. +1 magic weapon is pretty decent. I would say honestly, at first level, that +1 is gonna matter a lot more. And then it's obviously going to fall off in value. But I would say that in general, access to magic weapons is one of those things that's really hard to account for because some games really just don't get magic weapons at all.
That magic weapon one is going to actually matter more than the AC one. That AC one is at low levels worse than the shitty little inspiring leader one that Beauty has.
Yeah, I think the magic weapon one is probably going to end up being better. Yeah. But I think that the +1 bonus to AC armor is only there so that you have something to keep doing after your weapons stop.
Yes, exactly.
I just hope that not everyone in the party gets a magic piece of armor. Like, please. That
was my hot take, and you can shoot me down if it is. But we've said that accounting for magic weapons is hard. But I think accounting for magic armor is even harder because I think you're even less likely to get magic armor than magic weapon. But you can,
especially in a Josh campaign.
I'll say this: I think in general, magic armor is far less abundant than magic weapons.
Oh, thank God!
I don't think that's a hot take at all. Because I think in general, most GMs don't really want to have like a lot of AC bloat. Because it's very easy to give characters magic weapons, especially because there's a lot of different kinds of magic weapons in the book.
AC bloat does kind of make combat pretty awful.
Yeah, and like the thing is that it's really easy to give your party magic weapons because you can pretty much account for what it's gonna do. It's like, okay, they do a slightly more damage and they're gonna be more consistent over time. Whereas AC just kind of like shuts down combat entirely, right? I'm fairly certain that there's a decent chunk of GMs that just like take a look at a character with high AC and they just like, I hate you, I want you to die.
I feel suspicious. I feel weirdly called out. I don't know why.
No, I just don't attack you in the first place.
I legit think if the tank has too much AC, the party starts dying more because enemies get their
enemies just stop targeting.
Enemies start getting like really high attack modifiers, or they start ignoring the tank, and then then your allies are like, I have 13 AC.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is this is like a problem of just like what is it called, of aggro like direction, right? Which is why Ancestral Guardian is so good, because it's just like,
guys,
what?
I think that's a them problem.
That's why you have high AC on the squishy.
Well, here's my caveat. You're not a tank as a cleric. You actually want high AC.
No,
you want them
you want the highest AC possible, and you get proficiency with heavy armor. I would say that honestly, heavy armor proficiency is way better. So it's probably the best proficiency you can get as a cleric at the
100%. And then you get to make it magical at level 1, and that's like gonna fall off a little bit, but I still think it'll last you a good while.
You start with
up to 15 strength, and then they're golden.
Yeah, like I mean, like the thing is that you start with chainmail as a cleric if you can wield heavy armor, which as this one you can. You get +1 AC to it. That's like 17 AC out the box. Like, so the second you get plate armor, you have 19 AC. Like that's very competitive.
And then you hit 6th level, you get 20.
Yeah, the 6th level feature is very strong. I think the 2nd level feature is fun, but it's not very good.
Okay, all right. I see where you're coming from, and it definitely does not scale. But I don't think that's bad. I think it's actually pretty damn good at early levels, bordering on amazing in new circumstances. And
I think it's a lot worse than that shadowy clone one ability.
So the thing is that Blessing of the Forge is weird because it's more broadly used, I would say, but less broadly applicable in terms of like how much actual returned value you get. Just because like the case in which you want a magic weapon, you really want a magic weapon, and from levels 1 to 5, you're really not going to have access to a lot of magic weapons. I would say that's not a very hot take. Like you're not really gonna get even a +1 weapon until you hit like level 5 usually, right?
Wait! I thought we were talking about the Channel Divinity.
No. Okay. No, I'm talking about Blessing of the Forge still. We can talk about the Channel Divinity if you want.
Oh, no.
We did mention. I'm sorry, but last thing about we're assuming that if you want a magic weapon, it's not you that's going to use the weapon, right?
Yeah. No. We are definitely assuming that. We are definitely assuming that.
Yeah. You're giving it to your barbarian. It's. I like that as a cool way to support a party.
I think it's a really cool way to support your party, because like this is like magic weapon, the spell, but if it was actually like halfway decent, because like magic weapon is not usable at all.
It just has that sad downside of sad forged dwarf cleric cries in corner as party frolics along with different weapon in tow,
with different cool magic weapons. Yeah, see,
it becomes your armor.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like that's a nice consolation prize. I will say that like this might generally just be a problem with the way that Dungeons and Dragons treats magic items as like relics of a bygone era when they could create magic weapons instead of something that is actively being created in the world.
I wish you could make a magic weapon have a +1 bonus, or make a magic armor have a +1 bonus, so this doesn't become literally worthless.
I mean, I was gonna say, I honestly don't even think it would be broken with that. I think that it would just ensure that the feature can still be used at later levels.
I dislike when features become 100% useless.
It does feel really bad.
I know you do, Dan. I just don't think that's a huge hit against it, because when it matters is the early levels, and that's when what we most care about.
Yeah,
player satisfaction is important.
I mean, I would say this is honestly not that unsatisfying for a player to go through and use up until the point at which it starts to like become unusable because everyone has magic weapons. But at that point, like everyone has magic weapons, you're gonna be happy about that. But like again, like we haven't talked about it super much, like because a lot of these 17 level abilities have not been very good. But like leveling curve does matter, right? And like this is really, 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 really good in the early. Like I would say that this cleric excels early game.
Well, giving a +1.
I don't think it's that good.
+1 weapon to one of
I
your.
don't think it's like an S tier in the early game, but I think it's like a lot better than.
I don't even think it's A tier.
I'd give it A tier.
I think it's
I think it's
an early game A tier, and I think that the leveling curve balances out enough that to me this ends up being somewhere in like low B tier.
If you happen to be fighting monsters that are that need magic weapons to like either take damage or not take half damage, this is A or S tier. If you are not fighting those, this is B tier.
It's +1 to hit.
That's not very good.
+1,
okay.
well, +1, right? It's +1 to hit, +1 to damage.
It's okay.
+1 is to me good. Sorry.
I think
especially at low levels.
I honestly think that is pretty good at lower levels. Like you're gonna have lower modifiers. You're gonna be facing creatures with the same AC that you're gonna be facing up until level like 11. Really,
it's an ASI at a low level for your barbarian or for your fighter, whichever, or for you if you want.
It's a movable ASI.
It's flexible.
It's a collective ASI.
I think
collective
it's good.
2 skill, collective 2 ability points. But I also don't think that the second level Challenge Divinity is like that bad either, especially at lower levels.
Why?
Right? What do you mean why?
Why is this not bad?
Why is this not bad?
Just go to a fucking shop.
No.
This is only good in the wilderness campaign.
Okay. No. Okay.
Go on.
I will say it does kind of hurt that you can only create 100 gold pieces worth of equipment, and
it costs that,
and that you need the metal equal to the creation, which is not how creating things works.
Yeah, you save nothing.
You do save absolutely nothing.
Dan, I thought this was actually niche and decent, and you've actually just convinced me that it's bad.
It's garbage.
It's really bad. Anything that you can buy, you can spend the exact amount that you have in metal for that item.
It's only good in the wilderness campaign.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, I guess you're right.
It's actually really bad. Unless you need to duplicate a specific thing like a key, but you have to have the original.
You have to have the key.
No, you're right. This is too niche.
This is really bad.
Channel Divinity. Oh boy, I get to do it 3 times.
Yeah, I loved the flavor of this initially, and I was thinking to myself, like, I played with Cleric briefly, and I was like, I never once got to use it, and now I've just realized why.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
No, you're kind of right. You're kind of right.
This is one of the worst channels.
This is
but it is one of the best 6th level features we've seen.
Yeah, that's true. Resistance to fire damage, most common non-physical damage type in the game, +1 to AC. Those are really, really good. Just like solid passive bonuses to get. Not super interesting, but it was good.
Very boring, very good. Divine Strike, oops.
Yeah, Divine Strike feels like it's here only because it has to be on the Forge Cleric, right?
Yeah.
Which is like such a shame because it's such a like why?
Maybe now is the time to talk like, your Forge Cleric, do you want to hit that enemy with your hammer and maybe do some extra, or do you want to Toll the Dead them for more damage?
See, yeah, that's the funny thing is I don't think that they knew exactly how. I don't think they know exactly how bad using a weapon is as a cleric. Like, obviously, okay. Caveat. Until you get extra attack, you're pretty much the same as like a 1st level fighter.
But this is meant to counter. This is meant to
counter extra attack.
Yeah,
this is meant to counter extra attack, and it's far worse. It's so much worse. It's not even funny.
This is even in the best case. It's like, if an enemy does approach me and I can't get away, and I don't want to just disengage and run, honestly. I want to hit them. But the better thing to do is just Toll the Dead.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll do more damage and be more likely to hit because you have higher wisdom.
I mean, to be fair, we do have to admit that Toll the Dead is kind of an overtuned cantrip.
A little bit, but even if it was a D10, it would still be better.
But yeah, you're using cantrips. You're a spellcaster. Like, very, 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 very few classes in the game get away with being able to mix casting and melee in a way that actually like works.
Yeah.
And in most
yeah.
cases, it's because they're melee first characters that get access to a couple of utility spells.
At best, this might make your melee attack do equal damage to your cantrip, but if you had the other 8th level feature, bam, your cantrip now does like 5 more damage. That's way
your
better.
Your cantrip does 5 more damage, and you don't have to fucking waste points like investing into your attack stats.
Investing in strength. This cleric wants to have 15 strength.
You want to have
and
15
no
strength exactly, and no more.
It means you have a 2 strength modifier to try to hit with your melee attacks.
Oof. Yeah, not good. Yeah,
but
no, I guess
level.
you're right. I think this is a C tier class.
Wait, but 17th level, we can talk about how good 17th level is.
You get immunity to fire damage, most common damage type in the game. You get resistance to non-magical attacks. It's really good.
Permanently.
Like non-magical, magical attacks are actually surprisingly uncommon. We had a long conversation about this off stream. But like most things you will encounter in the game, as written and in general, will not do magical damage to you unless it is like one of a couple of creatures or a like an NPC that is like basically a player character, right? Someone holding a magic weapon, right?
Okay. The sad thing about this class is there's no active abilities. You just walk into combat and you do what normal cleric stuff. You have nothing. You have no choices to make in combat.
You are a cleric. It's boring, but I don't think...
Just a cleric with armor.
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is an S tier cleric.
No.
Yes, it is because it gets animate objects.
Yeah. Okay. Spell list. Animate objects. Super good. Actually, no joke.
That is true. Animate objects is a good one. Wall of Fire is good.
Wall of Fire is okay. Honestly, for a cleric, it's not bad.
Heat metal and identify have niche uses.
Heat metal is one of those things where it is really good in the situation in which you will be using it.
And in some campaigns, identify apparently is very, very useful.
Oh, I'm sure. Identify would be is potentially useful. Heat metal is like one of those things that really is only useful if you're fighting like human enemies, or enemies that have the wherewithal to wear armor because they can't take the armor off, and that's like really good. But in those cases, it's really good, honestly.
Oh yeah.
So how do we rank this? As a class that's pretty good, but basically doesn't have a channel divinity, so no active abilities. Even though the rest of its features are pretty okay, it's divine strike.
Did we have one of those?
Did we? Not really.
Not quite.
No, they all had some uses.
I would say Forge is, it to me is like, it fulfills a niche to me. Even though its abilities seem pretty general, and
does it fulfill a niche? It does not fill a mechanical niche. It fills a role playing niche.
Yeah, it fills.
But that's not what we're ranking.
It fills the niche of your party has no magic items, but that's not an amazing niche.
That is the one niche, and
it doesn't excel at it. It does okay. That said, I don't think. Yeah.
All the things.
I don't think this cleric is. I think you agree. We can delete the channel divinity, but everything else about it is pretty good. Although we had some disagreements about Blessing of the Forge. It gets some decent spells, particularly high level spells, which I like, and it even has a couple. Well, it has one.
I would say
good
magic weapon,
level.
elemental weapon, completely worthless.
Yeah. Fair enough.
You say magic weapon is completely worthless. That's what Blessing of the Forge is.
Yeah, but Blessing of the Forge is free.
It's free and not concentration.
Like I know you're being. I know you're kind of joking, but like, you know why magic weapon is bad.
I know the concentration.
Yeah.
If magic weapon wasn't concentration, it might be worth casting spells at low levels, and then it immediately falls off into obscurity and worthlessness once you have magic weapons.
Yes, but that's
honestly okay. I will say this: Searing Smite is not the worst spell.
It's pretty awful.
No, it requires you to melee.
It's a concentration and it requires you to melee. It is one of the worst spells.
It's a terrible spell.
Oh, no, you're right. It's bad. You're right. It's concentration. Yeah, no. I just like it because if a creature fails, it has to use its action to put it out.
Bad, Josh. Bad. No melee.
No. It's a first level spell. Melee is okay until you get to extra attack.
It's
okay. I'll accept.
Okay, up until like 5th level or something.
It's okay. Like, obviously, I think
you have nothing.
Yeah, no, it's okay until it's okay until 5th level because you don't want to be burning all your spell slots because you don't have a lot.
Nope, you're exactly correct. I will accept that.
Yeah.
I will accept
But
that statement of melee is okay until 5th level.
But
that is.
but as soon as your meleeers get the ability to extra attack, like and you get the ability to have more access to more spell slots and more spells, the opportunity cost goes so far like up that it's not worth doing it anymore. Like that's the big problem, right? Is that
what are we ranking it?
I think it's a C tier class.
Right now we're averaging 20 minutes per. We have, another like many hours to go.
C tier.
C tier is acceptable.
C tier sounds fine to me.
Okay, next.
I almost want to do B, but I don't think it quite hits it.
No, I don't think so. Even I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay, Great Domain. Oh, I like
F
this.
tier.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
I was gonna say, excuse me.
I swear it's a joke. Please resurrect me.
Would you like to have a word with me?
No.
It
All right,
seems
Josh,
you find the
explain your
terms of our
choices,
contract unagreeable. Unfortunate.
No.
Perhaps
get your erotic roleplay out of here.
Smith John is not someone I want to get on the wrong side of.
Grave clerics are the other side of the death clerics. Where death
those
clerics
spells
are like
suck.
About death. Yes, they're really bad. So you get Bane and False Life, completely dead slots. Gentle Repose, niche. Very, 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 very niche. Ray of Enfeeblement, bad. Revivify, niche. Vampiric Touch, it's not that good, honestly. Blight, pretty okay. Death Ward, niche. Anti-Life Shell and Raise Dead. Raise Dead is fine. Anti-Life Shells.
I think you're pretty happy to have Revivify auto-prepared for you forever.
Yes, correct. The fact that it doesn't take up a spell slot for me, nice.
It's a good spell, but I think it's also a niche spell. I don't think people die that much, and if they do die, I don't know that you want to.
I think it depends on the game, but I think you're right that in general,
it's really worth 100
people
gold.
Don't die super often, but also like
or if they do, they're not getting resurrected a lot because the whole party fucking dies.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Circle of Mortality. You gain the ability to manipulate the line between life and death. When you would normally roll one or more dice to restore hit points to with a spell to a creature at 0 hit points, you instead use the highest number possible for each die. In addition, you learn Spare the Dying, which doesn't count against the number of cantrips, Good. For you, it has a range of 30 feet, and you can cast it as a bonus action. This is just a nice freebie, honestly.
I love that. I don't think it's stellar, but it's nice.
the first part of that ability is the good part.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree.
But I don't even...
You're right. Actually,
but I will say this about the Spare the Dying cantrip, which is very niche situations. But if, for instance, somebody has some death saves, you can just use this to reset it if your enemies are double tapping.
Yeah.
But
niche.
I mean, obviously, you could also
remember we're supposed to read all of these, Josh.
Okay.
That one's on me. That one's my fault. I apologize.
You gain the ability to occasionally sense the presence of the undead, whose existence is an insult to the natural cycle of life. As an action, you open your awareness to magically detect undead until the end of your next turn. You know the location of any undead within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover and isn't protected from divination magic. This sense doesn't tell you anything about a creature's capabilities or identities. You can use it equal to your wisdom mod. You gain them all back on a long rest. Second level Channel Divinity. You mark another creature's life force for termination. As an action, you choose one creature you can see within 30 feet of you, cursing it until the end of your next turn. The next time you or an ally of yours hits the cursed creature with an attack, the creature has vulnerability to all of that attack's damage, and then the curse ends. At 6th level, you can negate crits within 30 feet of you. It's equal to your wisdom mod. At 8th level, you get the only real 8th level cleric ability, which is potent spellcasting. At 17th level, you gain the ability to, if an enemy dies, when an enemy you can see dies within 30 feet of you, or one ally of your choice that is within 30 feet of you regains hit points equal to the, you or one ally of your choice that is within 30 feet of you regains hit points equal to the enemy's number of hit dice. You can use this feature only if you aren't incapacitated. Once you use it, you can't do so again until the start of your next turn. Okay, let's talk about this. I'm
weird.
Currently playing one of these. This is a really weird one because not many abilities target an enemy's hit dice or base anything off of that, but this has some potential, I would say, but it's 17th level. It's kind of weighted pretty lowly, but all right, let's talk about this because I mean we're gonna talk about the Channel Divinity, right?
The Channel Divinity is like the reason why you play this class.
This is so strong. Like giving up your here's the thing, giving up your action kind of hurts, but giving up your action to give one of your big chungy boys big attack super good. Vulnerability is very uncommon in the game, and there's a pretty good reason for that.
The only downside with this is that it doesn't work on stuff like Fireball or Meteor Storm if you happen to get to that level, because it's attacks.
It is only attacks. It's only one attack. It's the next attack, so it's like a little bit more difficult to use super optimally, but you'll find a way.
Typically, the people that use attacks are people who use multiple attacks, which means each attack is smaller.
Yeah, I was gonna say, ideally you use this with like with somebody with heavy attack, which some games obviously ban because it's busted as fuck. But
yeah, well, ideally you actually use this with something with an attack roll, like what's the one that turns people to zombies?
Finger of Death.
Finger of Death, right?
Yeah, so that is the other use case for it, right? Because spells really strong, very good at doing a lot of damage dice at once. Obviously you can't use AoE spells like Fireball or any saving throw spells like Disintegrate.
Oh, that one's a con save. That one doesn't even work.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And Disintegrate's a dex save, isn't it?
Yes, it is. There really aren't a lot of amazing.
There aren't a lot of attack roll spells, mostly because at the higher the spell slot level goes, the worse it feels when you miss your attack and your spell slot is just gone, which I think is why most of them are just like.
Too bad they made those saver sucks. It didn't matter anyway.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think what is like
You're far away.
Is there a high level targeted spell? I'm not actually sure there is.
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Like
I'll look it up, but I don't think so either.
Like honestly, like a Blade of Disaster.
Oh, wow!
Okay, isn't that like a new one that's like Matt Mercer or something?
No. That's in Tasha's, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Tasha's
really? Is it Tasha's?
Yeah, it's the 9th level spell in Tasha's that they added.
9th level.
Yeah.
And the only reason it works is because it conjures an actual thing that you make attacks with, instead of just being one attack. Yeah. In general, spells tend to follow the rule of being guaranteed value saving throw spells, but yeah, like vulnerability is always going to be good.
But at early levels, this is basically your melee fighter gets one extra attack.
Yeah.
Which is good.
It also kind of depends though, because again,
one extra hit actually.
Hard to account for an extra hit. So hard to account for things like magic weapons and stuff, but if you have a good magic weapon, like even like just consider like a flame tongue, right? Is that like the value of that like starts to really go up, right?
Oh yeah, a flame tongue with this, that's a lot of value.
Like rolling double damage dice is statistically, is it worse than just doubling a normal roll? I'm pretty sure it is, because then you get to double the bonuses too. I'd have to math that out.
Okay. Well, someone with a great sword, swinging a great sword that's flame tongue, is gonna do about 19 damage, and that's just a fighter. A barbarian might do a bit more with their rage damage or whatever, but 19 damage, double it. That's basically like you used your action and channel divinity to do 19 damage.
I'd say that's pretty good. Yeah,
it's not bad with a flame tongue.
But like, I will say it sounds much less overwhelming than initially when you hear the word vulnerability because of those restrictions. But like, I'm not gonna deny. And I did 50 damage the other night, so just got a flex.
That was a crit, and you have great weapon master.
Yeah, right. That's the other thing, right? Is that this can potentially spike super hard if you do something. If you have like a barbarian. Honestly, I honestly think that this probably over fighters this favors barbarians, because barbarians are reckless attacking. They have
this really favors
critical.
Paladins though.
Oh yeah. That's the big one, right?
I forgot about
you just thought of that, huh?
It's Paladins and Warlocks. Anyone able to Divine Smite just like eats this shit up.
Holy shit!
That's the highest value for sure.
This with a Paladin's Divine Smite, just throw out a fifth.
I would also say this. It has some niche utility uses if a creature is resistant to a type of damage that you deal, because you just overcome it and you override it with vulnerability.
That's pretty funny.
It also has the benefit of it scales.
Yeah.
100% it scales all the way through.
So yeah, I think it's good. I actually don't think it's broken.
I don't think this is broken at all.
Agreed.
But I think this is a strong channel divinity.
Mhm.
Yeah, like if if the rest of the features on this class were also strong, this could be an S tier class. But I don't think the rest of the features are going to be that strong.
Well, okay. So Circle of Mortality is just kind of nice. It's not like great.
Yeah. You won't turn it down, but I don't think it's game changing hugely.
But I will say this: it does have the benefit of kind of pushing the heal juggling from you get up and then you just go down again, and then you get up and you just go down again, to you potentially eat another hit and then you go down.
It does mean if you're in a campaign where people aren't going down and fights are generally easier and less deadly, you don't have a first level feature.
You don't have a first level feature. It's true. Yeah. This only has value if people are going down, which are if you're in a pretty deadly campaign is going to depend on your game for sure. I think people go down more than they die. Very few people play with double tapping because it can very quickly get very, 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 very frustrating.
And also, enemies can so quickly kill you.
Like, yeah, that's one of those things, is that like double tapping is one of those rules that you have to really strongly buy into. And I'm gonna tell you this right now: if you are ever playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons and somebody double taps, like if your GM is double tapping and they haven't consulted you first and they haven't gotten your explicit consent, don't play in that game anymore, because that sucks dick.
Yeah, it's not a good role playing experience for most people.
It's like, obviously,
it's something you have to ask about beforehand.
Yeah, if you want to play like that kind of like meat grinder kind of game where you just want to be churning out characters all the time, build like an optimal build, like you're basically playing Dungeons and Dragons like people play a Pokemon Nuzlocke. Like, sure, fine, go for it.
It's like if someone's like, hey, let's come watch a movie with me, I'll pick the movie, and then they put on Scream and don't ask you.
No. It would have to be even worse than that, right? Is like, because at least horror movies are like a fairly common. Hey, perfectly second. Thanks for the raid.
Dan, do you want to unpack that?
At least, Dan, have you been traumatized?
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
That was such a specific. We'll talk later, man.
Which cleric we on? We are on the grave cleric right now. But yeah, you're right. So this people definitely go down more often than they die, though. Is my point. Which, but there are many games where people don't go down necessarily. But it's nice to have in that case if you're playing kind of a harder game, and even if you don't have double tapping, if your boys are going down and you just want to keep juggling them up, this gives them a little more juice in the tank. What's the list looking like? Here's the current list.
We have nothing in S tier or F tier yet, which is surprising.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. This is clerics.
Yeah, cleric subclasses in general feel very
middling.
It might have something to do with the state of clerics in general, but yeah. I don't know.
And I think this one I is not gonna get S tier for me, because
it's not gonna get S tier. I think this is an A tier class.
A lot of features that aren't really gonna do much, and its spells are pretty lackluster.
Spells are pretty meh. This ability is conditional. This ability is pretty much a dead feature. This is like the paladin ability that nobody uses because it's awful. It
does get a little bonus from potent spellcasting. It's Sentinel at Death's Door is fun. I like it. This
is nice, I think. But again, this is a reactive ability, right? You're only using this when you get crit. It's nice to just turn around and go like, yes, big boss monster crit. No, thank you. Or
it's perfect
if, for instance,
on a cleric.
Yeah, it's great on a cleric, right?
Reaction.
You don't use your reaction. It's an efficient use. You're gonna be playing mostly support anyway. So, and for instance, if your barbarian for some reason has like a really strong magic weapon that causes exhaustion on critical hits, it might be pretty good to cancel those.
Wow.
Josh canceled 2 of my crits during our last session because, I needed it.
I think I ended up canceling 3.
Was it 3? You may have canceled 3 of my crits.
I think I only had 1 use left, and 1 I used on Mads.
Oh,
and
God,
you let one of them through.
Cool.
Yeah, no. To be very.
Why would any DM ever do that to a barbarian? I wonder.
Why would the DM
Why would the DM
enter
do
a contract for a cursed axe?
I asked him if it was cursed. He said it wasn't.
You asked him if it was deadly cursed. It wasn't deadly cursed.
No, it was just normal cursed. That
It was
eventually
just a
ramps
little
up
bit
to
cursed.
deadly.
That's just semantics.
It's
welcome to the
equally
devil,
as
dude.
deadly to the enemy.
We're gonna have to have words about that statement, but instead we're gonna move on to the 17th level ability, which is the only one we haven't really
Barbarians
talked-
broken? No. This is the one that we haven't really used yet because we're not 17th level.
It's also hard to judge.
This is really hard to judge. I will say like what this is a this doesn't use any action whatsoever. This
It
is
just happens
this
once
is just
per
free.
turn.
This is just free juice box HP.
Oh, I thought it was a
Anytime you kill
reaction.
anything within
Once
an
per
amount
turn,
of distance
right?
to you. Once per
Yeah.
turn. That's
The
potentially
amount of health and stuff you're getting back from this is not as much as you would think.
Agreed.
I didn't think it was that much to begin with. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Okay. Generally, let's say in a normal fight at 17th level, you might be fighting. Let's say you're fighting an ancient dragon and a whole bunch of kobolds. Each of those kobolds, if it dies on your turn, you're gonna get 1 or 2 HP,
Yeah.
which is great. And if you kill the ancient dragon, the fight's over. But you'll get, I think,
But you'll
20
get, like,
28 HP. Yes. So at most
28.
you're getting 20.
It's
to
not
30,
like
which is-
it's not like super outstanding.
That's
but
pretty irrelevant. If the mega boss monster dies, the combat's over.
and you're still not getting. You're getting a decent amount of healing. But yeah, I agree. That said, it's free.
It's
getting
free,
someone up from 0.
It
That's
needs a
really-
fight where there's like a whole bunch of like challenge rating 10 monsters that each have like 12 hit die. So you get 12 hit points per each of them or something.
Yeah, I mean it's like a little bit of free sustain. It's not anything outstanding, but
It's not very good
It-
though.
yeah, I don't think it's amazing, but I don't think it's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little underwhelmed, but it's not.
I don't. The thing is, I
well.
don't even think we have to talk about the 17th level feature
No.
to make
Yeah,
a
let's
judgment
rank
about it. I think this is an A tier class.
Mm,
Oh,
I don't
no.
know. I don't think it's an A tier class. I don't
Do you think
think
this
it's
is
that good.
B?
I'm a little bit with you, except for the fact that I do think Sentinel at Death's Door is pretty good.
It's alright.
It's really unique, which I do appreciate. Like nothing else in the game nullifies crits. Pretty much.
Adamantine
It's-
armor, but
Most of the enemies'
nobody's
crits
gonna get that.
are
But they
gonna.
don't always matter.
This is like use your reaction to save your ally like 10 health.
Yeah, because it only has it less than halves the damage. So I see your point there that like it's not the biggest deal breaker.
And then the channel divinity, use your action to do like 12 damage, and then it scales up to maybe 25 damage. It's not that
And then
much.
spells are a little bit underwhelming.
Spells
Very
aren't
then-
underwhelming.
And then it has features that are fairly niche. Let me look at where the other subclasses are. Let's do a comparison to the A tier and the B tier
good,
stuff.
Good news. Next level, I get another free raise you spell.
Oh yes! Oh thank God. I was worried. This is the one. Although this one is still bad.
This
if
one
I
is
get
not as good as Revivify.
Mhm. I think the Death Cleric is better than this one.
You think Death
Than the
Cleric
Grave
is
Cleric.
better than Grave Cleric?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Double Toll the Deads.
I don't.
Maybe
How much has Josh told the dead?
once, but that's because
Okay,
I usually just saying.
have we talked about the Grave Cleric's Eyes of the Grave being just garbage?
Yes, we've
Yeah.
talked about how it's
Okay.
the paladin ability that sucks.
Yeah,
All
it's
right, anyway,
awful.
go on. What were you gonna say?
I'm okay.
No, okay, yeah, I think you're right. I think it's probably a B tier. I think
think it is,
you're
yeah.
right. I think in general, too many of its abilities are either niche or dead,
Mhm.
like the Eyes of the Grave,
The overall.
or require some. I think that Path to the Grave is a potentially better feature, but only if you build around it
Mhm.
and if you
Like,
play
I
around
see
it.
a lot of parties where this feature is gonna go unused or be underwhelming.
Yeah, but I would put it this way. I'd take Path to the Grave over the Death Cleric Channel Divinity like any day.
Yes.
Just 'cause okay, cool.
Yeah. I think it's more broadly
I think so.
applicable. It's more broadly useful.
I think it does more for what a cleric should be doing, which is supporting a party.
Yeah, in general, I would say that like I have trouble ranking this because it's more of a defensive, like reactive cleric. You don't have a lot of active things to do aside from marking an enemy for termination, which is not, I don't think, the worst channel divinity by far. Like obviously, you know, it's about 17 damage. You know, it can be kind of underwhelming, but it so highly depends on the circumstances.
It's channel divinity is better than beauty most of the time, or at least less niche than beauty.
I think you're right though. It's probably
Better
on
than
par
blood.
with or slightly worse than death. So probably a B tier.
Yeah. I think it's. I don't know that it's worse than death, but I do think it's B
Is B
tier.
tier above average? Is that what we decided?
I mean, Well,
Should we put Grave in C?
Based on this tier list, C tier is slightly below average and B tier is slightly above
Slightly
average.
above
Are you
average?
saying are you saying like maybe like beauty should be C tier?
No, I'm saying maybe Grave should be C tier just so it's exactly average for Mr. Smith John.
No.
I think it's better than Forge.
No,
Okay.
neither C or B are average. They are both above average and below average on our tier list. See? The midpoint is between them.
I think that's true. Just depends on which side of them they fall. All right, let's talk about knowledge. I don't disagree. I think it's a B tier class then.
Yeah.
Sadly.
We'll find some outliers soon.
I like the vulnerability. I think it's unique and cool, and not a lot of things interact with it.
And they don't got a lot else going for them besides it though.
In terms of raw power, it's probably B tier. But like, I would play Grave Cleric. They're cool. They have unique stuff.
I think Grave
totally
Cleric
cool.
is easily one of the like coolest clerics in terms of like the flavor of a cleric. It feels so different from like other kind of like death-based clerics. Like the death cleric is like that I'm an evil cleric, whereas the Grave Cleric is literally just like I am this midpoint here. I am the shepherd to guide the souls of the lost to their restful end.
Ooh, are you ready for a bad cleric?
Okay, knowledge domain. Command: identify, augury, suggestion, non-detection, speak with dead, arcane eye, confusion, legend lore, and scrying. At first level, you can learn 2 languages of your choice. You become proficient in your choice of the 2 following in 2 of the following skills: Arcana, History, Nature, or Religion. Knowledge domain. When you want to be a wizard in armor. I don't even think it's as good as a
No,
wizard.
it's not. We did that one.
This is
Starting
great.
at
Execution is great.
Dan.
Yeah, you're
Starting
right.
at second level, you can use your channel ability to tap into a well of knowledge. As an action, you choose 1 skill or tool. For 10 minutes, you have proficiency with a chosen skill or tool. And then you also get read thoughts, which is this just the read the tech thought spell
At 6th level.
at 6th level. Creature must make a whiz save. If the creature, it's an action, 60 feet, succeeds, you can't use this feature on it again until you finish a long rest. If a creature fails, you can read its surface thoughts when it's within 60 feet of you. During this time, you can use your action to end this effect and cast the suggestion spell on the creature without expending a spell slot. The target automatically fails its saving throw against the spell. You said suggestion was not terrible. I don't remember what this does.
No, suggestion's quite a good spell.
Yeah, okay.
Suggestion is quite good for its spell level for a 2nd level spell.
Okay. 8th level, you get potent spell casting, and then at 17th level, you get visions of the past.
That's a lot of
1
text.
minute in meditation and prayer. You gain visions. You meditate for a number of minutes. You can meditate for a number of minutes equal to your wisdom score, and must maintain concentration as if you were casting a spell. You can use it once for short or long rest. Object reading. You can see visions of the object's previous owner. After meditating for 1 minute, you learn how the owner acquired and lost the object, as well as the most recent significant event involving the object and that owner, etc., etc. Area reading. This is not a good feature.
Wait, within a number of days equal their wisdom score? Ugh.
That's bad. Okay, all right.
Wait, read area?
Read the last one.
Oh,
we didn't get to
fine.
hear the last one.
As you meditate, you see visions of recent events in your immediate vicinity, a room, street, tunnel, clearing, or the like, up to a 50-foot cube, going back a number of days equal to your wisdom score. No, wisdom score, that's better than modifier. I thought it was like 5 days.
Oh, okay. I misread that.
For each minute you meditate, you learn about 1 significant event, beginning with the most recent. Significant events typically involve powerful emotions such as battles and betrayals, marriages and murders, births and funerals. However, they might also include more mundane events that are nevertheless important in your current situation.
That Now we can actually talk about it because we read it. All those events are most likely to have occurred months or years ago.
Yeah. Okay. I was
within
gonna
the
say
last
this.
20 days.
I was gonna say, is it weird if I think that this day's
Restriction
limitation
is not
very
even.
weird, because most of this is not going to occur within that unless you're actively tracking an event, in which case there's going to be signs of the event left over anyway.
Yeah. Are there other ways? Are there other ways of gaining info about a significant event that occured at a spot in the
last 20 days?
Yes, it's Dungeons and Dragons. Do we need to?
Oh my God, yes.
And the objects. Oh, you steal someone's thing, and then you look. How did you get it? He's had it for years. He did not get it within the last 20 days. You learn nothing. Oh, okay.
How did he lose it? You stole it.
Oh no!
Ah, what's insights?
Okay,
How the
okay.
owner acquired and lost it? Like,
I will say, for the object reading, it doesn't have the same limitation. So you just learn how the owner acquired and lost the object. It doesn't have a day limitation.
If the object was owned by another creature in the recent past,
within a number
of days equal to your wisdom score, you could spend 1 additional minute for each owner to.
So if something has changed hands, you can track it.
okay.
So this isn't like you can only tell if they received it in the last 20 days. No.
If you stole it in the last 20 days, you can learn about them.
Yes, and technically by this reading, you can also learn about yourself and how you obtained it.
That's great. If we look at I think this 17th level feature is clearly niche, which is new because most 17th levels features we've seen on clerics have been very usable.
Very usable or very unusable or very nothing. This is actually usable. In general, I feel like the power level of this class is kind of in question, but I don't think you would be taking this class in a primarily combat focused game, which obviously makes it niche, but does it function?
Okay, but Josh, there's rank. Just because something's niche doesn't mean niche goes into the niche rank. Niche, there's ranks within niche.
No.
Remember that shadowy? Let me finish this. Remember that shadowy whispers bard? It was niche, but it was like mega niche. This one is mega niche, where it's very unused, very rarely usable.
But hear me out. I'm not saying that all niche is the same. I'm just clarifying that this is niche, right?
Yes. And
I'm not saying that all niche should fulfill the same rank. I think that we should rank them based on how well they fulfill that niche. Keeping in mind that in general they're not going to be useful in generalized games.
I don't even think you can solely do that just because this is base PHP.
To me,
it is base.
And it's like the first one. Maybe that's a wrong-headed approach to it. Can you have niche stuff base PHP?
Yes,
maybe.
I think so.
I think so. I
I
just know very specifically that like you can get baited into taking this.
Oh, you can easily get baited into taking this, and then you're just stuck being a cleric.
If you wanted to roleplay a cleric that I know history and I know this 17th level feature is super lackluster.
No, yeah, they should give you way more.
I don't even think it's good in its niche, especially given the one where you can just like ask questions.
I think
Object reading's a little better, but I still don't think it's amazing.
In my opinion, if a subclass is like really good in its niche, it should end up hovering around B or C tier.
I accept that. If it's good in its niche, yes, agreed, 100%. Now we have to decide if this.
Remember, City Cleric was good in its niche, and it was A tier.
True.
But yeah, okay, no. But that's different. Like, because it can't operate outside of its niche, right? Like, there's a difference between a cleric that has no combat features and a cleric that has features that only work in the setting it's written for.
I think we'll broadly be able to tell what rank we're going to be giving things like that. We've been doing fine so far.
Dan wants to consider both in niche and out of niche, and I'm with him.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I mean, but out of niche, City Cleric is like an F tier class, right?
Well, I wouldn't
necessarily say that.
Channel Divinity.
Okay.
I think it is niche, but this one actually does its niche very well.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to learn, The 6th level one. Sorry, the 2nd level one's garbage.
The second level one is not super amazing, honestly.
Okay, it's slightly above garbage.
It's slightly above garbage, just in case you don't have a skill monkey in your party.
Yeah,
but
if it's a skill that no one else
you get
has.
2 free skills and 2 languages, which is useful in certain situations.
Yeah,
Those
the first level's
those
great.
are expertise.
The first level's
really
I
good.
love the first level, and that's proficiency and expertise. I just think I just don't think the 2nd level one's good, but I want to talk about the 6th level one, and I think this is a well designed feature. You can read their surface level thoughts and et cetera, et cetera. That's pretty useful because a knowledge cleric probably wants to learn some thoughts about some important people. And then, since they're looking at important people, they can suggest something for free.
Yeah, I think the free suggestion is super good.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear what you said, but I think suggestion is a very good spell.
I said I think having a free suggestion is really good, and the fact that they auto fail to save if they've already failed to save against your read thoughts, I think is good.
That's amazing.
Well, hold on. No, that just makes it suggestion. That's all that is, which is good. It's a good spell.
Okay, but
you get to read
it's
their
suggestion, and you get to read their thoughts, and it doesn't
60
cost a
feet
spell slot, and it's based on your channel divinity, which you get once per short rest. At 6th level, you get twice per short rest.
And it's 60 feet away and is not a spell inherently, so no one can see you casting this.
So suggestion is like a 2nd level spell, right? Like this is just 2 free suggestion slots every day. Every time you take a short rest.
Like, sorcerers use these shenanigans and they use subtle spell to make sure no one knows they're fucking with people. This one is automatically subtle spelled because it's a channel divinity.
Really? I guess you're right. There's nothing in it that says you do anything.
And because they automatically fail to save, you're not casting a spell. Or you are casting.
Well, actually,
no. What?
It doesn't. It could be that you actually do have to use the verbal and material components because it does say you are casting suggestion. I actually think, I think you will run into that problem, Dan. You would have to subtle spell this, but that's up to interpretation. You'd have to.
Well, I don't think it really matters because that person you're already kind of detecting thoughts on, right?
It might be role played as that person that you're detecting thoughts from a distance, and then at one point you just yell over, "Hey, do this," and then because the magic of your channel divinity makes them compelled to do that.
Yeah, and you can use your spellcasting focus, and as a cleric, it's gonna be like a little religious trinket.
And suggestion.
It's not like you're throwing a gecko's tongue at someone.
Like suggestion typically is something you can generally get away with doing out in the open anyway. More often.
I think very few DMs get super picky about it.
Because suggestion has to be a reasonable thing that they might consider to do anyway.
Yeah, honestly, this to me just kind of greases the wheels of whatever role playing you're doing, or whatever information you're gathering, or whatever you're doing. I think
the player will be happy with this ability. In a
setting, in a game where you're going to be interacting with a lot of people, I think that this is good.
I would love this ability,
especially if you're playing like a social game. I think this is great.
Yeah.
Like suggestion, obviously, it's 2nd level spell, but depending on how we rate the power level of it, we can say that it's strong for its power level or for its spell slot level, and you get it for free.
And it's not like it falls off.
And you get 2 of them every time you take a short rest. At higher levels, you get 3 of them. Like
3.
You say that, but 3 suggestions.
No. That was not sarcastic. I apologize. Move that. God damn it. No, that was not meant as sarcasm.
Okay.
You have to you really have to believe me. I swear to you.
That
sounded so flippant in hindsight. I know, but I really didn't mean that sarcastically.
It's fine.
But we can talk about
that was as you were going. Never mind.
I do think the overall spell list is quite poor, and the 2nd level
bad.
channel divinity is also quite
good.
poor.
This is a really bad spell list, actually.
In fact, I think overall this subclass is very low power level.
Super low power level.
But there's a few things I like about it.
Pretty handy within its niche. I wouldn't say it's like god tier super good, even in the niche.
Okay, here's my one. My one catch is like, what is it competing? Is this a fair thing to consider? What is it competing with in its niche?
I don't think that's unfair.
Well, then I would say it competes with any bard. And I feel like any bard does about this just fine because they get suggestion, and this is slightly better than suggestion. So I will grant you that. But other than that, I think bards are better skill monkeys.
Well, the thing is, you also get access to a lot of like skills and expertise.
Well, we are comparing this to other clerics.
To bards. I know. So you're right. Maybe that's unfair. If you wanted to do a cleric for that niche, this is probably the go-to one.
I mean,
I don't think it is.
Okay, all right. Well, then go. Why?
Wait, would you pick another one?
No.
What's the go-to one? If there is one.
I think if you wanted to play a cleric that wants to go around and get knowledge, you don't pick this one. You pick another cleric that lets you have fun in other ways, and you're just fine at going around and getting knowledge anyway. This one does not help you that much. Okay. The only thing this thing has going for it is its first level feature, and its 6th level channel divinity helps a bit. Like if you want a cleric with some expertise in 2 skills, sure, pick this one. But you're not getting much out of this. This is like, you're not getting much out of this class.
See, I'm inclined to agree, and yet the niche rules we established are.
Well, I never agreed to those. I've been contesting those a lot.
That's fair.
Dan has always been vehemently opposed to the idea that niche is a viable anything. Dan only wants generalist content.
No, you're. I think I've always been suggesting that the tier list is an overall of how good this class is, and we're judging how good it is. This thing fits niches a tiny bit, which means it's not F tier.
Okay, sure. I mean,
but
I don't even
overall.
I don't even
think
it
has so little going for it.
I don't even think we're disagreeing. I don't know why we're arguing about this.
Well, I'm just saying that there's no way this would be a B or C tier.
No, I agree that this isn't a B or C tier.
Yeah, we weren't even really arguing. It's fine. We were approaching understanding.
Like I only mentioned that as sort of a general criteria for what I'm like envisioning, right? Where like if something is like really good within its like specific niche, it might be worth considering as more than F tier, even if it has 0 combat utility. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Right? And like I think we're in agreement about that. I don't know why this keeps coming back up.
Oh, it was
the way you worded it before. You keep wording it way different.
It was very specifically, Josh, and I don't really want to argue about this right now, but I suspect it's the niche roles that are good at their niche should be like C tier or B or C, or is what you said. Was that you?
The way I keep hearing it simplified is niche is around B or C, and I'm like, no, let's not do that. Let's talk.
No, okay, that's not what I mean at all, though, right?
Good.
I'm not saying like niche. If you're okay at your niche, you're automatically a B tier niche class. No.
Okay, cool.
And that's what I've been opposing.
Okay, then we agree.
We're literally on the same page. Yes. Okay. Welcome to Life Domain.
Not, but where did we put it? D.
Oh,
right?
knowledge D tier.
Yes. Okay. Cool.
I think so.
Next.
Too.
Okay, Life Domain, you get Bless, extremely good spell. Cure Wounds, Lesser Restoration, Spiritual Weapon, Beacon of Hope, Revivify, Death Ward, Guardian of Faith, Mass Cure Wounds, and Raise Dead. You get Proficiency with Heavy Armor, super good. First level, you get Disciple of Life. Whenever you use a spell of first level or higher to restore hit points to a creature, the creature regains additional hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. Starting at 2nd level, you can use your Channel Divinity to heal the badly injured. As an action, you present your Holy Symbol and evoke healing energy that can restore a number of hit points equal to 5 times your Cleric level. Choose any creatures within 30 feet of you and divide those hit points among them. This feature can restore a creature to no more than half of its hit point maximum. You can't use this feature on an undead or a construct. At 6th level, the healing spells you cast on others heal you as well. When you cast a spell of first level or higher that restores hit points to a creature other than you, you regain hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. You get Divine Strike. Ew. Starting at 17th level, when you would normally roll 1 or more dice to restore hit points with a spell, you instead use the highest number possible for each die. And that's it. This is the Healbot class.
This class, speaking of niches, fits its niche absolutely perfectly.
Yeah. Healing.
If your class fantasy is being a medic healer, this is SS tier.
Believe it or not, I believe that healing is a niche.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I honestly think that like in many cases you don't want to be healing that much. Honestly, there's a few circumstances in which it's really, really good, but because of the way that like getting knocked out and death saving throws works and all that stuff. Oftentimes the best form of healing is just casting healing word on somebody who's already downed. And at that point, the amount of HP you heal doesn't actually matter that much.
100%. And the cost of healing is so much higher than the cost of dealing damage. So you're actually not getting huge value. Is that what you were about to say, Dan?
No, I was actually going to go the other way. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying there are many D&D players that like to spend their turns not doing damage.
Oh, I know.
And this class, like, it has like Beacon of Hope, Mass Cure Wounds. That's like 30 HP for each party member.
We have to talk about spell list actually in a really interesting way.
Yeah.
Because
spiritual weapon. Ooh.
So like I think almost every single one of these spells on this list is pretty darn good.
Is on the cleric spell list.
But they're all on the cleric spell list, which means they really all they get is more cleric spells.
Wait,
which is kind of bad.
Do clerics always get Beacon of Hope?
Yes. Yes.
Every single spell here, I think, is on the cleric spell list, and I find that really disappointing. And it just hit me because I looked at the spells and I was like, "Wait, hey, those are really good." And then I realized, "But what are you going to take instead of them?" And the answer is, I don't really know. These are all the spells I take when I play.
Yeah, these are all on the cleric spell list, straight up.
It's not like super bad, but it does mean the rest of your spells you might have to start digging deeper into some of the more niche cleric spells.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
it's weird because I want to rate it so highly because they're all good spells, but I think I'm realizing now that the best cleric spell lists are the cleric spell lists that give you spells that aren't cleric spells because they're unique.
Yeah, good cleric spells that aren't cleric spells.
Yes.
I would rather have a okay spell that's already on the cleric spell list than a bad spell that's not on the cleric spell list.
That was my point, which is that I think that it's fine. I mean, it's a little disappointing, obviously, from a meta sort of standpoint, to have all of the spells on your unique spell list just be spells that every cleric gets. But, I mean, clerics do tend to get a lot of, like, niche-er weird spells, and I think it's fine to just free up slots for those. Like,
there's
the thing
plenty
is that,
of other ones they could choose.
That, like, it obviously, it sucks to have a bad spell list, and it kind of feels bad to have a spell list that's just all base cleric spells, but, like, you know, then you can start taking stuff like protection from good and evil, which is like better than people think it is, but also is like only good because it's in the niche that it like like it comes up when it comes up, and you have to prepare spells every day, and you're like, oh, is today the day that I fight good and evil?
You're correct, and you're right. I would never rate this as like an objectively bad spell list because almost all of these are really good. But it is worth considering that I think it's deceptively good and that you could recreate this if you wanted to without much difficulty. Whereas if you look at something like the Forge domain, which had like 2 good spells and just absolute trash everywhere else. Personally, I would rate that higher solely because you get the couple good spells that you wouldn't normally get than like this. But that's a matter of personal opinion. You might disagree.
Very fair. Speaking of, I just realized that for the Forge domain cleric, you could just spend your channel divinity making little tiny objects for your animate objects.
Yeah, you could pick them up too.
Yeah, you can also pick them up. I'm not saying that we should rate it higher.
You're right. Sorry. That was very snippy, but I thought it was funny.
I think it's really weird that the channel divinity for life does not synergize with the rest of its features, and yet the amount of healing it provides is actually pretty substantial.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You can only heal people
30 HP.
You can only heal people up in an emergency though, because they can't get more than half their hit point maximum.
You know, I used to be really underwhelmed by that, but like just the last session we had is just like in my mind.
Imagine
and it's
like five
five
times your cleric, like 40 healing, just kind of like
it's just too fresh to say that that's bad.
Like this cleric would have been great.
So Evan does ask the question, what do you do with most of your turns when you aren't healing because you have no damage really? So actually there are a lot of things that clerics can do if you're not healing, and healing preemptively is much worse than healing reactively. So for instance,
spiritual weapons, Toll the Dead.
Spiritual weapons, Toll the Dead, like if you want to do damage, they actually do damage. I promise you they do damage, and they scale.
Bless.
Well, spiritual weapon doesn't. But here's the big one for me, which is Bless. People think that Bless is not good. Bless is really, 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 really good.
There's
Although that's not a perk for this cleric because
all clerics get blessed.
I'll get the and
Sounds like you guys had to bring out the melee weapon. No, bad. Put it away. Put that back where it came from, or so help me.
No, here's the here's the caveat though. Evan asked, what do you do with most of your turns when you aren't hearing? And it's like, well, you bless them on one turn, and then
you cast spiritual gardens and you dodge pass.
No, you don't cast spiritual guardians because then you
it's
lose your
also
bless.
You're right.
So
you choose one or the other.
You will probably either start healing or start doing something. Maybe even cantripping, and that's
honestly,
fine. I will say. I'm sorry, but like Evan, like Josh is saying that clerics do damage, but there were at least 2 turns where last session they took the dodge pass.
Whoa! I'm not saying that clerics do damage. I'm saying clerics can do damage if they want to, but I'm saying that there's things you can do that aren't damage that are helpful.
Agreed.
Right? Like casting bless. And then I'm not gonna lie to you. If you weren't a barbarian, I would spend every single one of my actions that are sanctuaried. I would spend every single action taking the help action.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Fair.
I legitimately thought about picking up tandem tactician so I could do it more, but then I was like, I'll just dodge pass with spirit guardians.
Yeah, I do think clerics sometimes run out of stuff that they can do because I think that is a bit of a flaw with the class overall. But you're right, it's not like they'll do nothing except for the couple times you did nothing, but that was by choice. You could have done other things.
I could have done other things, but it was optimal for me to not.
Here I have a question
for the longevity of the game or the fight.
How good is it that paladins have lay on hands? How often does it help?
That's that's such a hard question.
I'm thinking
I think it helps a fair bit.
A lot. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, all the paladins that we've played with have gotten good value out of it.
This channel divinity is directly better than a paladin using their entire lay on hands pool, except for the cleric could do it two or 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like channel divinity, as far as channel divinities go, I think this is actually a good one, if not a great one.
Yeah.
Like it's a ton of hit points. Obviously, you can't heal past half max, but like being able to just get an actual second wind in a fight and like just bring everyone back to half HP, especially, I mean, at level 2, it's kind of like, all right, you get 10
HP.
10 hit points. But like even when you're pushing like 5th level, like like I would say this is a feature that actually gets better over time.
It does.
It does scale.
The amount it scales is better than
at 20th level. Just use an action to divide 100 HP among your party, and you can do that 3 times.
That's really good. Like if you have like if everyone in your party is like low, you can basically give everyone another turn of doing things. And like this is the thing, right? One of the most important things to consider in Dungeons and Dragons is not hit points, but action economy. Right? That's the reason hit points are good, is to keep your little guys alive so that they can continue to take actions, which is why spells like Hypnotic Pattern are so good.
I actually view this subclass a lot like the Ancestral Guardian, where Ancestral Guardian is like the one subclass that can actually tank. I think this is the one subclass that can actually
this
heal.
This is the one that can actually heal.
At it.
You're right.
And I think very good.
I think in general, healing is very healing in general in D&D is very like understated because of the use cases of it and how you don't really want to turn everything into just like tank and spank, like heal like a million hit points every like 10 seconds, right? And I get that, right? But you're completely right. If you want someone that can actually heal, like you're gonna play a life cleric to the point where like when you pick life cleric, you are locking yourself into the niche of healing, and we advise a lot of people not to do that actively because we're like, all you're gonna be doing is healing. It's not gonna be fun for you. But some people find that to be fun, to be honest.
That's true.
Can I, because I think we're close to rating this, but can I just like, does anyone think the 6th level ability is good?
A blessed healer.
Can someone justify any good thing about this?
Say, if you cast mass cure wounds on like 6 people or whatever the fuck, then you heal each 5 more for each.
No, it's 1 instance.
and it what happens is when you cast it on them, you get healed for 7 health. Only you.
Oh, that's not good.
It's not.
It
good.
seems really bad.
The only
No,
thing
you're
this
right.
the only thing this is doing is like keeping you like
You're right.
up
That is kinda
longer while you're doing nothing but healing on your turns. Now, mind you, you do get proficiency with heavy armor, which is good. Like this is gold standard for clerics.
That's good. That's the best one.
It's not gonna make you want to stand in the middle of all your enemies, but like when they approach you, it's gonna be nicer.
Oh, Dan, you're thinking of the second one, the Disciple of Life.
Yeah.
That one's pretty decent.
Disciple of Life, I think, is pretty decent.
It's okay.
I think it's good.
It's good enough.
I mean,
I'm not
healing-
gonna. I
healing
don't think
is
it's
already-
crazy good. You'll take it.
Like it's extra healing, right? And depending on what you're casting, like Mass Cure Wounds, you get like
It can
an
definitely make
additional
the
5
difference.
hit points for every person you heal. That's like 30 HP over the course of 6. Like guys, that's pretty
another
good.
channel divinity.
Like straight up, like D&D is a game of like small numbers. In many ways, and this is one of those small numbers that adds up. This is obviously much more effective if you're casting AoE heal spells.
And then
Single target heals, it's garbage.
Single target heals, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't. Who cares?
And then the last thing we have to consider, which is interesting, is the 17th level ability, which I initially was prejudiced against because we were pretty underwhelmed in it in the Grave Cleric, but this is much more broad.
I actually don't think this one is that great.
Wait,
I don't think it's
17th
crazy
level,
good.
because some of the best high level heals are the ones that just
They
give you
heal flat amounts.
Agreed.
Yeah, you stop rolling
And-
dice at that level.
Yeah, I agree.
And heal is not even that good on a cleric,
I think-
a life cleric, because their channel divinity heals more than it.
I legitimately think this is only here to shore up the lower level healing spells.
It makes your old Mass Cure Wounds and stuff relevant again.
Yeah, that's the only thing it's doing.
And I
it's-
think it does that pretty well.
Yeah,
It's
you
okay.
will get. I think you will get some value. I don't know if you need it at 17th level.
It's-
It comes down to how much you value raw healing, which we don't value it.
I
that
don't.
much.
I don't think it's necessarily about raw healing. I think it's about how much power you're giving to the lower level spell slots to incentivize you to use them again. Because obviously, we've talked about it. Like at a high level, in a high level encounter, you're just gonna burn through all your high level spell slots. You're not even gonna reach the lower level ones. But this might be a use case for it. It's definitely niche. It's
You-
It'll
definitely
be satisfying.
I still think it's like you can't just say like, well, it does incentivize you to use them. I agree, but that doesn't. You still have to consider the raw healing power of using them versus like a channel divinity.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
If
And
you're out
I
of
think
channel divinities,
in-
maybe.
Yeah, you have
in
2
most
to 3.
cases you're going to be using channel divinities unless you're trying to heal people above half their hit point maximum. Which I mean, if you're playing this cleric, probably what you're doing anyway. So like, I wouldn't even say it's that bad then.
This is so hard to. Okay, but I'm conflicted about it. It's not bad. It's decent. I think it's decent. I don't think it's stellar. Where
do you want to rank it?
I have an idea.
I have an idea.
Do you?
I think it's too niche for S, but I'm okay with A.
I agree.
I actually.
You want it lower?
I would consider giving it S
You would consider giving this an
Oh.
S tier. Interesting.
because it just fulfills its niche so nearly perfectly.
I think there is something to be said about that. The fact that this basically is the cleric fantasy made manifest.
Mm-hmm. If someone wants, like, hey, can I be a healer in your D&D party? You're like, boy, do I have the subclass for you.
Boy, do
Like-
I have the subclass for you. Anytime somebody's like, "Oh, I want to play healer," like, are you sure you want to spend all your character healing? That's all you want to do? I'm like, yeah. I mean, like, there's people that main mercy, right?
Yeah, there is no healer in D&D that is as good at healing as a life cleric. Not even close.
Yeah, that's very true. I think in terms of raw healing output, like easily an S class. The question is how effective is that overall?
Josh and I both just mentioned that like we're a little bit underwhelmed with raw healing most of the time versus just getting someone back up is probably better. So I
mean,
agree that it excels at raw healing. It's just a matter of, is raw healing something that you should be doing power level wise?
I think this healer is that good at healing that it pushes people back up from dead past the point of they're going to die in another hit They can
Yeah,
survive
okay.
several hits after healing
You
from
know,
a life cleric.
I will say this though. The thing about the Challenge Divinity is, as a feature, obviously, like the Challenge Divinity is like super good.
Like that's 40 HP at 8th level.
But
That's
it
what
also
you're 8th level in the campaign right now.
it also is like a way to heal people in a way that feels like it matters, I guess.
You can
'Cause
divide it up exactly how you want.
This is a hard one for me.
But it's still so. Oh, I'm just torn about. Like I see your point, Dan, but I don't know if I'm quite willing to accept that this would actively be good in a campaign, right? Where you would
You really
want
think
to
this is on the same level as City?
Weirdly,
Cleric?
yes.
So,
because of the niche. I know. Maybe I'm too focused on that.
I think this does its
there's,
niche better than.
there's two. There's. I actually agree with that, but I don't know if it quite meets S tier because S tier I think is supposed to excel in all situations, and this excels in the healing situation, which is broader than some niches, but still.
So
Okay,
I guess the question is
maybe.
how broadly applicable do you think like healing is? How much do you think healing matters as a
I
concept?
see exactly where you guys are coming from, and judging that, you could say that in like about half of all combats, there is no need for
extra
any
healing.
Extra healing, yeah.
And you could
or
say
alternatively,
maybe
or enough healing to get them up beyond 1 hit point.
then you could say I could say
I
also-
tier, just
I think
because
this is
there's
a
so
hard
many
one because
cases where
like
there's many cases where the life cleric might feel like, am I really needed here? Like,
Yeah, well, so that's what I was gonna say is that this is one of those hard ones because it is the point at which the mechanics of the game are grading against the feelings of playing it, right? Because like in general, in a fantasy RPG, you are going to be expected to be doing healing, right? You're expected. Healing is an expected mechanic, right? Like casting healing spells, stitching wounds, keeping people healthy and hale and hearty. But the problem is that when you get to actual like play, especially kind of like more higher level play, I guess you could say. I don't want to say it's like this is the objectively correct way to play Dungeons and Dragons, but like if you actually think about how to optimize your turns,
sweaty play.
Yeah, like sweaty play, right? If you're actually thinking about how to optimize your turns, healing is a very suboptimal thing to do unless you need to heal to ensure someone's action economy is back, like online, right?
Or you literally don't have better things to do, which
Like, you're
for a
literally-
cleric is more common than you'd think.
I mean, okay, that is very true. And there is something to be said about the fact that you can use your action to cast or to use the preserve life ability, and then if you wanted to, you really could literally just use your bonus action then to cast mass healing word as a bonus action, and then that's just like more healing. Like it's like 1d4 plus 5. Like that's honestly like 10 healing on top of the d4. The d4 doesn't really matter that much, but like 12.5 healing. As a third
mass
level
healing
spell.
word is also benefited by this type of life, unless you calculated that already.
I'm calculating that into it, right?
Okay.
Across a party of like 5 people, that's like 60 HP total for a third level spell, which is like pretty nasty actually. That's really good.
At 5th level, that's a fuck ton.
This is hard for me because like on one hand, I see both your points, and I'm like oscillating very rapidly between them. I'm like, does this actually turn healing into less of a niche like thing?
I think it does, but I do think I'm more swayed down to A tier than you're swayed up to S tier.
I think that's probably true.
And then here's my 2 other points. It has no 6th level ability, and it gets Divine Strike.
It does get Divine Strike. That's true. That's true.
The Divine Strike is very tiny.
I know. It's not fair to judge it, but it's very. But you know what?
I'm offended that it's there.
I think mostly we're just saying it's an A tier because there's a ton of campaigns / fights where healing is not necessary because the fights are easy.
Fights. Honestly, healing is unnecessary in like 60 to 75% of D&D games. Period. At the end,
healing is very necessary in our campaign right now because I'm making it brutal.
Yeah, we go fast and we go hard, and even then sometimes like we don't actually heal that much. We literally played a game where we didn't have any person who could cast healing spells. Actually, we've played multiple games where nobody could cast healing spells, and it was never a problem.
Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
That's a good idea.
Okay, let's take a little break here. I'll leave you on this screen so that you can peep at your time. Fine. Resting is too powerful for healing to be a requirement. Resting is very, very strong. You're expected to do okay. The book says you should do 6 encounters per long rest. Nobody does that. Nobody does that. Even though it's written in the book that they're like, this is about how we think you're going to be playing. Nobody does that. Although, to be fair, they've clarified since then, and by saying like they don't expect all 6 to be combat encounters, but it's like what the fuck does that mean? Doesn't whatever. But yeah, resting is super strong. Short rests are obviously the more short rests you take, because honestly, we play where we take way more long rests than short rests. We're not a very short rest heavy party, just because like I don't know. Sometimes it feels like how much more can you fit in this day? Like how much more can actually happen before we have to like question how things work logically in this world. You really want to know what a game would feel like at 6 per adventuring day? It would probably start to feel like a job.
Oh, are we talking about short rest and the expected? Oh,
yeah, we're talking about
buddy.
rest. Like, yeah, resting. Like, you naturally get a lot of healing over time. If you don't need to heal a lot in combat, then you're gonna rest it off anyway. You're gonna rest off that damage.
Dan put us in a scenario where we're in a literal blood war and we're not supposed to get long like rests. Like it's supposed to be end to end fighting,
and we still taking a long.
We still had to get a long rest because we would have fucking TPK'd otherwise. Like straight up. Like
yeah.
to be fair, that was a very hard encounter. But yeah,
I mean, it's also just like the game really like doesn't feel like it was made so that you do that many encounters in a day, honestly. And, like, it would be hard to keep the verisimilitude of the game intact while doing that unless you were actively doing something where it was just like, you're in enemy territory. You could be jumped at any moment. And even then, it's just like, the mode of play is very different, right? Because to us, the way we play D&D is we play it basically like a strategy RPG where we, like, get to, like, make our characters and we get to dress them up and we get to puppeteer them around. And then we get to go into encounters and we like try to figure out how to optimally play it so that we make it out alive, and that's fun for us. Some people do play games where it feels like the point is to whittle you down as much as possible, and that sounds exhausting to me. That's not the part of D&D that I like.
Well, it's you know what part of D&D that is, and the only time where you actually. That number must stem from dungeons, right? The only place that you could feasibly encounter 6 small to medium-sized encounters in a single day is when you're slowly
probably
trekking
right.
through. I think that has to be where it comes from, and it's almost fair because dungeons is in the name of the game that is Dungeons and Dragons. But yeah,
but then they completely shafted dragons, so I don't know.
well, they shafted dungeons too, which is why we don't like playing them.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Dungeons kind of suck. Actually, as it turns out, the core mechanic set of Dungeons and Dragons is fine, but it just so happens that the way that they expect you to play is not actually how anybody wants to play the game.
Some dungeons might be okay as long as they just don't have any traps. There's a dragon at the end of the dungeon. The 6th encounter. That's the thing is if you go through 5 encounters, depending on how hard they are, the 6th dragon encounter could actually be rough. Yeah. I've played very few actual dungeons. Dan has prepped. Hello, Dan. You have actually prepped a couple of dungeons, and they were okay.
I have.
We were talking about the stipulation of what's the expectation, not the expectation, the fact that the DMG states that you should normally have 5 to 6 encounters per long rest, and how absurd that is, but maybe not in a dungeon, and that's like the only environment. And then we got sidetracked off that.
I mean, we've definitely touched on this before, but my biggest problem with dungeons in general, Dungeons and Dragons, is just the idea that the mode of play they want you to be playing is one in which you are just aggressively pressing your face against the window pane of the game and scrutinizing every detail and preparing for every contingency, and that's just not a very fun way to play, in my opinion. Some people like it, but I don't.
Wow.
All
Where
right.
are we at?
where
we
we
are
at?
on light domain.
We have a lot to go.
So you get Burning Hands, Fairy Fire, Flaming Sphere, Scorching Ray, Daylight, Fireball, Guardian of Faith, Wall of Fire, Flame Strike, and Scrying.
S tier.
Bonus S tier. Fireball, S tier class.
No animate objects.
Bonus cantrip. You get the light cantrip. Warding Flare. We know what this does. We read this earlier. You can cause a creature to have disadvantage on an attack roll against you. Second level Channel Divinity, Radiance of the Dawn. As an action, you present your symbol and any magical darkness within 30 feet of you is dispelled. Additionally, each hostile creature within 30 feet of you must make a con saving throw. A creature takes radiant damage equal to 2d10 plus your cleric level on a failed saving throw and half as much damage on a successful one. A creature that has total cover from you is not affected. At 6th level, you get Improved Flare. You can use your Warding Flare feature when a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you attacks a creature other than you. And then 8th level, you get Potent Spellcasting. Congratulations. And then at 17th level, you get Corona of Light. Let's see. Use your action to activate an aura of sunlight that lasts for 1 minute or until you dismiss it using another action. You emit bright light in a 60-foot radius and dim light 30 feet beyond that. Your enemies in the bright light have disadvantage on its saving throws against any spell that deals fire or radiant damage. Okay. Let's talk about it. First things first, Fireball. Good.
It takes Fireball. Speaking of Fireball, for the amount of levels it takes for the Channel Divinity to equal the damage of a single Fireball, you have to get to level 17 before it equals a single level third Fireball.
Interesting.
That Channel Divinity does not scale very well.
The Channel Divinity is a con save.
It's a con save. Although, I will say I think we may have overestimated the weakness of con saves just because con saves, while monsters tend to have high con, I think dragons can have up to +9 or whatever. Almost no monsters, I'm pretty sure, are proficient in con saves, which means they cap out pretty low.
Oh no.
No, that's the same thing. All that matters is the plus amount to your saves.
No. So I don't think so because I think yes and no. I agree and I don't agree, right? I think there's nuances in there because, for instance, this may be a more niche thing than I'm making it out to be, but it's more likely for a creature who is good at wisdom saving throws to be proficient in wisdom saving throws. But I think actually in general you're right, that probably averages out to about the same.
Yep.
Yeah, and I swear half of the creatures in the monster manual that have high con are also proficient in con saving throws.
They don't officially declare it. All that really matters.
They do. They do actually.
Because all that really matters is that the number that is added to your chance of succeeding a con save is high, regardless of if they only have high con or if they have medium con and proficiency or both. It's bad in all three scenarios. That's my take. I think con is compared to any other save in the game. I think the odds of a monster having a higher chance to succeed a con save than any other save is high, which makes con the worst save.
Ancient Bronze Dragon is proficient in dex saves, wisdom saves, charisma saves, and con saves. It has +7 to dex saves, +10 to wisdom saves, +12 to charisma saves, and +15 to con saves.
Okay, I think that's
more than double its dex saves.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is very uniform across monsters. It's very common.
The badness isn't because they're proficient with con; it's because they have high con.
Okay, but yes,
they tend to most of them also are proficient in con too.
Okay, that's the point. That's the point I'll concede if it's true, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I obviously can't make a statement about, but
Now I'm looking through the devils, and more than half of them are proficient with con.
Okay, all right. Well then I'm willing to concede the point then.
Excellent. That was a little more overly enthusiastic than I meant. I apologize.
Anyway.
Basking in your victory.
I'm such an asshole.
Here I am, readily willing to admit that I'm wrong, and all my friends do is laugh at me.
I didn't laugh.
I was happy. Well,
I'll never admit to being wrong again.
I was happy we were in agreement.
Just don't be wrong. Just don't be wrong again.
I'll just never be wrong in the future.
I'm so tired of arguing.
That was your mistake. That's your mistake.
It's so painful. We agree.
No, this is the arguing stream. Get used to it.
Yeah, this is inherently an arguing stream.
Guys, I no longer want to argue.
Good. Agree with every
All
of my
right, it's a
points. then.
2-person tier list now.
No. I'm still here. I'm just gonna always agree with both of you.
Okay.
That's worse.
Very helpful. All right, I think Fireball is bad.
What?
Whoa!
Get out of here. This is my stream. This is my stream now. Fuck you.
Okay, all right. So,
Josh, that took a real
oh my god.
moment in my brain. That was you. You broke me for a second there. No joke. I like forgot the
Processing.
context and was like, "Oh my
Let's look at the other spells. Burning
Okay.
Hands, I don't think is very good. Fairy Fire is pretty okay. Flaming Sphere and
okay.
Scorching Ray, I think, are underwhelming. Although a lot of people like
Agreed.
Scorching Ray.
These are common spells. I wouldn't say they're necessarily good spells.
That's true, but they are spells that clerics don't usually
Yeah,
get.
but as I talked about earlier, all it takes is like 1 or 2 good spells.
I mean,
And this one has
they're
the best
also
spell followed by an okay spell. In
to be fair, they
Qualifier.
are also damaging spells. And at least at lower levels, clerics don't tend to get a lot of those. So
Okay, but there's too many. There's too many damaging spells.
yeah, no, you're probably right about that. I don't think 3rd level needed Flaming Sphere and Scorching Ray.
But
they're
5th level
fire.
and 7th level, those ones
I'm
are
sure
good
there's
ones.
some other spell they could find.
I think
Daylight
people are
and
very happy to have
Fireball.
Wall of Fire.
Daylight is super niche, but Fireball is giga good.
We only listen. Hot take: we only need to talk about the good spells, which is Fireball and Wall of Fire. Both are good. One's amazing. One's pretty good.
Yeah.
It immediately. Most clerics don't have much to do when a horde of enemy comes. They can wade through them with a Spirit Guardians, or they can shatter a small group of them. That's kind of their options. This lets them annihilate horde. Like this dramatically
Fireball.
increases. Yeah, go ahead.
Fireball
Dramatically
will
increases it.
add so much value to any class that has access to it. It literally doesn't matter. If you can cast spells and you don't have Fireball and a subclass gives you Fireball, congratulations. You're already
Which is
good.
really good. Now the cantrip one, I like the bonus cantrip ones. This one's on the weaker side, but it's still nice.
It is weaker. Light is nice if you're, like a normal Humie that doesn't have dark vision, or if you're in a party that is primarily normal Humies that don't have
Like
dark
some of these
vision.
other ones are like, here, take a cantrip and like some proficiencies and pick your cantrip. And this is like, here, take light.
Light's but light's good even if like only one person is a normal Humie that doesn't.
It
have
only
dark
takes
vision.
one.
Yeah, and then it's
Also,
Humie.
light is just
okay.
fun thematically.
Yeah, and I like light as a thing. So
Yep.
yeah, you're
Warding
right.
Flare.
Okay, we
is
talked about
decent,
Warding Flare
pretty
is a
good.
decent ability. Pretty
I
good.
think the Channel Divinity is okay early and falls off very quickly.
I think you're right. Okay, this thing about it dispelling magical darkness is so niche that it's almost not worth talking about. If you run into it, sure, it's great, but like when are you encountering magical darkness that like isn't being cast by someone on your side, right?
It's rare,
It's
and it might
pretty-
happen, but yeah, I
Pretty
don't.
rare, I would tend to say.
I'm not inclined to rate this higher because that line is in there.
I think the best
No. of
time
course
to
not.
look at the Channel Divinity is at 6th level because you get 2 of them. So that's when this thing should be at its strongest. Lowest level
Yeah.
while you have 2 of them. But you also have 3 fireballs at that level.
Yep. So basically, if you're surrounded and you don't have fireballs anymore,
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
You're so right. This Channel Divinity is
It's
bad because you have Fireball. It would
yeah,
be, that's really funny.
it would be
On a
fine.
normal cleric,
on a normal
this would actually
cleric.
be quite good.
But because
because
you have
normal clerics-
fireball, it's bad.
yeah. Normal clerics don't have AoEs, and this is a pretty good AoE on a normal cleric.
So you say you get 3 fireballs at this level?
Yes.
Well, you have 3.
no,
you have
no,
3
it's 6th level.
At 6th level. At 6th level.
Holy
Yeah.
shit,
That's
you're
what I was
right.
doing the
Wow, you just
comparison.
get 2 third level spell slots right at the gate. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's yep.
Yeah,
That's
you're just
how
gonna be
D&D
fireballing.
works.
Honestly, this is fine. But honestly, you're just like okay. As far as a
It's-
channel divinity goes, it's okay. It might arguably be good even in comparison to other channel divinities.
You use this if you want to save resources / if you don't want to friendly fire your allies.
Yeah.
Or if you don't want to fireball yourself.
Yeah, hence
Exactly.
the
You count
yeah.
as an ally.
I am not allied with myself, Dan. I'll have you know. I am my
no.
enemy.
I am my greatest enemy. Anytime you're fighting drow, yeah, pretty much, right?
And 6th level feature. That one is kind of cool,
Improved
I guess.
flare. I like this feature. I think it gives you support options for the flare that aren't just make sure you don't die, which obviously is good
Yeah.
and important and
Yeah.
It doesn't increase your power level, it increases your flexibility, which does help your power level. So.
Yeah, and like especially if you assume that if you want to avoid being on the front lines, like this.
Yeah,
like I know you're going to be close, but
that.
this adds value to something that you might never get value out of otherwise. If with the addition of improved flare, you can always get value out of warding flare. So I actually consider this.
So
I rate that quite highly.
Oh yeah, you can stay at 60 feet back.
Correct. Seven says you might be statistically optimal to friendly fire in almost every situation. It actually is. Period.
Friendly fire. Yeah.
If your barbarian is surrounded, just fireball.
We have fireballed so many party members in the history of our campaign. I killed Dan once with it, which we don't talk about because that wasn't my fault. Yeah, lightning bolt and
that was a
fireball
lightning
bolt. Seriously, come on.
No, lightning bolt is just slightly different because it's a line.
You killed me, and you killed my character. You permadeathed my character in the first turn of the first combat of the campaign.
That wasn't my fault.
We hadn't even done a roll. Like the campaign opened on combat, and then it was gonna be some lore after, like oh, you start in combat, then you'll figure out the world. I died instantly.
That was something.
That was Josh's fault.
Whoa. Why would Dan do this? Okay, improve flare. Okay, yeah. So improve flare. I think Sean's right. I think it gives value to something you might otherwise not use, especially because you don't get heavy weapon proficiency. You're probably not going to be as far in the thick of it. You can be at quite a distance. Potent spellcasting, good. You don't have divine strikes, thank God. And then Corona of Light. This is interesting. It takes an action, which is obviously a pretty rough.
That's an action you could be spent fireballing.
But it improves your further fireballs, and it improves anybody who might want to fireball close to you, which has some uses. Maybe this is gonna.
It does have a pre-combat thing. Like if you know you're gonna be in combat within a minute, you can do it.
Yeah. Like
but the 1 minute's rough.
Oh wait, shit! It's a 60-foot radius. Actually, you can be pretty far.
If it was an hour, it'd be a lot nicer.
Yeah.
I mean, disadvantage on saving throws against fire and radiant spells, two of the most common types in the game, is good. Period. And it increases in value the more people can use capitalize on it. Even if you have one wizard in the party, if you spend your first turn using this ability, I don't think you're really that bad, depending on the kinds of creatures you're facing. If they have 20 HP, just fireball. But
I was gonna say, at 17th level, in some combats, fireball is getting somewhat outdated. It's always good, surprisingly, but your other party members might have spells.
Yeah, they might not want to cast fireball if they have.
Yeah, but I mean, you can.
Spells.
I mean, honestly, you just cast Corona.
Sunbeam.
I was gonna say you cast Corona of Light and then Sunbeam, and then your wizard just casts Meteor Swarm, and you watch everything melt in front of you.
Sunbeam with Corona of Light is an interaction that is now available. It was not available when this subclass came out, but that is amazing because the blind condition will keep happening because they have disadvantage.
That's true.
Ooh.
So yeah, actually, this as far as 17th level abilities goes, I think this is actually good.
This is bizarre because I thought it was actively good, and then I realized that full action is the worst thing in the world for cleric.
Yeah.
It's hard.
And then and even with support, I was like, well, they'd have to use those specific spells. But now you've got the blind, so now I'm it's ticked up a little bit. I think it's somewhere between okay and good. It might just be good. Maybe I just need to.
I think this is a solidly usable ability.
I don't think you will always use this, but I do think it is usable. You're right.
What are we gonna rate it?
Let's see, Light Cleric, overall,
I can give it A tier.
I honestly think it's an A tier class.
Better than Grave, Death, Blood. Yes, I agree. I'm okay with that.
I am not gonna lie to you. It could have Fireball and nothing else, and it would still be in contention for A tier.
I don't think it's S tier. I don't think it's far enough above.
I do think we're really harshing on normal clerics if we're saying, but there are some arguments for should you be doing that as a cleric, but I think we all feel yes. I don't know why we do, but I feel like we do.
No. I don't think it's like that. I don't think the question is should you be fireballing as a cleric? I think the question is if you have access to fireball, should you ever not be fireballing? Period. Doesn't matter what class you are.
So you could say Are you saying maybe it should be S tier just because cleric is so garbage that if you add a fireball at double, it's like having 2 clerics?
It's tempting, but no, I think it's an A tier class.
I think not every ability is quite good enough, but yeah.
Yeah.
Especially that channel divinity. Hold on, no, we can't have a bad channel divinity and give it S tier. I don't think
it's an okay channel divinity.
I think you know what? I think that's a fair assessment. I think channel divinity is so central to like the operation of a cleric that it holds a lot.
I think that's wrong. I think if it had an ability that says deal 1,000,000 damage to the nearest target, and it had a bad channel divinity, it would be obviously broken.
Okay, yes.
And
I'm doing hyperbole so you understand that a class can have a useless feature and still be absolutely carried by its other features.
Dan, I used words that I assumed you knew their meaning, and we're gonna move on because apparently not.
Okay, the word is wait. The word of the day is wait. WEIGHT. Wait.
I thought you were talking about WAIT, and I was just confused.
Yes, we weight each feature.
Yes. Honestly, like that's the thing, right? Is like, yes, if a class has an objectively broken feature that isn't the channel divinity, then yes, it's gonna end up in S tier or whatever. But
it might even be the channel divinity.
It might even be the channel divinity. Like the thing is, the channel divinity is like so central to the operation of a cleric's class. It's like, you know, it feels important for me to consider it.
We can easily look at this at a case-by-case basis and see if something deserves to be
so obvious that I didn't think it needed to be stated, but yes, you are correct.
Cleric, Mind Domain. The first, let's see, the spells you get are Command and Dissonant
Why would you state the opposite?
Detect Thoughts, Phantasmal Force, Enemies Abound, Fear, Confusion, Phantasmal Killer, Dominate Person, and Telekinesis. Starting at first level, you summon power from a well of mental energy at your core. When you make an ability check, you can choose to reroll it after you see the results, but before you know if it succeeds or fails, you get a bonus to this reroll equal to half your cleric level, minimum of 1.
Wait, what's this cleric again?
This is the Mind Domain from Exploring Eberron.
Oh wait, did you read Flash of Insight already?
I'm reading it right now.
Okay, I just got completely lost on the page.
You can use this feature twice. You regain expended uses when you finish a short or long rest. I hate this. I hate this so much, but whatever, it's fine. At first level, you learn to buffet your foes with mental power. When you cast a cleric spell or cantrip that inflicts radiant damage, you can choose to have it inflict psychic damage instead.
Neat, I guess. Kind of useless.
Why radiant only? Anyway, beginning at second level, you can use your channel divinity to disrupt a mind's foe. No, a foe's mind. When a creature within 30 feet of you has to make a wisdom saving throw. You can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on it using your channel divinity. You must use this feature before you know the outcome of the roll. If the spell or effect that caused the wisdom saving throw is not created by a spell you cast, you can also choose to deal psychic damage to the target equal to half your cleric level immediately before the target makes its saving throw. Gestalt Anchor, your mental power increases. Whenever you are a friendly creature within 10 feet of you must make an intelligence, wisdom, or charisma saving throw. The creature gains a +2 bonus to the saving throw. You must be conscious to grant this bonus. You get potent spellcasting. Congratulations on being a real cleric. And at 17th level, you can, when you see an ally within 30 feet of you fail a saving throw, you can replace the roll with a 20, potentially changing the outcome. Once you've used this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a short or long rest. Okay.
God, I despise that 6th level feature so much.
This? Oh, it's awful.
But not only that, it makes you micromanage the party. Theater of the mind starts getting really clunky. And for such a tiny thing, +2 to wisdom saving throws, and then like the other ones, I guess.
Yeah, the other ones don't matter as much, but yeah, no.
And 2?
The worst part about this is how small that aura is.
The 10-foot aura, and then if you do this on roll 20, bam! Now your cleric has a shitty aura that barely matters.
Okay, we can't rate based on the obnoxiousness of the visual aura.
You also can't rate it.
But it's obnoxious on a map. And it's obnoxious without a map because then you have to visualize it in your head.
That's true. That's true. That's very true.
It's doable because paladins exist, but like, why?
The paladins, their aura actually matters.
Well, that's the thing. Well, I mean,
yeah, this is not a good bonus, right?
It's too minor.
Plus two is objectively a numerical bonus, but like
No. +2 can matter for wisdom saves. I really don't want to talk about
For
charisma
wisdom
because they're so
saves.
rare, but wisdom saves are common. +2 can matter. 10 feet means you have to be a melee cleric.
yeah.
Oh,
It's bad.
and you have to be a melee
No,
cleric. Not
You
even a
just
good
stand
reason.
next to the other
I think
casters.
plus two can
Oh, yeah,
plus
that's
two
true.
can matter, but it like feels like it only feels like it's written to be only +2 so that it doesn't step on the toes of of paladins. And like if you have a paladin, like that paladin is just going to be more value anyway. So this becomes a dead feature if you have a paladin. Period.
No.
they
It's
stack.
the opposite.
They stack.
That's the reason. Yes, exactly. It's not to step
Oh.
on the toes. It's to avoid stacking saves like that.
To
Well,
be
yeah,
way
no,
too high.
yes, correct.
That's I sorry, no, I thought I agreed until I realized that they stack, and that's the reason you can't have. Oh, that's so funny. That's so sad because this is so bad as a result.
It
I mean,
is-
it's not so bad. But it really is not
It is
good.
a very
Underwhelming. It's very
minor-
underwhelming. It's clunky to use. It
Let me
you
read the
don't-
channel divinity.
Yeah, what
again.
I'm realizing now that the downside to reading so quickly is I forget literally everything. What the fuck does this channel
okay,
divinity
but
do?
we literally can't dwell for too long.
Well,
because of
I literally just couldn't keep up because you were reading a bit too quickly.
okay, I'll
for
read
my
a little
brain
slower
to
next time.
process it.
Actually, I'll ask one of you to read the rest of these. I'm getting tired. So, the channel divinity is when a creature within 30 feet of you, way too close for a cleric, that doesn't have heavy armor, makes a wisdom saving throw. You can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on it using your channel divinity. And you must use this feature
Okay.
before you know the outcome of the roll. So you just like, you know when you're using this. If the spell or effect that caused the wisdom save is not created by a spell you cast, you can also choose to deal psychic damage to the target equal to half your cleric level immediately before the target makes its saving throw. So basically,
if an ally causes.
if an
Ah.
ally or an
It make-
outside force causes it to make a wisdom saving throw, or if you cause it to make a wisdom saving throw, but not from a spell you're casting, you can choose to deal some extra damage to it, which is equal to half your cleric level. It's not really going to be that
I
much.
like that it's
very
before the
piddly.
target makes its saving
Correct,
throw, so
yes.
you don't just like your ally just CCs all things and then you just break the CC
So,
with the psychic damage.
We talked about how good the Eloquence Bard ability is for being able to affect saving throws. I think
Yeah.
this kind of goes in a similar boat. Wisdom saves are obviously
only
very
wisdom.
common. Okay, wisdom saves are very common, but I would say that
Sure.
I think that the idea here is you're going to be using this generally on spells that aren't necessarily doing damage, right? A lot of the spells that do that disable a target
Yes.
completely, like take it out of the fight, are wisdom saves.
I can think of one.
What are good cleric
Wait, is
saber
banishment a
suck
charisma
spells?
save actually? I might be wrong.
Is
Like,
what a wisdom
what
save?
are-
Is banishment a charisma save?
I believe banishment is charisma
Okay.
save. You know what's funny is I was gonna say Tasha's,
Yeah, it
which I know
is.
clerics don't get, but that's just on my mind for some reason.
Yeah, but I mean,
wonder.
like, you don't have to capitalize on this, right? You can actually
Yeah.
do extra damage. In
Which-
fact, if you don't.
Yeah, so I actually, I think this is pretty good. I mean, to be
like-
perfectly honest, I'm choosing to ignore the
You know,
extra psychic.
for instance, like hypnotic pattern, we've talked about is a very good spell because it can crowd control a very large group of enemies.
That one might be charisma.
What about
No,
slow?
it is wisdom.
Is that
Hypnotic
is
pattern
that?
is wisdom. What's
Oh, slow is
Slow?
No, wait, what is slow? Slow is wisdom saving throws. Yeah.
Slow is
wait,
wisdom?
No, we don't get slow. Damn it.
Yeah, this is funny. I it's not amazing on a cleric
It's
based
not-
on their spell
it's
list,
not good
but
just by yourself. If
but
you have
if
anything
you
that
have
can
good
save resin,
allies-
it's pretty okay. Especially because
you-
wisdom saves tend to be some of the more powerful non-damaging spells.
If I mean, but
Yes.
if you have like a wizard ally, a bard ally, or whatever.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally honestly not bad. Like, how much is it? Like,
I know, but like,
it's just a reaction.
okay,
like,
but
I think-
mm-hmm.
I
but
think
what
that
could the cleric do on their own, assuming they don't have allies? Like, what's a
okay,
good
that's
use
very
for
good
this?
question. Let's see. Wisdom saving throw.
Let's look at like what about they get confusion at 7th level? That's probably one of the ones they're intending to use it on.
Yeah, I suspect-
Wait, is confusion a wisdom or is it an intelligence?
Wisdom
save?
saving throw.
Dominant person is a wisdom save. I'm guessing everything on their list is wisdom.
Actually,
Most
enemies
likely.
abound is an intelligence saving throw.
Oh,
What about fear? Fear's got to be
Fear is a wisdom save.
yeah,
Yeah.
wisdom.
Wisdom
Fear's
is
not
the
bad.
wisdom is the like courage stat, quote unquote.
Oh, but remember, this you only get to make one creature have disadvantage, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
yes. So like, obviously the
These are all
value of
AoE.
it depends on if there's like a big boss monster or a big mob you don't really want to interact with.
Dominate person is probably a pretty good use for it.
Probably.
Even if it's AoE, you can still. I think you would take one of them at disadvantage. Like I think that's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, but I just don't think it's that great.
It's not the strongest channel divinity, but it's far from the weakest to my mind.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I think wisdom saves have a lot of value in general, even if you can only target one to have disadvantage.
And I think the value goes up like exponentially if you have a wizard or a
Yes,
bard.
correct. As a standalone cleric, it is funny. You really don't get a lot to capitalize on this with.
And their other abilities, I do think their 6th level one and their psychic force ones are largely not that great.
Yeah, these are kind of whatever.
Their first level one's really cool, actually, in my opinion. It's not unlike those clerics that give you expertise in some skills, but this one lets you do any skill, and you get just like a big fat bonus to it. Okay, not that fat, a decent bonus.
Josh had to leave, and I was just about to ask them a question. God damn it!
Why did they leave?
I don't know. They just kind of anyway. Starting at first level, what is when you get you get a reroll?
Yeah, like let's say you're trying to persuade someone, and then you say, I rolled a 3. Let's re-roll that. And I'm a level 3 cleric. I get a +1 to that. Oh boy. But like being able to re-roll your ability checks is actually amazing in role-playing scenarios.
Yeah.
And occasionally in combat.
God, it feels like such shit when you roll like ass on an ability check that matters. God, it's the worst fucking feeling.
So this is great to be able to re-roll that, and you get 2 every short rest.
Why doesn't that scale? That's so weird. It's a short rest. It's fine. It's not the scale. It's out of combat.
What? It does scale. You get the bonus to your roll increases.
Oh, the bonus scales. I meant more the number, but I guess that's why they didn't want double scaling. Okay,
yeah,
you know what? You're right.
2 is a good amount.
Two is probably plenty, especially per short rest, not long rest.
Because most of these, I've noticed most of these classes that have let you rerolls are once. And this is first level ability that lets you roll it twice.
And I was thinking a lot of things are based on a lot of the newer things are you can use this ability a number of times equal. Ooh.
We're just not used to things that you can use either one. We're used to things you can use either once or proficiency bonus or
proficiency,
not twice.
Proficiency is what I was thinking, but most of the proficiency things are more for combat, and this is most of the time not. So it doesn't have to be. So that's not a really big knock against it. You're
so I like that feature. I also like the 17th level feature, even though you can only use it once per short rest. It's someone failed a save throw. I'm gonna make them succeed.
It's so good that you get to know that they failed, and you just it's a 20. The dream.
And then they'll fail again.
You can totally fail those saves. I was just thinking that, but you'll know ahead of time what the number will be and whether it's worth it.
There are easily ones that you will fail, but you'll know.
Yeah.
You're not gonna use this feature on your your what's it called? You're I guess yourself, right? If you have 0 dexterity and you're making a save against Dragon Breath.
Hey, how do you guys feel about the spell list?
I think it's on the weaker side, unfortunately.
I agree.
I agree.
And yeah, overall, this class, if I ignored the 17th level feature, there's not much at all going for this.
Mm-hmm.
And this because the 17th level feature comes pretty late. It is good. I do like the first level feature a lot, the rerolling ability checks. But if I had to rate this, it would be a God, I don't even know if I can give it a C. I think it's more D.
I'm torn between C and D.
I think it's more of a D.
You know what? I had that exact conundrum. I think this is a. I think it's a D. I think it's a D.
Moving on then.
I agree with both of you.
Uh-huh.
I was really hoping Josh would say C, and then that line would be way funnier. God damn it, Josh! You ruined my joke.
Nature Cleric. Someone else read.
Okay.
It's Dan because I'm also eating.
Y'all fuckers. Let me pull it up. I can't scroll your screen, so you get to deal with that. Okay, the spells, first level, Animal Friendship, Speak with Animals, then Bark Skin, Spike Growth, Plant Growth, Wind Wall, Dominate Beast, Grasping Vine, Insect Plate. Wow, those are a niche. Acolyte of Nature, at first level, you learn 1 cantrip of your choice from the Druid spell list. That's nice. Counts as a cleric. Yada yada yada. And you get proficiency in one skill of your choice: animal handling, survival, or nature. That's nice. Bonus arch. Oh, you get heavy armor proficiency. That's very good. Channel divinity, charm animals and plants. Starting
Hold
at
up, why
second
do you
level,
get
use
heavy
your-
armor and bark skin?
I think that's very strange that the druidic one gets heavy armor, but we're gonna move on. Channel divinity, animals and plants. Second level, you get to use your channel divinity to charm animals and plants. Wow. As an action, you present your holy symbol and invoke the name of your deity. Each beast or plant what that can see you.
I had a visceral reaction to the memory of the usage of this spell in the Adventure Zone. I apologize.
Oh my.
It was Merle flirting with the plants.
Oh no. That's a sexy leaf right there. Can see within 30 feet. So all the plants and beasts must make a wisdom saving throw if they're within 30 feet of you. If the creature fails its saving throw, it is charmed by you for 1 minute or until it takes damage. While it is charmed by you, it is friendly to other creatures you designate. Oh, that's nice. I don't think plants get saving throws.
And this one did, and it failed.
Oh, okay.
I think was it this? I just remember at one point. Yeah,
it was
line of I didn't give the vine a fucking saving throw, Dad. Maybe it wasn't
the vine. The vine drifts in the wind seductively.
He was like, I think he was like, "We'll talk later." It was so.
Oh God.
It was so. It's
God.
way better because all three of his sons are on the call, and they were like, "Dad, no,
Dad." I love that it's a family thing.
It was the funniest moment. It's in Petals.
Great.
It's at the beginning of Petals to the Metal. If anyone wants to go listen, it's so good.
Amazing. All right, well, I'm going to read the rest. Dampen elements. Starting at 6th level, when you or a creature within 30 feet of you takes acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage, elemental damage, basically, you can use your reaction to grant resistance to the creature against that instance of the damage. Very good. Super good. Divine Strike. Blah. Master of Nature.
Congratulations, you're not a cleric.
Yeah. 17th level, you gain the ability to command animals and plant creatures. Yeah, that makes sense.
I just wonder what they
creatures
were thinking with Divine Strike.
While creatures are charmed by your charm animals and plants feature, you can take a bonus action on your turn to verbally command what each of those creatures will do on its next turn. Wow, that kind of implies that you just can't do any of that.
Yeah, it means they're friendly to you, and that's it. It means they won't attack you. That's all.
And then it's like at second level, you're like, "Hey, animals, help scout for me, please." And the animal's just like, "No, but you're cute. Bye."
And then at 17th level, they're like, "Help scout for me," and they're like, "Sure," and they do it for 1 minute.
No
1
more.
minute. You're right. They can't get anywhere in 1 minute.
It's only for combat, is how I interpreted it. It's attack for me, and you can now have the animals fight for you at 17th
and that
level.
tree.
Divine
And
Strike. Divine Strike on
The
clerics
squirrels bite that lich. Pigeons attack the dragon.
Okay.
The 6th level feature though, that one's great.
I was gonna say we can go into detail and but currently I think the Channel Divinity is not a winner.
No.
I think Master of Nature is even less of a winner.
Oh yeah.
Divine Strike is a loser.
Armor's great. Dampened Elements is great. Acolyte of Nature is good. Spells are bad. Overall, I'd give this another D tier.
But part of me wants to do F.
Ooh, okay.
But I don't have
heavy armor.
Okay.
No.
I agree.
can't.
This is an F tier.
I don't think it's an F tier.
Really?
Read Dampen Elements again. Reaction
Okay.
to absorb elements, infinite uses.
Yeah. That's fair. It is only one attack, but
yeah, it's worse than it because it's only against that instance of damage, which I'll grant you that shield.
Okay, that's pretty much all they use it for.
That's most of the time. Yeah, but
the dragon's fire breath, the dragon's acid breath, the dragon's
is infinite absorb elements good enough to save it?
that's not even.
Yeah, I think it is because 90 dragon's breathing 90 damage on you, and you just cut that in half.
Or they could just cast. Oh no, you can use it on the frontliners.
I think that's a really, really good 6th level feature.
I think it's a good 6th level. I think it's one of the better 6th level, but I don't know.
I think it's one of the best 6th level features. The only other one that might be better is the Forge one. It's boring. Like, remember, 6th level features are normally garbage.
Oh, the Forge one's way better than that. Well, no, you're right. It's not. Well, no, you're right. It's not way better, actually. This is better than it. But can it save a whole subclass from F?
I think that 1st level feature is good. That other 1st level feature is good.
No.
That
Hold on.
Level,
proficiencies. Okay.
That 6th level feature is great. That 2nd level feature is bad. I mean, that second level feature, yeah, it's fun but bad. The spells are bad. That's basically what most of. But you're not gonna matter about like 17th level and stuff. But like,
you're right. I can't weight that heavily. We had a conversation about whether or not an armor proficiency can save a subclass from F tier, and the answer we came to was no. But
the 6th level features.
But it does have a decent 6th level. And the 1st level, the druid cantrip sucks. Sorry, I've played a druid. Druid cantrips are the only cantrips worse than clerics, which is stunning. So I actually think
that proficiency is one of the weaker ones.
It's not, and you get 1 proficiency.
Although, if you want to play a cleric that like no clerics can access animal friendship or speak with animals. They also cannot access plant growth. I'm skipping over barkskin and spike growth because they're ass, and Mearls ass, and grasping vines ass. But
I love plant growth.
But plant growth is a really fun spell. Dominate Beast is also a pretty good spell, and okay, it's not that good.
No, it's really bad, especially given your chime animals and plants. It's actually terrible.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. But Tree Stride is fun.
I love Tree Stride.
Insect Plague is okay.
You're evil. You're trying to appeal to my love of druids to get me out of F.
I was gonna say this feels like it's doing a druid's job poorly.
Okay, but we're comparing it to other clerics, and it has some unique things going for it. It can talk with animals, it can speak with animals, it can charm animals.
No. Here's my question, and I'm asking this in all sincerity because I don't know what I'm gonna rank it anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of these features are dead features?
I think up through 6th level, the only thing that's dead is its channel divinity, and 3 of its 6 spells, which is about average to have half of its spells be bad for cleric subclasses.
Okay, I'm convinced.
I will accept D purely based on my enjoyment of druids. That's it. That's all.
Good.
Okay, I'm gonna go put this box away before we continue.
But that so far is the worst cleric.
Sure, yeah. This is the next one, Order. That one, if I recall, is a pretty fancy one. It is in Tasha's. The Order Cleric. I'm not going to start reading it because I don't think Josh has put it on the stream yet.
You are correct. They're going in the kitchen real quick. Order Cleric.
Unlucky.
Oh God. Oh yeah, this is in. Oh, it's in 2 of them.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Funny. Well, not many people have Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica.
Mm-hmm.
I think I almost played this once. No, I'm thinking of the Sorcerer. I'm wrong.
Where's Josh?
Honestly, you can start reading the spells. Well, or no, but that would be rude. Aha!
Josh is back. Josh, you ready?
Did you know that Tyler's coming over?
Only halfway. You're right. I think we are over halfway.
Oh my fucking God. We did it. We're doing it.
We're over halfway. Only 11 left out of 24.
It's never play a cleric. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't like clerics. I really do consider them one of the weakest classes. Oh no, maybe not even the weakest classes. I just find them so underwhelming to play. Like Josh had
They
a
have
long.
limited options in combat, which is one of the main killers.
Yeah, they're a spellcaster that has limited options, which is like, what's the fucking point? Like Josh explained that like they don't like Bard because it feels like you have to min-max the shit out of it to get good value. But I'm like, but at least that's more fun than playing a cleric and just having nothing to do. That's how I feel.
disagree.
I know
Hey,
you're
you're back.
back. That's okay. Like
Josh,
different strokes for different folks and all
Pull
that.
up the order so I can start reading it.
Order domain.
All right, the order domain. You get some pretty fancy spells. You get command, heroism, hold person, zone of truth, mass healing word, slow, compulsion, locate creature, commune.
Commune.
Commune. That's a powerful commune right
Our cleric.
there. This is my blood. And this is my
Communion.
flesh. Yeah. Well, bonus proficiencies. When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency with heavy armor. That's great.
Woo.
And you get intimidation or persuasion. Those are good. Those are quite good.
Oh, this is a cop cleric. Sorry, it's an F tier.
It's not a cop
No, wait.
cleric.
No, wait. Sorry, it's a B tier. All cops are B.
It is a religious authority cleric.
You are
Voice of authority. Speaking of authority, starting at first level, you can invoke the power of law to embolden an ally to attack. I'm just imagining like a magistrate. Is that the image? Yeah, I think that's the image I'm getting. But an old-timey British magistrate with the white curly hair.
or
All
Inquisitor.
magistrates are cops.
I'm thinking Inquisitor. Also, I cannot get over Evan's statement of they don't seem underwhelming, but they seem very whelming.
They seem very whelming.
I'm gonna whelm the shit out of you if you're not careful.
I think playing clerics is a very whelming activity. You're correct. It's not overwhelming like bards, but like.
See,
It's a little underwhelming.
It's funny that you say that because I feel very similarly about druids. Druids seem like a very whelming class to me.
Oh, they so are. I've played them.
Druid are next, aren't they?
But they're oof. Yeah.
Although,
okay. You can,
this-
at starting
I
at
know-
first level, you can invoke the power of law to embolden an ally to attack. If you cast a spell with a spell slot level of first level or higher, you can target an ally with a spell. The ally can use their reaction immediately after the spell to make one weapon attack against a creature of your choice that you can see. If the spell targets more than one ally, you can choose the ally to make an attack. All right. Channel Divinity. Orders demand. Starting at second level, you can use your Channel Divinity to exert an intimidating presence over others. As an action, you present your holy symbol, and each creature of your choice that can see or hear you within 30 feet of you must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you until the end of your next turn, or until the charmed creature takes any damage. You can also cause any of the charmed creatures to drop what they are holding when they fail the saving throw. Okay. Embodiment of the law. At 6th level, you become remarkably adept at channeling magical energy to compel others. If you cast a spell of the enchantment school using a spell slot of 1st level or higher, you can change the spell's casting time to one bonus action for this casting. Whoa! Providing the spell's casting time is normally one action. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, minimum of once, and you gain all expended uses. Divine Strike, Orders Wrath, starting at 17th level. Enemies you designate for destruction wilt under the combined efforts of you and your allies. If you deal your divine... No! If you deal your divine strike damage to a creature on your turn, you can curse that target until the start of your next turn. The next time one of your allies hit the cursed creature with an attack, the target also takes 2d8. What? Psychic damage at the cursed enemy? We're like hyenas going, it's bad, F tier.
Oh no!
You can curse. This is so bad. You curse
This is,
a creature
I think,
this way only once per turn.
I think this is actually the worst 17th level ability.
That is at best 9 damage.
This is, you know what? Actually, hot take. This is the worst 6th level ability I've ever seen.
This is 9 damage.
What?
That's all you get.
Oh.
Compare this to, remember that one, the Death Cleric that could do like 70 damage?
Oh my god! And you like,
9.
they
They both have to melee, but this one has to use a weapon.
Oh my god!
It's so funny. I thought the 6th level one was like good, but I missed a word. 2 words.
Yeah.
Can you guess which 2 words they were?
Enchantment school.
Yes, it was those 2 words.
I was literally just looking up enchantment spells.
It's typically charms. So which often you don't want to use in combat anyway. So, but it's really interesting to make something in action turn into a bonus action.
I like that aspect of it. It's just like, why?
For a second I thought slow was enchantment. I was like, you could use that. No, it's transmutation.
Also,
like dominate person is an enchantment.
The fact that they get slow is good.
Yeah.
They get compulsion, which is enchantment.
Okay. They get dominate person is enchantment.
Those are good ones, kinda. However, what are you going to use your action on? Probably the dodge action and just sit there being bored, or cantrip.
Like
it's not that impactful to do this. Sadly, it's nice though.
So in general, like okay. First question. How good is the spell list? And you know, I don't think this is like the worst spell list we've seen.
Agreed. But only because slow is on there.
I would. Oh fuck my life! I wouldn't even say that. I would say hold person is not that bad.
Do clerics normally get hold person?
That's a good question.
They do.
They do.
Okay, they do, and whatever.
The only thing going for this is you get a few unique spells, which is fun for thematic purposes, like Zone of Truth. I think. I'm pretty sure, unless clerics get it, in which case, yeah, they do.
They do.
Do clerics get command and heroism?
Almost certainly they get heroism.
I can't.
No, they don't.
My brain is hard coded.
But they don't get heroism. But heroism's bad. So
yeah, it doesn't matter. My brain. I had to look it up because my brain is hard coded to think heroism equals good spell, but that's nothing to do with D&D. It's bad.
So the fact that they get slow, that's actually quite nice. That's a good spell. But they don't really get anything else special from here.
Like what are you doing? Commanding people to grovel as a bonus action? I guess.
Like that actually, dominate person. Dominate person is not on the cleric spell list.
Oh. Yeah, dominate person. And
that's a good one.
Know, being able to cast these as a bonus action isn't terrible.
There is a reason
you disengage or something. Afterwards.
I would say this about the bonus action. It kind of feels like this weirdly sidesteps a problem with some of these spells, which is a lot of the time one of the problems with these kinds of spells is the opportunity cost of using them that could be used doing something else. But
yes,
relegating that to your bonus action and letting you take another action, even if you wanted to cast a cantrip, right? That's just kind of like, that's just free action economy. It's nice.
That's actually true. If there are turns where you know you're in danger and you want to take the dodge action, or you know you want to snipe something, but you don't want to spell slot to snipe it and you want to cantrip, or you want to disengage, or you want to dash, that's a perfect chance to also throw out a charm as a bonus action.
Yeah, 100%. And yeah, you can channel divinity as well, and on the same turn. So their channel divinity is okay, I think.
Yeah,
hard to say. I really don't.
Again, they don't give specific charm wordings besides you let them make them drop stuff.
I mean, dropping.
Oh, okay. Now hang on. I've decided this is a good class.
Why?
What?
Because bless is an enchantment spell.
Lol.
Straight up. It
Wait.
I'm not kidding. That really boosts the value of this for me.
I mean, but bless is one of those spells that like the cleric usually can just do while running in or do before the combat. Like,
well,
you're not losing much to cast spells.
I can't quite say that because I don't think we've ever done that, Dan.
Well, I mean, even if we haven't, right? Like.
That?
Even if we haven't, it lowers the opportunity cost of casting Bless in the middle of combat if, for instance, you wanted to switch to a different concentration spell or you lost your concentration, right?
Or you
I know the one time you guys had a what do you call it, a pre-buff round, but Josh went for Spiritual Guardians, I think.
Well, yes. Yeah.
Because once you reach 5th level, Bless is not as worth your concentration.
Well, the concentration is a little rough.
You get this at 6th level, which means it doesn't. It's for the prime Bless levels. You don't have this.
I would still say Bless is still good at that level, though.
We started at 5th level, and Josh literally cast it.
Oh yeah, no. Bless is still good. I'm saying it would be better if you got this earlier, but it's still good.
I've warmed up. I initially thought it was terrible because I didn't think there were any good enchantment spells, but there are a couple. So I think the 6th level is okay, and maybe even good.
Maybe.
Tough.
Let's look at the Voice of Authority. Because I don't think that... Okay, let's look at the Voice of Authority first.
I love this.
Oh, this is good. This is actually good.
It synergizes with Bless.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Except for you have to hope that they went first in the turn order and actually gotten ranges line.
Yeah, it synergizes.
I mean, listen, you might have ranged attackers. Not every party has 0 ranged attackers.
I thought it was just melee attacks.
Nope, just any attacks.
Oh, you're right.
Any weapon attack.
Ooh.
So if you have someone with a bow or... And you do it to your barbarian, like, but I'm not in range. It's javelin.
Exactly. This is so, because the other thing is they can then use their reaction, so they can immediately, you can get someone up from 0 hit points with a healing word, and then they just smash the thing that's in front of them.
For how abysmal that 17th level feature is, the rest of this class is like not that bad.
Yeah. But they get
the
heavy
Voice of Authority actually is honestly one of the, well, you might just end up spamming healing word on people that are full health just because you're spending
just because you get a free attack.
You're spending a first level spell slot for an attack.
Particularly at low levels, that's so good.
This is especially good if, for instance, you have a rogue.
Ooh.
Because you get sneak attack. This is different turn rather.
Exactly.
So, like any ability that causes one of your allies that you choose to attack is pretty good. How good it is kind of depends on what resources it expends and what it asks of you. And this is something that you're going to be doing anyway. Like this is actually like legitimately a good feature.
Very good. That's a very strong first level feature. And its bonus proficiency features is good.
Its bonus proficiency is good because it's heavy armor and a proficiency.
I will say it gets all its best stuff at first level. Its second level and 6th level ones are less good.
Yeah. I mean, 6th level I think still potentially has value. I think it's one of those ones that's not necessarily broadly applicable, but you can find ways of making it work.
Early level features higher, so.
I mean, yeah, honestly, it's funny because this half looks like pretty sexy, and then this half is just nothing.
Level 1 dip of Cleric for Voice of Authority.
Voice of Authority. God, I mean, like, what other class like casts a lot of spells on its allies though?
God, imagine if you could use this with take a bard could take a 1-level dip and do it with their bardic inspirations. Imagine,
right? That'd be so good. Yeah, honestly, like From 17th level going backwards, I thought this would be like a D or an F tier class, but actually up here, ooh, it's pretty juicy up here.
Did we talk about? I zoned for a second. Did you mention the fact that the bonus proficiencies are phenomenal?
Yes,
I did mention that.
Holy cow!
Twice actually.
Like the fact that you get heavy armor and a proficiency, which is more than like most proficiency, like.
No one else does. It's great. Okay,
like,
so
a lot of clerics just get heavy armor and then that's it as their proficiency, and you're just like, well, heavy armor and then something else.
So how do we feel about the channel divinity scaling? Like when you get multiple of these, are you even going to be using this?
I don't think you're going to be. I really don't think you're going to use this
as an action.
Well, if it doesn't have any specific text, I think it just follows the charmed condition in the book.
Which means it can still attack all your allies.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're right. The only time you really only want them to drop their weapons.
Yeah,
so they're going to pick it up on the start of your turn. Of their turn.
Yeah, but that takes an action.
No, it doesn't.
What?
Everyone gets 1 free object interaction per turn. It literally doesn't hamper them at all.
Is that true?
Remember, Tyler just drops weapons and picks them up all the time because of that.
Yeah, but he doesn't pick them up in combat because I think there was wording about drawing a weapon and swinging with it in the same turn.
So, look it up.
Yeah, we would have to look up the object. Yeah, let's see. Interacting with objects around you. You can draw or sheath a sword. Let's see. Pull your pick up a dropped axe is an object interaction.
Yeah, you can just pick it up for nothing, no cost. So this doesn't affect them.
Not unless you wanted to pick it up afterward. Yeah, so it's at best it's niche. It's AoE niche, but AoE niche is still niche.
And it's sad that their channel divinity that they can spam 3 times a shot or rest as a level becomes just something they don't really want to use.
You just make them drop it every time they pick it up, Dan, obviously.
Here, their turn, they hit you. Your turn, you make them drop their weapon. Their turn, they pick it up and hit you. Your turn, you make them drop it. Their turn, they pick it up and hit you again. This doesn't seem to be working.
No.
It's probably this. Yeah. I don't think you're ever going to be using your Channel's Avidity past a certain point. Using your action is just so painful, and like you don't get that much benefit from it. Like
full action.
When are you asking people to drop their weapons in a situation where you can actually capitalize on that instead of just being like, I dropped my weapon. Oh well.
Even if you wanted to utilize the charm like out of combat, it only lasts 1 round. So
yeah,
great.
you could get use out of this. Like we most likely would have gotten use out of this last session in that fewer attacks would have headed for Smith John. Weirdly,
is it weird?
Yeah, but Smith John would have had to spend every turn re-upping this, doing nothing useful.
How long? Oh, until the end of your. Okay, never mind. It's bad. It's bad.
If they would already have
lasted longer.
Is it weird if I think this is like a higher rated class? I think this might be like a B or an A.
Oh, there's no way it's A, but it could be B. But I'd be content with C.
I don't know. I almost feel like
starts off as I literally at level 1, it's like top tier, and then by level 2, it plummets down to like B, and then at level 6, it's still hovering at maybe C, C.
See,
and then it just plummets.
I don't necessarily agree with the motion of it, because I think that if a class is B tier and it gets this 6th level feature, I think it stays in B tier.
Sure, but I don't. I guess I would argue that Channel Divinity is so bad that from first level to 6th level, maybe it just plummets all the way to C tier.
Well, no, I disagree with that. I think it would still be B tier at 6th level. It's the everything beyond it that
everything beyond that is obviously terrible. But like
I know we weight it less highly.
8th level is pretty bad. 17th level is extremely bad.
I could say it's a B just because I really think that that first feature is really good.
That first feature is like super good.
Let's look at the list. Pull up the list.
Okay, yeah. Where do we think this sits in relation? Do we think it is stronger than Death?
It's not as good as an A tier for sure.
Okay,
for sure.
Is it stronger than Ambition?
I don't remember Ambition.
Ambition was the one that was Trickster.
Oh,
just
yeah.
Look at Forge.
Yeah, Forge is a better. Well, Forge is hard to rate though because it's all passive, whereas this is all actives.
That's true.
Okay. Let's. Okay.
Blood. The main thing Blood had going for it was making its damaging spells do a bit more damage.
Okay. Yeah. Do you think this ranks higher or lower than Grave Cleric? I feel like this isn't quite. Maybe this is stronger than Grave Cleric.
Oh no. Wait, you think this is what?
Is it weird if I think this might be stronger?
No, I'm a little bit. I think it's at least on par is the problem. Like, so I think I'm in agreement with you.
No, obviously, like this is mainly considering like levels 1 through 7, because that's what we weight the highest. But like, still,
does Grave Cleric have a really good 17th level?
I don't think it was that good. If I recall correctly. Oh yeah, it's just a free healing. It's just kind of a free bonus.
I think it's maybe equal to Grave. I think it might be B. It's so weird. There's like two.
Maybe
looking back.
I actually think in general it might have more value than Grave Cleric.
Well, then I think it's B.
I think over time you're gonna be getting more value out of it, right?
What do you think, Dan?
Because like.
I think it's B. It's weird because our B has a lot of variety in it now, just because there's so many things. But I'm looking, and it is better. It can't be C. I think, and I was like maybe Ambition's too high, but no, Ambition is better than D, and this one's better than Ambition. So I think it's got to be B because it's clearly above C and below A.
Yeah. And keep in mind that we're ranking it based on our criteria, but if you are playing in a game where you are expecting to play for a while, I'm not 100% confident you should take this because these are such dead features. It's not even funny. This is like this would be better if it just didn't exist because it traps you into thinking melee is good and it's not. And it's such
funny,
a piddly amount of damage.
I keep going back to like looking at the old ones, like Blood, Beauty, and Ambition, and I keep like trying to reevaluate them, and I keep getting the same result. And I think they are good where they are right now.
Okay, good.
See, the thing about Order's Wrath to me is that while we were reading this feature, I thought it would be really good because I didn't read this part that says "and then the curse ends," and I was like, "Oh, that's like pretty." Oh no.
We're very thorough with our analysis, so going back, it's like rare we're changing things.
Can I just say this?
Yeah.
This is exactly what I thought this tier list would be.
How did you know?
Felt so sure that the majority of clerics are neither
just
good
middling
nor terrible. Like that's always how I feel when I try to choose a cleric split. I'm like, man, all of these are so meh.
Oh my god.
Okay, peace paladin, or not paladin, cleric. Sorry. I'm so conditioned. Everything past first is dead, but first is so good it carries. I don't think 6th level is dead. I don't think it's dead.
I think
it's decidedly usable.
That's a good way to describe it. Decidedly usable, and even feels okay to use.
I think
you will not always get value out of it, but I think you'll get some value out of it.
I think you will find ways to get value out of it.
All right, you want me to read this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For the spells for Peace Domain, you get Heroism, Sanctuary, Aid, Warding Bond, Beacon of Hope, Sending, R of Purity, Otaluk's Resilient Sphere, Greater Restoration, Rary's Telepathic Bond. There's a few wizard ones in here, but everything else is cleric, right? Okay, Heroism,
yes.
You don't get. Sending, Resilient Sphere, and Telepathic Bond you don't tend to get, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
You don't. R of Purity you get in Tasha's.
Okay. And then Implement of Peace. When you choose this domain, and this is from Tasha, so
yes.
When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency in the Insight, Performance, or Persuasion. Oh, you only get one of these. Okay. Emboldening Bond, starting at first level, you can forge an empowered bond among people who are at peace with one another. As an action, you choose a number of willing creatures within 30 feet of you, this can include yourself, equal to your proficiency bonus. So it starts at 2. You create a magical bond among them for 10 minutes or until you use this feature again. While any bonded creature is within 30 feet of another, the creature can roll a d4 and add the number rolled. Oh, bless. Add the roll to an attack roll, ability check, or a saving throw it makes. Each creature can add the d4 no more than once per turn. Interesting. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. And you gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. We'll get to this, but I bet this. We'll come back to this, but this probably stacks with bless. Channel Divinity.
Shit! Wait. Oh, no, wait. You're right. Oh no, I have to reevaluate.
We'll talk about later. Channel Divinity, Balm of Peace. Starting at 2nd level, you can use your Channel Divinity to make your very presence a soothing balm. As an action, you can move up to your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. And when you move within 5 feet of any other creature during this turn, you can restore a number of hit points to that creature equal to 2d6 plus wisdom. So, about 11-ish on average.
2d6 plus wisdom. You're using your Channel Divinity for...
A creature...
wait. What is...
receive this healing only once
2d6, 3.57...
Oh, so you can just do a strafing run of all your allies and it heals each of them that?
Yeah. Oh, wait, really?
Poke.
I think you're right.
Then this is on... We'll come back to it, but this starts off stronger than the life cleric healing, and then gets worse.
Gets really bad.
And then Protective Bond. Beginning at 6th level, the bond you forge between people helps them protect each other. When a creature affected by your emboldening bond feature is about to take damage, a second bonded creature within 30 feet of the first can use its reaction to teleport to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the first creature. The second creature then takes all the damage instead for them. Potent spellcasting, they get to be a cleric. 17th level, Expansive Bond. The benefits of your emboldening bond and protective bond features, first level and 6th level ones, now work when the creatures are within 60 feet of each other. Great. Moreover, when a creature uses protective bond, it takes someone else's damage. The creature has resistance to that damage. Okay, pretty cool,
Okay.
I guess. Yeah.
This is interesting, because this is the first non-barbarian we've seen with an aggro direction ability.
You're right.
Sort of.
This is a cleric that's very much designed around the warding bond spell.
Yes. Also,
it's like we're gonna do that spell but better and make it.
I was gonna say everything in it stacks with warding bond, though, right?
Warding bond. All warding bond does is the damage part, I believe, and I think you get
really?
like 1 AC or something. Yeah, warding bond is you touch a pair of creatures and then there's a connection between them within 60 feet. You each get the target of you.
Oh, it's
you touch one creature and that creature gets 180 and saving
while they're
throws.
within 60 feet, it gains +1 bonus to AC and saving throws and resistance to all damage.
Yeah.
However, and you take the same amount of damage.
Yes, exactly. So it adds out. It evens out to about the same amount of damage. You might spare a hit point or two from rounding.
You also need 2 platinum rings worth at least 50 gold pins each, which you and your target must wear for the duration.
But not consumed.
True. But not consumed. Warding bond is weird because I'm thinking of the use case for it, and it's like pretty.
It doesn't.
It doesn't seem that good.
No.
There's some really good cases for it,
really?
And very specifically, it is not putting it on a barbarian. That's a bad idea.
Yeah,
put it
that
on
would be
a
bad.
Fighter, and you are a life cleric, and now your 6th level feature heals you because you're actually taking damage.
Oh, interesting. That's a good point, actually. Okay. So Balm of Peace is interesting, because you're right. At what point does Life Cleric begin to outscale it?
Okay, well, Life Cleric starts with a bank of 10 HP to heal, and let's say a party of 5, and you somehow manage to touch 5 people, you can heal about 55 HP with this Balm of Peace. That's pretty nuts.
It's pretty good as long as you stick together.
That's assuming best case scenario and all that.
Yeah.
Life Cleric would have to get to level 10 with that. However, like this actually, this thing does scale, not in terms of healing, but in terms of using an action to dash without provoking opportunity attacks is always nice. That's a dash plus a disengage.
Yeah, that's very true. And as a cleric, you don't want to necessarily be up in the grills. And you don't get heavy armor.
Dash plus disengage is always good. Always scales.
Man, I was gonna come in hot, but you've actually made a good point.
Okay.
I pull out my satire bard strat.
Yeah. I was like, man, this healing is like mostly worthless. Yada yada. Was my hot take because you also have to get melee. But you're right.
Now I would say
and healing is actually usable. You will use
all that being said, it also is like it's also just like not necessarily like you have to go in to heal your party, right? It's that you can use this to get out while healing your party.
That is the point. I think the healing is not actually that impressive. At the very least, not later levels. It's quite bad.
Oh, definitely not in later levels.
But you were right. You will get use out of it if we're interpreting this correctly. That you can get a dash
at any level. This could be useful.
You really do get a dash. You move up to your speed. Yeah, I think you're right.
Mm-hmm. And as long as it heals 1 HP, it gets people up.
Yeah, I think you would, if it's one person, I think you'd be better off just healing wording. And if I think it's multiple people, I think you're probably just better off mass healing wording because like we discussed the healing caveats. But if you also want to reposition, then you may as well use this.
Well, let's just say on one hand you healing word and then throw out a cantrip or something like a Toll of Dead. You do a bit of damage. On the other hand, you do this, which is kind of like stronger healing word on one person, and then you might as well heal a few allies for some health. I think could be better. I think this is better than a healing word.
I really only, with the exception of the Life Cleric, which we talked about extensively as being like the one class that can maybe get away with value in healing past that initial getting up. Other than that, I don't hugely value. Like, you'll take it,
Yeah.
I just don't hugely value it, and it comes at the cost of forcing you to move either in or out. If you're already planning to move out, then you would use this. But if you don't want to move, I don't know that you would do that.
I would also say that
I think
the most
11 or 12 HP is pretty value for like first tier and second tier, and then beyond that, not really.
easily falls off. Like even I would say even like halfway into second tier kind of starts to fall off. I will say this though. Everything about this class is made really annoying by the fact that you have to be within a certain feet range of your party.
Everyone stick together.
Because, like, it just, I mean, it just makes you AoE bait. Like, you're just going to get dragon breath to death.
Oh, okay. No. It's actually a little bit nicer than that. By the point you reach 5th level, it goes to 3 people. You can have one person 30 feet away from one person, and then that
that's
person,
true. You can just
like,
chain it.
60
You're
feet
right,
away
you're
from the first person. And then
Wow, I totally didn't think about that.
When you get up to like 5 proficiency, you can have chains of people all over the fucking place, as long as there's a connection.
Yeah, no, you're right. I completely forgot, but it only needs to be 2 of any bonded creatures.
Yeah.
That's actually a lot better than I thought it was.
Hold on. So we...
So this... I don't know if this is what you were going to say, but the fact that it costs an action is kind of painful. But it is 10 minutes, so you do it before a fight.
Which means you can use your bonus action to cast a certain enchantment spell.
No, you can't.
You can't. Damn it.
you baited me. You had me for a second there.
I thought about that, and I was like, wait, no, it's not a bonus action.
Oh, we were just talking about the other one.
I know.
I think Bless is really strong as a bonus action now, like, really. But anyway, putting that aside, like...
Ooh, this lasts 10 minutes.
Yes,
this is easy to do
10 minutes.
before
You can just
combat.
buff before combat.
That's easy.
If a creature, so it's an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. So it's like a once per turn bless.
I mean, bless mostly only gets used once per turn anyway.
Yeah. I mean that's very fair.
It's a bit weaker though.
It is a little weaker, but I think in general that you're right. It's going to be
I think you'll know
almost as good as bless.
Now, the one caveat that you have to decide which hit gets it, but from experience, you usually know which hit needs it.
Yeah,
usually do.
And to be fair, this does. I think Dan is right. I think this does stack with bless.
Oh yeah.
So that's the thing, right? Is that like you can turn an abysmally bad roll into a hit if you're like if you roll well on your dice. So honestly, as far as support abilities goes, it's not that bad. And the fact that it doesn't really take anything other than your action, but it lasts 10 minutes, so it is much easier to use before combat. Unless your DM hates you and you use the emboldening bond, and they're like, "What if the villain just monologues at you for 10 minutes from behind the force cage?"
I will say I really don't want to argue about this, but I do think I don't want to overrate things because you can use it before combat because I think
agree.
that's too ideal. But I don't want to argue about that because I'm gonna.
Okay.
No,
there is value though.
It adds value.
You may say it's slight though.
It adds value, but yes, I think it's slight unless it lasts like an hour. 10 minutes is a time that vaguely annoys me sometimes.
Yeah,
but
10 minutes can matter, whereas something like 8 hours extremely doesn't.
But I agree
1 minute is 1 minute is you got to be at the door.
Yeah. 10 minutes you can if the situation provides pre-buff, and that is heavily encounter based.
In that case, like, if you would consider this as a turn 1 ability, how much value do you think it will provide? Because it provides, if we're assuming that, like, you're generally only using Bless once per turn anyway, it provides about as much value as casting Bless, and we've already talked about how Bless is a good spell. So I don't think it's terrible, honestly. Even if you had to cast it in combat, worst case scenario.
Okay. Well, let's think about the rating. I think the first level proficiency is below average. The spells are they get Resilient Sphere, which is a good one.
Resilient Sphere is good.
But the rest of them are on the Cleric spell
These
list.
are all Cleric spells, yeah.
Or not useful. So the spells aren't anything to write home about. But I like the Channel Divinity a lot. I like the Emboldening Bond a lot. The Protective Bond is cool.
Protected Bond, I think, the value of Protected Bond goes up a lot in 2 respects. One, if you have a Barbarian period, And two, if you have warded creatures, which you're gonna essentially want to do, it's the point of your class, right? I think that it's potentially life saving, right? Like if somebody takes all the damage of an attack for basically free, that might have downed somebody. Like say you have 100 HP and someone else has like 20 HP and they eat a crit, you can just kind of tank it, and then suddenly your action economy is still preserved and you don't have to heal anybody. I would say it's not terrible. That's a consideration.
I would give this class an A tier.
Yeah. I think I would generally tend to agree with that. I know 1d4 doesn't sound that much value, but like, I promise you, Bless is a good spell numerically. I'm gonna keep casting it.
I'm okay with that.
When people miss, they tend to miss by not very much, so Bless ends up helping a lot.
Okay. Tempest Domain. Oh, finally.
Sean, you want to read this one?
Yeah. I'm actually really curious about this one because I don't know. Well, we'll see.
They don't get lightning bolt, do they?
They do not get lightning bolt. They do not get lightning bolt.
That's the killer.
The spells that they get are Fog Cloud, Thunderwave, 2nd level Gust of Wind, Shatter, 5th whatever. These are the 5th level Call Lightning, Sleet Storm, 7th level Control Water, Ice Storm, 9th level Destructive Wave, Insect Plague. They get Destructive Wave.
I mean, they had to have some use for this channel divinity, right?
At 1st level, you gain proficiency with martial weapons and heavy armor. Don't worry. Wrath of the Storm. Also at 1st level, you can thunderously rebuke attackers. When a creature within 5 feet of you that you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to cause them to make a dex save. They take 2d8 lightning or thunder damage on a failed saving throw and half as much damage on a successful one. You can use this a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. Your channel divinity is Destructive Wrath. Starting at 2nd level, you can use your channel divinity to wield the power of the storm with unchecked ferocity. When you roll lightning or thunder damage, you can deal maximum damage with it instead of rolling.
Which is nuts.
Surprise. Thunderous Strike. At 6th level, when you deal lightning damage to a large or smaller creature, you can also push it up to 10 feet away from you, Matt Mercer. You get Divine Strike at woo! And Stormborn. At 17th level, you have a flying speed equal to your current walking speed whenever you are not underground or indoors.
Their divine strike doesn't even let them push people because the thunderous strike. Oh, I do thunder damage. It should apply to the thunderous strike. No, thunderous strike requires lightning damage.
Oh, you're right. Wait,
wow,
hang on.
That's so. Wait, what?
Oh.
No, bad.
Bad.
Okay, all right. So let's talk about the spell list. So here's my hot take of the day. 3rd level Shatter, good.
5th level Call Lightning, good.
Wait, don't clerics just get Shatter?
Yeah, they do.
Do they? Okay, never mind then.
Well,
I feel like they didn't. I feel like they don't.
They did, but maybe they don't.
I'm pretty sure they do. Let me.
Nope, not a cleric spell.
Oh.
What?
Shatter is not a cleric spell.
Oh shit! Clerics do suck at AOE for a while.
Yeah, they do. It's true.
Okay. So 3rd level good, 5th level Call Lightning is good, although it's
It's good. It's in that weird tier where they're just like, we don't want to give Fireball / Lightning Bolt to every class, so here's a consolation prize.
Maybe it's not good. Dan, are you about to drop some wisdom about this spell versus?
No, Call Lightning is one of those, like, it has value because it continues through a fight. If we assume a fight lasts 3 turns and for some reason it's beneficial to only use 1 spell slot,
I actually have to reevaluate this. Well, no, you don't, because you get synergy with Thunderstrike. But is there another spell that clerics get, Dan, at 3rd level or at 3rd level spell slot that does a similar long-lasting AOE damage?
I will say this also. This to me feels like one of those cases where and we're gonna talk about this when we get to Zeal Cleric, but this feels like one of those cases where instead of this pushing like a class into being like super good because you can maximize a fireball, it's more like you're averaging out the ability to do damage because you can maximize a Call Lightning, right?
Yeah.
You're
call
shoring up a
lightning
weakness
average-
instead of adding a strong point.
Hold
A
on.
lightning would
Call
do
light-
28 damage. A call lightning maximized does 30 damage, so effectively the same.
Yeah, that call lightning is a 5-foot radius. It's not a 5-foot radius. It's not an AOE.
Yeah, I was
So
also going to mention that. It's
You're
fucking
more
tiny
likely
range.
you're more likely to maximize shatter rather than call lightning.
I guess that's true.
Oh, you're
yeah,
right.
because
Now-
24 damage over a large like
And Shatter's not even
area.
that big either.
It's not huge, no.
It's big enough
Shatter
for
is-
many cases.
It's a 10-foot radius.
It's not huge.
It's tiny.
Control or what is Ice Storm? Oh, this is bad.
Fireball is 20-foot radius, which is how much more area? Like a fuck ton more
That's
area.
weird. Yeah, 4 times as much. If my off.
See, God, this is so painful because like, if Divine Strike could proc Thunderous Strike, it might actually have value for once in its fucking life,
Oh,
and it
you're
doesn't,
right.
and it sincerely doesn't.
That's
Who's
so
right?
If Divine Strike dealt lightning damage, then you could push them away when you melee them. Which
Wait, that's what I was talking about earlier.
No, I know.
Okay.
I don't think Sean
I'm
knows.
I'm
I didn't
revisiting the
know.
point.
I'm a little
I'm
out of
like-
it right now. Sorry.
That's why I'm like, "Ah."
Okay, all right. So heavy armor proficiency, obviously good. Martial weapons, no. But whatever. It's an addition to heavy armor, so I don't really care.
The Wrath of the Storm does
This.
not scale well at all. It
It
always
scales
does around
so
9
poorly.
damage. You can push people away, which is kind of good, I guess.
I guess this is you know what? Actually, this is better. Divine Strike, go away. Wrath of the Storming somebody and then having them be pushed 10 feet away is much better.
And it fits the what a cleric wants. You're in range of people to approach you, but they should get knocked away if they do.
Yeah, that's not terrible actually. Destructive Wrath is like one of those abilities that is like really, really strong on paper and in isolation, but when you couple it with the fact that you are a cleric and you don't get access to Lightning Bolt, it becomes so much weaker.
The average damage of a shatter is 13.5, and you bump it up to 24. You use a channel divinity to do 10.5 extra damage on you.
Yeah, but you're never going to be... Okay, but to be fair, you're not necessarily going to be shattering one person most of the time. So you have to consider that
it's
being used as an
10.5
AoE
damage
spell,
for each of them.
which is
And
like, you know... But that's just the value of AoE and numbers, right?
Yeah, and
It's
it
true.
scales with what level you cast it at, which is nice. And it scales well
Yeah.
with what level you cast it at.
Yeah,
I
actually,
can
it
actually
makes
see-
upcasting much more worth it.
Yeah, I can actually see Tempest clerics upcasting their shatters pretty often.
Yep.
But
I saw that.
like I said, though, I think that this ability is more about shoring up a weakness than it is about actually adding a strength.
Well,
But it does the same thing. It still makes it stronger.
yeah.
No, I agree.
Well, is the point you're trying to make that this isn't S tier?
I don't think this is
Because it's not S tier. You're right.
It's not.
That's what, and I kind of expected that.
But
Yeah.
This goes into my. There are either none or one S tier cleric.
Oh, but I think this is definitely a tier above blood.
Hold on? Do we want to mention? Do we want to even talk about the 17th level because it's
I like
good
the
but
17th
annoying?
one.
It's
It's
good.
fun.
It's annoying. But
It's not that
it's fun.
annoying.
It's thematic, and in certain combats, depending on the enemies you're facing, at 17th level, a lot of them are going to be able to hit you
Oh,
if ranged attacks are flying, but some of them can't, and that's good as a cleric.
It gives you good mobility.
Yeah.
I think it's very good when you're outdoors. You won't always be outdoors, and then you're heavily hampered, in my opinion. But that's okay. It's not bad.
I think this class is very comparable to light cleric
Mm.
in power level. Although I do think the light cleric dishes out a bit more.
I think in general, yeah. It feels like all of the. It's because Divine Strike is like such a dead feature, and Thunderous Strike is like honestly pretty niche. Like it's nice, but like it's nice in the situation in which somebody moves their entire movement to get to you, and then they hit you with one attack, and then you push them 10 feet, and they can't move anymore. That's not bad. It's not like the rarest circumstance either. It's not the strongest ability, but it has its uses. but like it feels like with this, everything that you're doing at the end of the day is going to be about just destructive wrath and then like upcasting like shatter or something. It kind of makes you kind of a very one note class, but in a way where, because you're it's not adding the kind of strength that being able to maximize a stronger spell is adding.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like it makes you feel kind of one note. Do you know what I mean?
Maybe this isn't better than blood, because I'm thinking of the blood feature with sacred guardians or spiritual guardians. I'd rather have that than maximize some shatters.
I wouldn't, but that might just be me.
You can only maximize like 1 or 2 shatters this level.
It starts at 1 and it goes to 2 at 6. So you're correct, but like shatter,
Blood buffs every spell.
It does, but shatter is a spell that does the damage exactly where you want it, exactly when you need it, and it does a lot more.
Okay, yeah. This to me is
Does
one of
it?
those things where
It does more.
We're kind of comparing like burst damage to like damage over time.
Yeah.
And it's hard to say because clerics tend to get more damage over time options. The question is like, does the burst become strong, or is it strong enough to be better?
It's hard to compare.
Over time. It really is.
Blood doesn't get any bursts.
Well, here's my hot take.
No bursts.
You can still Spirit Guardians and maximize a shatter the following turn.
That's true.
That's true. That is very true.
Yeah. And instead of your Spirit Guardians doing what was it, 13.5 damage, they're instead going to be doing, I don't remember what the bonus was. Was it like 5 extra
It's like
damage?
6,
they do 18.5 damage instead of 13.5.
Yeah, and whereas shatter is boom 28 damage at 3rd level.
Yeah, to
24 3rd level.
To me, in general, this feels
32. Wait, did I math bad?
Yeah,
math is hard. I'm sorry.
You go from 24 to 28.
Hold on. Do you not have a D7?
No, it would be a D. You added the D4 to the D8s.
I'm kidding. No, I was thinking D7s.
Oh, I see. All D7s.
I mean, to be fair, also, if you only have a single target, you'll probably be casting Call Lightning anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, probably.
Well, this still makes this feels like it shouldn't be in the same tier as light, though.
Okay.
It feels like light is distinctly stronger.
What if
light again?
I know we don't weight it that heavily, but I actually like this 17th level more than the light one, and I like it way more than the blood one.
I don't think those should matter that much.
Well, it might matter enough to put it in the same tier.
Okay,
but
but the question is like, is it like how much better it? Oh, wait a minute, hold on. No, I would not rather have flying than the light 17th.
Oh, the disadvantage one. I was not like. I think I would.
Maybe I'm looking at the power level of this Tempest Cleric, and I'm realizing this thing. I'm looking at it like, oh, it does so much less damage than the Light Cleric, and then I realize, wow, it does so much more damage than all the other clerics. Maybe Light Cleric deserves to be S tier.
No, it can't be.
There's no way.
Like,
you say there's no way, but the Light Cleric is literally doing double the DPS of every other cleric.
We can revisit this at the end.
No,
and also
this matters right now. I don't think Tempest belongs in the same tier as Light.
I do. I actually because I don't think Cleric is
so
all about. Well, here's the thing. I don't think Cleric is all about blasting.
Tempest is.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, no, literally, that's the exact opposite of the point you should be making, because Light has an ability that's explicitly not about blasting.
You interrupted me as I came to that realization.
Correct. There you go.
Okay.
So I actually don't think it's A tier anymore. Is that wild?
I almost think Tempest. I think Tempest is A and Light might be S.
I was gonna say, do you think Tempest is A and Light S?
because there's a lot of value to be able to just nuke things with Shatter.
Well, I don't think light is S.
Why?
Because go back.
Look at it in comparison to the rest.
Oh, like it's Fireball. I forgot about that.
Well,
This
that
might be
was
an
the
S tier
only
class.
thing.
No,
No,
it's
it's
not
not
the
the
only
only
thing.
But it also has a good, let's see, good first level, good 6th level, okay 17th level, bad channel divinity. That was mostly the
It wasn't-
conclusion.
yeah,
I don't
the
think it
channel
was
divinities-
bad though. Is the thing? I
It
think
has fireball, Josh.
No. Fireball existing doesn't make it bad. It just makes it suboptimal.
It means at 6th level, this guy can throw out 6 suits, like 3 fireballs and 2 almost fireballs that are friendly fire protected.
No, the only use case is the friendly fire, to my mind, because yes, overlapping abilities does make one bad. There's my hot take.
Okay, but also
Well, no, but
I
this-
don't.
it-
I don't.
it's just-
I know it
I
doesn't
think-
fully overlap. I'm aware.
No. This is just so much firepower. This guy
I
can just
see-
keep throwing out AoEs every turn.
We don't talk a lot about
AoE.
resource conservation because like we're assuming a certain kind of play, but like in all honesty, like you are going to run out of 3rd level spells at 6th level if you go through a day. Having another thing in your pocket that lets you do something, especially that comes back on a short rest 2 times per short rest, I honestly think that like this shores up one of the weaknesses of clerics in a way that is like sustainable to use often.
It's true. It lets you throw out sustainable AoE that's respectable damage. Like this is a lot more damage than a Shatter, for instance, and a lot bigger AoE. Isn't this? Yeah, this is a bigger than Fireball, so 30-foot AoE.
With you at the center, but
with you at the center,
you would
that is a downside.
Yeah.
But like this is a fuck ton of fire. This is like bringing an artillery cannon to the machine gunners of the cleric world.
If we make this S tier, it makes our lives a lot easier down the line.
Yes.
I can predict we'll need a new tier for Zeal.
No, it's the same
it's
tier.
just gonna go in S.
That's the life a lot easier down the line part I was referring
No. So
to.
here's the thing, right? Is that unless we're talking about Strixhaven specifically, it's my sort of opinion that S tier is just kind of anything that's better than A tier.
I disagree. I think sometimes you have to put things higher.
So
if they are distinctly a tier up.
Well,
you choose to shunt everything down,
or
like
you can,
Arcana, Knowledge, Mind, Nature all go down to F tier.
Or
do you think we should just shove things down into F tier? We haven't seen an F tier class yet.
No, absolutely not.
No, definitely not.
Absolutely not. But this was why I wanted to wait to up this until Zeal, because we could have that conversation with the context of Tempest, Light, and Zeal.
Okay, but hold on.
We've already changed it, so we go. And
let's talk about it now.
I might have to raid. No, they'd have a lot of people. I might not have to raid.
Why would you commit to that anyway, knowing that this is going to be an 8-hour stream?
The reason that I would commit to it anyway is for moral support.
Jesus Christ.
Because Josh, my life does not revolve around this stream, unfortunately. And
no, your life actually revolves around World of Warcraft straight up, period.
It actually does. You are correct. And also, Josh, this is a 6-hour stream.
And?
I dedicated 6 hours to this. If I dedicate 2 hours to a raid, I don't feel like that's very unbalanced.
Only 8 hours. Weak. Okay, all right. Let's talk about something that's not Tempest Cleric. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of Tempest Cleric. Protection, Solidarity, and Strength.
I don't even know if it deserves to be A tier. I guess it does. Wait, no. Where did we put Tempest?
I think compared to the other clerics, if Light was a wizard, it would not. It would be like B tier.
Yeah,
C tier.
I'm not even thinking about Light now. I'm thinking about Tempest in semi-isolation. You obviously can't think fully.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like to me right now, within the bounds of a cleric tier list, I think Light is really like pushing what clerics can do in a way that makes it feel like it can actually do something. Arcana, knowledge, and mind and nature might end up being F relative to everything else. That's because we haven't gotten to war domain. I promise you that it is a tier below.
God,
like
literally the last two ones we're gonna rate are gonna like.
Yeah, they're gonna be so different. Anyway, let's talk about protection. This is it's the Unearthed Arcana one, right? Okay, from Unearthed Arcana 22, Cleric.
We may have needed an E tier.
Maybe. I don't know. Compelled duel, protection from evil and good, aid, protection from poison, protection from energy, slow, guardian of faith, Odaluke's resilient sphere, anti-life shell, wall of force. When you choose this domain at first level, you gain proficiency with heavy armor. Good. Starting at first level, you gain the ability to hinder attacks intended for others. When a creature attacks a target other than you that is within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the attack roll. To do so, you must be able to see both the attacker and the target. You interpose an arm, a shield, or some other part of yourself to try to throw off the attack. Okay. Just add Zeal tier at the top and a War tier at the bottom. Oh, lol.
Honestly, I think I can already predict that War deserves to be F, and Zeal is too broken to be on. Like it's like a strict saving thing. It's too. They did not think of Zeal correctly.
Here's the thing, Dan. I don't remember any of the other Zeal abilities, and arguably that might not matter.
They don't matter. Even if you did remember them, they don't matter. They could actually drag down the class, and it wouldn't matter.
We'll see. I do think that one ability, as that one ability is specifically fine. If you want me to be precise, Dan, might not be enough to push an S tier if everything else was abysmal. But
they also get Shatter and Haste.
No, spoilers.
Okay, so Radiant Defense is your channel divinity. As an action, you channel Blessed Energy into an ally you can see within 30 feet of you. The first time that ally is hit by an attack within the next minute, the attacker takes radiant damage equal to 2d10 plus your cleric level. So you know how we talked about, I promise I won't talk about it that much, but you know how we talked about Light Cleric and how 2d10 plus cleric level is a little underwhelming. Mm-hmm. So Blessed Healer at 6th level, the healing spells you cast on others can heal you as well when you cast a spell with a spell slot, and it restores hit points to any creature other than you this turn.
Oh, it's the same feature.
You regain hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. Oh, it is Blessed Healer. I see. You get Divine Strike, Indomitable Defense. You gain resistance to 2 damage types of your choice from bludgeoning, necrotic, piercing, radiant, and slashing.
You scrolled too far.
What?
I just want to be able to read the rest.
We just want more of it. Okay. Whenever you finish a short or long rest, you can change the damage types you chose. As an action, you can temporarily give up this resistance and transfer it to one creature you touch. The creature keeps the resistance until the end of your next short or long rest, or until you transfer it back to yourself as a bonus
so funky.
action.
Oh, that's cool.
It's only one of them though. Like, what if the enemy has a sword and not a mace?
Is it only one? I hate how they worded this.
It's 2 damage types of your choice.
But you can transfer.
They get both resistances, is how I interpret
both of them. Okay.
I think.
Yeah. I think they get both. Pretty sure they get both.
Yes.
Okay.
It's really poorly worded, Dan.
That
you're
is,
correct.
I mean, resistances are good.
Oh,
physical.
S tier. Sorry, S tier, Wall of Force. All right, moving on.
Nice try, guy. That is very good as a spell. That's very good.
So, you get
fireball level,
a lot of these are cleric spells, protection from poison and aid. So there's you get slow. Slow is a good spell.
Mm-hmm.
Compelled duel
and resilient sphere.
I love resilient
compelled
sphere.
duel, resilient sphere, and wall of force. Like I would say that's a solidly. Good
this is a very good spell list.
It is slightly later game than some of the other ones we've looked at, but those are very good spells. Sure. And it's not fireball, but you know what? That's okay because Wall of Force is on par and or better.
Okay, so
Shield
of Faithful is basically infinite warding flare, but only on people around you, and they have to be within 5 feet of you. That's not the worst condition. You do get heavy armor proficiency, but it's just like little nervous.
It's compelling you to be up there in the front lines to actually get used to this.
It's compelling you to be up there. Like that is a potentially good ability.
It's making me grumpy with that frontlining idea. I'm not gonna say it's bad, but yes, you've hit the nail on the head.
Okay, yeah, but a rogue also has to be on a front line, right?
If you stand next to your caster buddy, they're most likely not even gonna get hit, so it's not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
Aside from you can do it for ranged attacks too, but
I
even
know. Just
Yeah, but it's only
automatically.
one attack, so why would you?
know. Oh well.
So
It's-
yeah.
Not stellar, but you know.
Okay, channel divinity, yeah.
Honestly, I don't even think it's like
Um,
that awful. It just kind of like falls short because it has so many limitations.
You can actually spam all your channel divinities. It doesn't say
Yes.
you can't just spam all of them into one target, like at once
Oh, that's
before the
funny.
fight happens. You
That's
could you could set up a landmine on your barbarian.
that is funny. So I suppose in that case, like you could potentially just spam all of these onto one person, like right before the fight starts. Having to use your action to do this is very painful, considering what light clerics can do.
At 20th level, though, if you spend 3 actions on your barbarian, let's say get in there, buddy, have some fun, and run in. The first one person who touches that barbarian takes more than 90 damage.
which is extremely comical, but it's also just like so. I don't know. The fact that it only lasts for a minute is like it actually gets the territory where like you could easily run this out. You
Yeah.
could easily run the clock, and it'd be extremely frustrating to do so.
You know how we talked about the value of a buff round and how 10 minutes you can potentially get away with it and counter allowing. 1 minute you probably can't. Now it's 1 minute and also 3 actions of buff round.
So it's actually
beforehand.
less than a minute.
And using this in combat means that's all you're doing that turn.
It is
and
okay.
It's bad.
I love that use. I
That
would
is
100%
funny.
go out of my way to do it that way. I don't think it saves this from being bad, and it should feel bad.
No,
Yeah.
unless you wanted to
fair
just
to
turn
say?
your.
Let's look at it at 6th level. At 6th level is where this should be at its peak power. That is 11 plus cleric level, 17 damage. So that's using your action to do 17 damage.
Damage.
That's pretty good. That's okay.
I am whelmed at best and underwhelmed at worst.
For clerics, that's good damage.
I don't
Stop it! No.
No.
We can't look at the objective damage number on this. You have to think about how it's used, and it's not. This
It's an
is so
action.
bad.
It's not good.
Like
If you know your barbarian's gonna get hit, it's
Sure.
practically free damage.
sure,
only-
except
You don't always get a buff round.
Yeah, except that you don't always
No,
get a buff
not
round.
a buff round. I'm saying if you use this in combat,
Okay, if you use this in
like,
combat, it's 17.
Your choice. Compare this to a cantrip. A
Right,
Toll the
okay.
Dead is gonna be 2d12 at this range. That's 13 damage. This is a whopping 17 damage.
Wow, we got 4 effective damage over a cantrip.
It's guaranteed damage. It's not a wisdom save. No,
Yikes.
it's bad.
No, you're right. You're right.
This is not good.
This
I'm
is
sorry.
too finicky to use, and it eats your whole action.
And it's
It's
your channel divinity.
That's-
no.
slightly positive.
I'm not gonna.
refuse to be positive. The only positive thing I will say about this is the fact that you can stack them because that is
If you could use
hilarious.
if you could use this as a bonus action, it would be. I think it'd actually be strong.
It would actually be pretty.
Oh, that'd
good,
be
yeah.
neat.
But
Yeah,
but the problem is that as an action, like for something that you're already setting up conditionally. Obviously, your melee attackers are always going to get hit. But like, I don't know. Wouldn't you rather just cast Shatter on like 3 people?
Let's
Isn't that
move
just
on to the other
way
one.
better. Okay.
Blessed
Blessed Healer.
Blessed Healer's ass on this.
It sucks if you don't have other healing features.
This is bad on a life cleric, and it is infinitely worse on any other cleric because they are
Yes.
not compelled to cast their heals
They
anyway.
get this
Um,
cleric gets Divine Strike.
And 17th level's pretty good, I guess.
I think it's pretty good. It's like fairly flexible. Physical damage is pretty common. And the fact that you can make yourself resistant to it is pretty good.
Dan, what do you hate about this ability? What's the feature that annoys you? Because I can tell you something that annoys me, and I feel like it would bug you.
Let me see. Is it the 17th level one?
No, it's the 17th level one. It's the fact that you can choose bludgeoning, and you can choose 2 out of 3 of the physicals.
I told you that earlier.
Did you? God, I'm
You're just out of it.
I got some news. Anyway, don't worry about it. I'll tell you off stream.
Remember, I was like, "Oh, bludgeoning and slashing. Oh, just hope they don't have piercing."
Sure.
It's okay. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I would say that honestly, I think Indomitable Offense is fine.
This is very middling for me.
It's kind of middling, but also like it's fairly flexible even if you don't get the whole set of coverage.
Is it impactful enough to be better than a Forge Cleric though?
What is Forge Cleric 17?
No. I'm saying overall on rankings. Is this a
on
C tier?
rankings overall? Okay.
Wait.
I'm thinking.
Sorry. I'm torn. No, never mind. We don't have to. We touched on spells.
I think
That's
this
the
is a
thing.
C. I think this is a C tier or B tier. Probably a C tier. What do you think?
It's so funny. I wanted to rate this D, but the spells saved it for me.
Spells are good.
This is a C tier class. I think this is better than Forge, but not as good as the B ones.
It could be B.
You think it's B, Jean?
Wait, hold on. Go. What are the?
Yeah, let's look at B.
B is Death Order, Grave, Blood, and Beauty.
And then, does it get a good? It gets no 6th level, which isn't a deal breaker for B. It's Channel Divinity sucks, which is kind of a deal breaker for B. Its 1st level is
Very middling.
middling.
Pretty okay.
No, it's
okay.
I think it's a C tier though.
I'd C. You're right. It's absolutely C.
It's distinctly average in a disappointing way.
I think it's a pretty good C.
I can't. I love Wall of Force though.
I know you love Wall of Force. Wall of Force alone will not make a class S tier.
Well, apparently Fireball will.
Okay,
Fireball
but Fireball
comes a
is
lot
different.
earlier.
I know.
Most campaigns won't reach Wall of Force.
Yeah, 9th
Like,
level.
The thing is that like disabling spells super good. AoE disabling spells super good. Fireball just kills people.
Just makes them dead. What's the next one?
Not alive anymore. Next one is Solidarity Domain.
Oh, we got another Amonkhet.
Yeah. So the next three are Amonkhets, I think. No, this was for Arcana. So the next two are.
Want me to read it?
Yes.
All right. You get Bless, Guiding Bolt, Aid, Warding Bond, Beacon of Hope, Crusader's Mantle, Are of Life, Guardian of Faith, Circle of Power, Mass Cure Wounds. The two new ones, I believe, are Guardian and Crusader's Mantle and Circle of Power are not on the Cleric list. Circle of Power, I think, has some niche uses. You get Heavy Armor at 1st level. That's good. Nice. And also at 1st level, Solidarity's action. When you take the Help action, the Help.
No, Dan, it gets worse.
To aid an ally's attack, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. You can use this.
What do you think this class gets at 8th level, guys?
Oh, I wonder. A number of TMs equal to Wisdom offer. Okay, so this is pretty standard. And then Channel Divinity, Preserve Life. Wait, what? No, this is just the Life Cleric one.
Yeah.
Yes, Preserve Life is Life Cleric.
Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah, that's right. I always forget. Okay, and then the 6th level Channel Divinity is Oketra's Blessing. Oh. When a creature within 30 feet of you makes an attack roll, you can use a reaction to grant that creature a +10 bonus to the roll using your Channel Divinity. That's pretty good. You make this choice after you see the roll. Ooh, okay. This your meleeers will like you a lot.
Are you? Should I leave the room, Josh?
Josh is having a good time over it.
No, I'm not having a good time. This is so bad.
Why do you think it's bad?
I like this one. I think this one is way better than the previous one.
Than to Preserve Life?
No, sorry. Than Radiant Defense, than the previous Channel Divinity.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sure. Yes, obviously.
I think it's a hard sell to use this one over Preserve Life in some cases, but there's definitely cases where DPS is more important.
I mean, yeah. Get a +10 bonus to
it's cool.
I love
attack
roll.
Option.
I actually really like this because now you can do both. You have something else that you can do with your Channel Divinity.
I always feel so bad about these +10 bonus to attack roll ones, though.
Why?
I don't know. They just feel like
All it is, Josh, is an advanced bless spell. Do you like it now?
No, because the value of bless is the recurring. However, what it is it's a portent
free hit.
If you can use it reactively. Oh, you missed that? Nah, you can hit. Here you go. Have a hit. I would love that.
It is effectively use your reaction and one Channel Divinity to cause your ally to hit an attack.
Okay.
I think that's good.
It's pretty
For
good.
Channel Divinity. I don't think it's stellar, but it technically scales.
The fact that it's not an action or bonus action, it's a reaction. Means
I
it's
mean,
good.
that's
Then
true. It
Divine
is a
Strike
reaction.
Divine Strike, this is one of those few cases where Divine Strike might actually get more value than the other one.
Really?
No. The reason being, if you're running around and just spamming the help action, you by default you have to make weapon attacks.
No,
from
okay,
your Solidarity.
I know that, but in what circumstance are you going to be actually like spamming the help action over using like a spell, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's say you're concentrating on something and you just like, I could cantrip that enemy, or I could just go help my ally and hopefully smack something. There's a good chance that the helping with this perk is actually stronger.
I guess maybe.
I think so. One attack with Divine Strike versus one cantrip are
Why
about
are you trying to
equal.
sell me on this class? I don't think it's good.
I don't.
No.
Really...
I'm just saying it as it is. I'm just saying that this has value. I'm not biased in any way or another.
It's only its value if you hit.
Cantrips only have value when you hit. I think.
Yeah, but you actually have a chance to hit them because you.
It's true.
Yeah, like
So on average,
yeah.
Even with Divine Strike, Toll the Dead is going to do a bit more damage on average because it's going to hit more often.
Okay.
However, that I think the help action, giving your ally advantage, might on average add more damage from them. It's hard to say.
I would say yes, but you have to consider the not
Running
just
around in
the
melee range.
Yes.
Yes, running around in melee range. Yes, running around without proficiency in martial weapons as a quote-unquote melee cleric.
No.
And then on top of that...
you don't care about martial weapons as this.
True.
I know it's like just like you
you
just get it for free.
You lose 1 damage. You lose 1
But,
damage.
like,
You go from a
also-
D6 to a D8.
But also
Or
just
2
like
okay, then it's like 2 damage or 3 damage. I don't know.
like the opportunity cost of having to point sync into like strength. It's like
No, you don't with this. With this class, you definitely wouldn't.
Okay. Well,
Okay,
if
but-
you don't, if
You would be at 15 strength for heavy armor.
Okay,
Go on.
so at 8th level you're doing, let's say, probably the most you'd be doing is like 1d8 damage, right? Plus your strength modifier, which is probably gonna be +2, I would say, for a cleric that can wear heavy armor. So that's what
6.5
6.5
damage.
plus your divine strike. So that's
Another
11
4.5. So 11 damage. Toll the Dead would be 13 damage. So 11 damage versus 13 damage. So you lose
and
2
you do
damage,
the
and you might
help
lose a
action.
bit more from the accuracy. So let's say like instead of 2 damage, like 4 damage. And is the help action worth doing over 4 damage? I think yes.
I think so. I don't know. I
We could
don't
say
know.
that it's so even that this is effectively net neutral and not a benefit.
I think I don't know. To me, this class, okay, this subclass, honestly, and it might be because we've just read all of the other ones already. This feels like such a mixed bag.
This is a worse life cleric.
Yes. Yeah, because you only have 2 of the life cleric features.
I think
I mean, you have
could make
one
an
of the better
argument
ones.
that the Divine Strike and the Solidarity's action are effectively a nothing feature because they are pretty much equal to just cantripping.
Yeah, and okay, yeah, no, you've basically summed it
Yeah.
up. That was my other issue is like
I don't know.
Go
Help
on.
action is
already take the help action.
Help action is nice, I will say, but it also only affects the first attack your ally makes, and
It
you have
does,
to be within
yeah.
melee range.
It's not very good. Help
And-
action is what you do when you have nothing else.
And the help action is something that you can do as is. This class doesn't like make it easier to use the help action in any way. All it does is if you use the help action, you also get the melee, which, like we've previously established, is not particularly good for clerics.
Even with Divine
amazing.
Strike, you're doing like a tiny amount of damage.
Yeah, so I think even combining those two things, combining the help action, which is okay, with meleeing, which is bad, I don't think makes it good. It's net neutral to me at best, and
it is
might be worse.
It at best it is slightly better than cantripping, but it's it's just like not worth a feature. It's just neither of them are. So I think this is. But are the channel divinities, are the life cleric channel divinities
life
good
cleric
enough
channel divinity on its own good enough
So
to put it in B tier?
Do you remember how we had a long conversation about life cleric and how it's a niche thing, and because it excels in its niche, we gave it a high rating? Well, this is that, but objectively worse.
This is its best feature, though.
It a low rating. I don't know how low.
This is its best feature, though.
Yeah, I mean that's true. This is a tough one, because when I look at the holistic feature set of this class, it doesn't even read as an A tier, or like arguably not even a B tier class, or if it is a B tier class, it's at the very bottom of it.
Yeah, I kind of want to see it.
This also was the I think I'm leaning C because there's a lot of good things here. It's just one of the excuse me, I'm having hiccups. One of the most annoying things is there's no synergy here.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean by
a whole bunch of features that don't fit together.
That's what I mean by this feels like a mixed bag, right? It doesn't feel cohesive. I mean,
this was a very poorly designed subclass. Nothing here fits.
Part of it is because we've already read the life cleric, but like even in isolation, these have no synergy with each other whatsoever.
Yeah.
Let's just give it a C tier.
Is that bad enough to make it D?
I don't know.
All right.
I honestly, it
synergy
might
is our personal like views on it. It's just not its power level.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think having good synergies can lead potentially to being rated higher, just because like having
you might change your play style, but this is going to actually make you change your play style.
Yeah, no. In fact, it might actually provoke you into playing in a way that is actually actively worse. Because the thing about clerics, right, is we've talked about the opportunity cost of being in the front lines and attacking, but it's not even just that you're squishy. Right? That's not the, honestly, to me, that is not even close to the worst thing about being on the front lines. It's just all the concentration checks you have to make upon being hit. Yeah, I don't think that this is worse than Forge, because like you said, this has the life clerics like channel divinity,
and it has a few decent things,
right? And it has some other stuff. The help action has a variable amount of value depending. Honestly, if you have a barbarian, you'll never really actually going to use it. If that's your only frontliner, ask me how I know.
And me and Sean think the plus 10 accuracy one's actually pretty decent.
I think it's all right. I think it is slightly less dead than some of the other channel divinities. I think it's a very average channel divinity, I guess.
All right, we only have 6 left. Let's go Zug.
Zug. Strength domain. Okay.
75% done. Another Amonkhet. Let me open it up. All right. Our spells: Divine Favor, Shield of Faith. Interesting. Enhance ability, protection from poison. Haste, protection from energy. Dominate beast, stone skin. My favorite.
Stone
wave, insect plague. There's a few good ones there. And then we get heavy armor. All the Amonkhet ones seem to. Acolyte of Strength. At first level, you learn one druid cantrip of your choice. You also gain efficiency in one of the following skills: animal handling, athletics, nature, and survival. This is the same as the other one, but they threw in athletics as a little bonus option, which actually makes it a lot better. Channel divinity.
It would be so funny if the
strength.
strength domain didn't get athletics.
This is very, very similar to the Olympiad Paladin one that Brendan played, especially in lore up there. Anyway, the Channel Divinity, Feat of Strength. Second level, you can use your Channel Divinity to enhance your physical might. When you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw using Strength, you can use your Channel Divinity to gain plus 10 to the roll. You make this choice after you see the roll. So it gives you more options on your plus 10. Saving throw using Strength is not going to come up very much, though.
Wait till you get to 6th level.
Okay, Rowan's supposed to, when a creature within 30 feet of you makes an attack roll, do a check or saving throws. Oh wow, it's the same. Wait, they could have just said you or another creature for the first one.
No, because then it would have to eat another slot, Dan.
Oh my god, they didn't want to have to think of a 6th level feature. That's so lazy. And then 8th level is a stupid melee thing, and then 17th level is a good one. Yeah.
17th level is good, and it's on and I think it's safe to say this is at least on a better tier than. Well, actually, no. I wouldn't say a better tier. I think this might overall generally be better than Forged Cleric.
I don't think so. Maybe.
Maybe.
I would argue that this might actually be worse than Forged Cleric, because when do clerics get their 3rd channel divinity?
Really
18th
late.
level.
Really late.
Okay, so assuming that's basically not happening.
No, you're right.
So for
This
most
sucks.
of this game, your entire ability with this entire class is to turn 1 to 2 misses into hits. That's like per short rest, per short rest is pretty significant. Is that better than Forged Cleric?
Okay,
It might be.
so here's the thing. I was willing to be generous with this, just because like at last class you tried to convince me that this was good, in a slightly different context, obviously. Yeah, this sucks. I think this sucks. I don't know.
Don't think it's very good either. I think 2 attack rolls is not that impactful.
And you can't really do anything
making your
else with it.
barbarian turn 2 of his misses into hits is okay. It's definitely good. He's gonna like you. He's gonna be like, oh, I did another 40 damage. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I just don't know how much actual value that translates into.
You'll never
having
use
a
the
real
2nd level
feature.
one though.
Do I? Yeah, that's the thing. Is it's? I love that this is just strength only.
This is the swole cleric. If you want to roleplay just a swole cleric, this is your cleric.
Do I have to reevaluate the channel divinity on the last one? Why?
What was the last one?
Dan, explain. Why does this offend me so much more than the last one? Did I overvalue it last time? Maybe Josh was right.
No. Oh wait, no, the last one was with allies though, wasn't it?
Yeah, but this one you get allies.
It is. This one technically also is allies.
And you get it at the same level, right?
I know, but this one doesn't get other things.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Because you could alternatively use the heal or make an attack hit.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is okay as a backup option. It is worthless if it's your only option.
It has some worth.
It's not
I think the other
worthless,
one-
but it just feels like feels like you only exist to be used as a meat puppet by other people.
Does
the
this
other one
get-
had a powerful heal option and an option for some DPS. This one has some option.
This
for
one is like actually at the end of the day kind of nothing. Period. Like this is fine, but this is shoring up your teammates' weaknesses or their bad rolls. Like this is assurance.
If you can give your ally haste and then buff his attacks with this, so that they'll like you.
That was like
give
what
them
they have
haste. You exist to be the male anglerfish, attached it permanently to a female anglerfish, grafting its mouth skin on like some kind of parasite, to exist as nothing but a sperm sac.
I'm gonna do everything in my power to never get you to bring up anglerfish again.
Disgusting, yeah.
Mads.
Okay,
Oh,
like here's the thing: is
God.
like haste, good spell. All of this stuff, destructive wave, good. Clerics don't really get AOE, and destructive wave is a decent one, especially because paladins get it at like 20th level or whatever.
17th.
17th. Oh my god.
It's sad, but I think this is significantly better than Arcane Cleric. But maybe Arcane Cleric is just shit.
I think it's D tier.
It is so bad. I think strength is a D tier cleric.
I agree.
Oh, okay. Oh, maybe you're right though, because that means that we've now put this on the same tier as nature.
Oh, should nature
Yeah.
and arcane be F tiers?
We'll get back to it.
We'll get back to that. There is arguments to be made that there are a few that D tier ones like Arcane and Nature might be F.
Okay,
I
we'll
think
revisit.
no, Nature is not F. but Arcane is.
Oh yeah, that's right. Nature has like
Nature
one
has good combat
It
utilities.
has one
and
good
stuff.
combat utility, and it's like a
Arcane
good
is
flexible
garbage
one.
until 17th level.
Oh, that's right.
I
Whereas
see.
this
That
has-
makes sense.
This has one good combat utility at 17th level.
I guess that's the reason why we have Arcane in D tier, just because you know that it's a nuts cleric if you get to 17th level.
Welcome to Trickery Domain. I hope you enjoy your stay.
Can I skip this one?
No.
Do we have to do cricket?
Charm Person, Disguise Self, Mirror Image, Pass Without Trace, Blink, Dispel Magic, Dimension Door, Polymorph. Oh, wait.
Ooh.
Hang on,
Ooh.
their list is nutty.
Hold on.
The
So-
list is so
hold
good.
on.
Wait,
Pass
S tier
without
question mark?
trace.
S tier question mark?
Hold up.
Disguise Self and Dispel Magic and Blink.
Dominate
Blink?
Person, Modify
Dimension
Memory.
Door.
At first level, you get Blessing of the Trickster.
Ooh.
You can use your action to touch a willing creature other than yourself to give it advantage on dexterity
Aw.
stealth checks. This blessing lasts for 1 hour until you use this feature again. Why?
Other than yourself.
Starting at yeah, it's not very tricksy. That's
Okay,
making
but you
other people
can give
tricksy.
your rogue advantage on stealth checks and pass without
cast
trace.
Pass Without Trace, which is objectively hilarious.
I do like that.
Yeah. Invoke Duplicity. We know what this does. Cloak of Shadows. We also know what this does.
Wait.
Divine Strike. Oh.
Oh,
Improve
Oh, oh.
Duplicity. We know what that does. Oh,
Wait,
what an easy
How is
class.
this different than the other one?
The first level ability is worse.
And the spells.
And the spells are
And
better.
the spells are better.
Hold on, where's the other one? What was the
What
other
was
one?
the other one's first level ability?
Ambition had the Warding Flare ability.
That is good.
That is good. And its spells were
Bane,
Way
Disguise Self, Mirror
worse.
Image, Rain of Enfeeble, Bestow, Curse, Vampiric Touch, Death Ward, Dimension Door, Dominate Person modifiers significantly
Okay,
worse.
they have two of the same ones. They both have Dimension Door and Dominate Person and Disguise. So they've and they have 4. The only good ones that the other one has, this one also has. So this
Yep.
one has the benefit of adding Blink, Dispel Magic, Polymorph, and Pass Without Trace.
So you know how we talked about how healing is this kind of like niche thing? One of the reasons healing is one of these niche things is because the best form of healing is to 1, not take damage, and 2, reduce incoming damage, and 3, just polymorph forehead. Polymorph is such a disgustingly overtuned spell.
Oh my god, it's so good. I
You
think
can literally sit
Okay.
there and turn your the level you get at level 7. You can turn someone into a giant ape, and they're going to have 156 hit points. Doesn't even matter what their armor class is going to be. It's not good, but like that's so much HP. Imagine if at 7th level you could cast any other spell in the game and heal someone for 156 HP.
I love this because I think you can go and just open the tier list right now.
and just put it 1 slot above.
One slot above or at the same level. Let's
Exactly.
see. Where is it? Where's
It's in
Ambition?
It's in
Ambition
D.
is in C tier.
Oh, no,
Is
it
Trickery
was in
B tier?
C.
Honestly, with this spell list, it really, really might be.
Oh, I don't know.
Well,
I will say these features are
Warding Flare is better.
Yeah,
Does
exactly.
is Warding Flare enough better than lack of Polymorph? Is
I
worse.
mean,
I think
like,
polymorph is like
no.
easily tier bending.
like straight up no, especially because warding tier is only the self version, whereas
Mhm.
light
Light
cleric
gets it on
can
other
use it on
people,
other people, which
which is
vastly
nice.
increases its use.
Clerics, one of their main weaknesses is they lack really powerful spells. That's why Fireball is just so nutty.
I just
think
feel,
Polymorph is worth a tier.
Isn't that so dirty? That
or
spells are
alternatively,
so.
we move Trickster down one.
How many tabs do I have? As many tabs as there are clerics in this game, which is so many.
I'm not exactly opposed to moving Trickster down. Slash whatever it was. Ambition.
down. Is ambition
Because
worse?
their only real solid feature, in my opinion, was their
No,
close
you're right.
to
I
get
think
away.
ambition might actually be worse. Is ambition worse than forge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
all
think
right,
so.
easy. There you go. Does that look
And-
correct?
I can't. Let me see. Yeah, I guess so. Tell me how many tabs do you have? They haven't closed the old ones.
Because
no,
they keep
because
referring back.
we refer back to them sometimes.
I just opened them again.
No.
That's
No,
like a
thank
normal
you.
person.
No, thank you.
nice.
Do you know how long it takes one of these wiki pages to load? Too long.
About-
5 seconds.
About 5 seconds.
That's far too long.
You know how long,
Alright,
how many seconds it
going.
takes you to find the correct tab?
Surprisingly few.
Yeah, I've actually been really impressed with Josh so far.
You have been fast. What's the next one?
It's
What's
because
the
I
next one?
guess based on the alphabet. I'm like,
Oh my god.
I am not that
the
good at the
names are
alphabet.
literally cut off because you have so many tabs.
yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I could honestly move them into a different window, and that actually would achieve very.
Okay, what's the
much
next
same.
one?
Next one.
All right, next one. Is Twilight domain. Oh, this is an interesting one.
We're so close.
Ah.
We're so close.
Okay, spell list: Fairy Fire, Sleep, Moonbeam, See Invisibility, Aura of Vitality. Hey, Leoman's Tiny Hut. Aura of Life, Greater Invisibility, Circle of Power, and Mislead. At first level, you gain proficiency with martial weapons and heavy armor.
Okay.
Probably takes that long because of how many tabs you open. No, the first tab took this long. I have a big beef PC and big beef internet.
Nom.
It's the wiki dot that's wrong. Eyes of
Greater
Night.
invisibility is a good one. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, starting at first level, you can see through the deepest gloom. You have dark vision out to a range of 300 feet. In that radius, you can see in dim light as if it were bright light, and in darkness as if it were in dim light. Do you know anybody that plays with dim light rules?
I mean, technically everyone, in a way.
In a way. As an action, you can magically share the dark vision of this feature with willing creatures you can see within 10 feet of you, up to a number of creatures equal to your wisdom modifier. Minimum of one creature. The shared dark vision lasts for 1 hour. Once you share it, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest, unless you expend a spell slot of any level to share it again. At first level, the knight has taught you to be vigilant. As an action, you give one creature you touch, including possibly yourself. Okay? Advantage
you can
on the
possibly
next...
touch yourself.
You can possibly touch yourself. Thank you, Cleric. Thank you, Twilight Cleric. Advantage on the next initiative roll the creature makes. This benefit ends immediately after the roll, or if you use the feature again. At second level, your channel divinity you can use to refresh your allies with Soothing Twilight. As an action, you present your holy symbol, and a sphere of twilight emanates from you. The sphere is centered on you. It has a 30-foot radius and is filled with dim light. The sphere moves with you and lasts for 1 minute or until you are incapacitated or die. Whenever a creature, including you, ends a turn in the sphere, you can grant that creature one of these benefits. You grant
Wait, with no action.
With no action. You grant it temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your cleric level. Wait,
That's actually kind of nuts.
that's really good.
Wait, that's a lot of tempo.
Every single turn, you can give your entire party a fuck ton of temp HP.
You end one effect on it, causing it to be charmed or frightened. Okay? And then at 6th level, you can draw upon the
That's also
mystical
really good.
power of night to rise into the air. What? As a bonus action, when you are in dim light or darkness, you can magically give yourself a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute. You can use this bonus action a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. You get Divine Strike.
Divine Strike.
Why? Why?
Because you get martial weapons and heavy armor.
But also why?
But also
Who
why?
knows?
No feature until now has even remotely been like
I'm so surprised at how
vaguely
common
melee-centric.
Divine Strike is compared to the cantrip. one.
Yeah.
At 17th level, the Twilight that you summon offers a protective embrace. You and your allies have half cover while in the sphere created by your Twilight Sanctuary. Okay, so
Wait, so everyone in your Twilight Sanctuary has plus 2 AC.
has plus 2 AC. Wait, did they get any other benefits?
Is Dex save bonus only on 3/4 cover?
I believe so.
What are the cover rules?
I think it's just plus 2 AC. I can double check.
No, it's plus 2 bonus to AC and Dex saves.
Oh, pretty good.
Okay.
Sorry. 3/4 cover is plus 5 to both of those.
Yeah. So,
But, like,
yeah, let's talk about it. Spell
At
list.
6th level, every turn, your entire party is effectively getting 9.5 HP.
This
It's
is
hard
really
for enemies to out DPS that. Like, this is making your party largely unkillable.
This
It's
is
not that hard, but I will not deny that's very good.
Well, it's also like on your whole party, right? Like if someone's being focused down, obviously like 9
That's
is
true.
not going to be that big.
Exactly.
If they split their damage, this is nuts.
Well, okay,
Oh,
but
yeah.
consider this, right? 1d6 plus your cleric level at second level is going to be 4 HP per turn per person, which is like that's about the value of what's it called? Almost the value of aid. At third level, it is the value of aid. At fifth level, you're getting 8.5, so about 9. Yeah, you're right about that. That's really good.
This is amazing, and this does no concentration.
It scales super well.
Charms aren't very common, but Frightened is super common. Like AoE
really
Frightened
common.
can screw over parties.
4 HP is a wizard, you're right. 4 HP is the value of a first level wizard.
I think the fact that you can just get rid of Frightened is amazing, and it gets buffed later.
You can end one charm or frighten. Like honestly, that's one of those things that's nice because it already does something else, and you can instead choose to do this. So it's like really flexible, and like if you run into a fear effect, this is like super handy because fear is like kind of annoying. Half cover is like solidly great. If it's just for free, right?
But that's 17th level.
Oh, yeah, obviously at 17th level. I would say 2 AC at 17th level isn't even, like, awful.
No, it's good.
And, like, +2 on dex saves is always going to be good. And
those saves and AC always scale.
It also, from this reading, like, stacks with, like, paladin bonuses as well. So you can really get pretty beefy in terms
Except
of,
for this is a
saves.
30-foot aura.
Yeah.
And it's filled with dim light.
Honestly, this is like easily one of the best channel divinities that we've read.
I think it is definitely easily one of the best. I think the only downside is you'll never be using like 2 of these per short rest.
That'd be pretty
let alone 3 of them. Because it lasts a whole minute.
It lasts a minute, and you're not concentrating on it. It can be canceled.
I suppose if you get incapacitated, you can recast it. I guess.
Oh, that's true. In the case that you get incapacitated, but this feature makes it so you're probably not ever going to be incapacitated, right?
Yeah, it's true. The flying speed one, not very strong, but cool. It's fun.
Not strong, but you get its flight early, which is like not nothing.
6th level flight is pretty cool.
6th level flight is pretty good.
I also really like the Vigilant Blessing for giving like your wizard or something advantage, so they can just fireball like immediately.
Yeah, I honestly think that the first level ability is like not that bad. Especially because we've definitely been in situations where we want somebody to have like a good AC roll or a good initiative roll, and they definitely rolled a 4.
Initiative roll is way more important than a lot of people give it credit, and it's very good, and so I consider that feature quite good.
Like 2 of the most important things in playing D&D kind of in the moment to moment combat order is always going to be action economy and initiative order. So yeah,
gotcha.
Getting a little more consistent on the initiative, really nice, especially if like you, for instance, are a cleric with 0 dexterity and you really want to bless your party before they start hitting things.
Okay, well, and what about the spells? I think Greater Invisibility and Leomund's Tiny Hut are fun.
Greater Invisibility is good. Leomund's Tiny Hut is clerics get ritual casting, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That makes it even better.
Yeah, Tiny Hut's good then. I mean,
Circle of Power is also pretty good.
Like Tiny Hut is one of those things where it's like it's not terrible if you had to cast a spell slot for it, especially because when you're casting it, you're taking a long rest anyway. But you might not have the spell slot, right?
But as a ritual, it's fantastic.
But as a ritual, great. Fairy Fire is okay. Sleep is better than some people give it credit for. Moonbeam is.
Hey, AoE's hard to come by, even though that's
AoE is hard to come. It's not a big AoE, but I think it is an AoE.
Technically.
It
makes me sad whenever a cleric doesn't have heavy armor because so many of them get it.
Yeah, that's true.
But this one does. So.
This one does get heavy armor. The dark vision is like
that one feels more flavor.
I mean, considering
they get 3 first level. They get 3 first level features.
Yeah, so this is definitely more flavor. But like, I mean, the thing is that like you can easily become like a halfling or something that like one of the races that don't get dark vision but might otherwise be really strong, like humans, right?
That's true.
Humans don't get dark vision.
Help 'em
and
out.
if you get to be a variant human with this, it's pretty like it really shores up one of the greatest weaknesses of your race, which is
Mhm.
something we don't like talk a lot about, but like yeah. Some races are
Mhm.
balanced around not having dark vision and having to rely upon supplies. And this does alleviate that. It alleviates that for your whole party too for an hour.
Uh-huh.
So for
Well, let's
for a
look at-
combat encounter.
Last thing before we rate it, because I feel like this Channel Divinity is definitely the shining point. At 20th level, this is effectively about 23.5 temporary HP for the party per turn. And I think that is significant.
That's
That means
pretty
your
super
party
good.
can eat almost an entire fireball every turn without getting damaged.
Yeah. So super good. Super good. Okay.
Yeah. What do we want to rank it at? I think
be able to raid, sir?
I just talked to Gang Gang, and I am somewhat off the hook.
All right.
He said, "I think we're good. If we need a DPS, I'll ping you." And I said I could join a bit later if we need. So if we're
nice.
anyway,
We
I
only
think,
got 3
I think
left.
I'm
after
good.
this.
Okay. In my opinion, Twilight is no lower than A tier.
I think it's A or B.
It's got to be A. I think
It's
it
an
has
A
to be
tier. I
A.
think it's an A
It's
tier.
better
The
than
Channel
Tempest.
Divinity.
Come on,
It's definitely better than Tempest.
it's A for sure.
It's different than Tempest. They fill different niches.
Yeah, but Tempest has like one good ability, and this one has all.
It's okay. We're Tempest going down and Light going down is still on the table.
Unity domain.
Oh, well, hold on. Before we go into, I do want to say, Dan, just because it's better than Tempest does not mean that Tempest necessarily has to go down.
I know.
Yeah.
I was
They-
just
they can-
mentioning it.
There can be a sub tier within the tier. That's okay. Doesn't mean they're equal power level. They're roughly equal.
See this? I mean, this,
The
this
thing
is why
I mainly try to avoid is having a large I really don't want a large disparity of power within the same tier.
No.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, you
Agreed.
don't want a huge disparity of power.
Oh.
It is okay to have a little variability. Just
Oh yeah.
You're gonna be so sad in 3 clerics, aren't you?
God.
And Zeal's gonna fuck it.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. We can
I
get
will
to
make
Unity
my
more quick.
case for either things gotta go down or we need a new tier because Zeal is not balanced.
We'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So Unity Cleric, Heroism, Shield of Faith, Aid, Warding Bond, Beacon of Hope, Sending, Aura of Purity, Guardian of Faith, Greater Restoration, and Rarity's Telepathic Bond. That is so many cleric spells.
And nothing good outside
Nothing
of the
good.
cleric spells.
Starting
Nothing
at
good.
first level, you forge an Empowering Bond. Hey, wait a minute. Wait.
This is almost the same.
Almost the same.
God damn it.
This
The 17th
probably
level
got
is different.
this probably got adapted into what is it, protection?
I guess.
Because this is from an Arcana.
Oh, did it get stolen by a?
What's protection in?
What's protection?
Oh,
No wait,
Oh.
no, I'm wrong. It's not protection. It's is it solidarity?
oh yeah. Which is
No.
tough.
Is this one?
no,
Is
no,
this one
it's
we
not
shouldn't have
solidarity.
included?
Order. I think it's no.
Wait, which one was it? Oh,
We've forgotten.
oh fuck, it's been so long. Peace. I think it's peace.
Ooh.
Maybe.
No, I don't think so.
Emboldening
Yeah.
Bond.
Was it peace?
What's peace in? Is peace in Tasha's?
Peace is in
think
Tasha's
so.
Cauldron of Everything.
Do we get to?
Okay, read the flavor text of peace and see if the flavor text is similar to this one.
The balm of peace thrives at the heart of healthy communities between friendly nations and in the souls of the kind-hearted. The gods of peace inspire people of all sorts to resolve conflict and set up to those forces that try to prevent peace from flourishing.
No, this is entirely different. Sometimes you see the Unearthed Arcana that gets updated into something with an entirely different name, but they
No,
keep
I don't think
lore.
it got updated. I think they just stole the features. I think they
They just
picked
got inspired by it.
Oh, fine. We can rate it.
It's
We'll
fine,
have
we
to
can
rate it then because it's different enough.
So it's Emboldening Bond, and it is exactly Emboldening Bond. Shared Burden. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of you takes damage, you use your reaction to choose a number of other willing creatures you can see up to a number equal to your Wisdom modifier. Distribute the damage taken between the original
Ugh.
target and the chosen creatures.
Ugh.
Each creature must take at least 1 damage. Apply any damage resistance or vulnerability of the creatures involved after you distribute the damage.
Make sure to give the barbarian an odd number.
Yeah. Beginning at
Wait,
6th
this is
level, the
weird.
bond you forge between people shield them from harm, while either creature chosen for your emboldening bond feature is within. Oh, you choose 2 willing creatures.
Oh.
It doesn't scale. While they're within 30 feet of each
You're
other,
right.
the creature can use its reaction to grant resistance to all damage to the other creature when that creature takes damage. This resistance lasts until the end of the current turn.
It's just resistance.
Wait.
Do we want to rate this? Because it sounds like they sort of
damage to the
updated it.
Other creature. When that.
It just gives them resistance. No downside.
Yeah, it's just free resistance. This is kind of busted.
That's kind of
Hot take. Do you want to rate this? Because now it's feeling more like they just rebranded it Peace and also rebalanced it.
I think we might have to not rate this one if Peace is an updated version where we shouldn't do
Well,
the one
that's
that
what I think. I think that they mechanically stripped
Yeah.
Unity and then they turned it into Peace.
Yeah,
Honestly, even the flavor is like kind of the same actually.
well, let's just put it aside for now.
Okay, we want
forever.
Unity. How do I get rid of this?
It's there forever, Josh.
Sad. Where's the garbage can? Garbage dumpster.
Oh, I actually don't think you can get rid of it.
I don't think so either. If you had to choose a preliminary ranking for this, what would you choose?
One above whatever Peace was.
Probably,
Really?
yeah.
Off
But
the,
Peace is A tier. This would be S. I don't
oh,
think it's
never
S.
mind. It'd be A tier.
No,
Easy.
I don't even think that would be like an improper assessment. Let's see.
It might be
S
S.
tier? Oh,
because
you
of
know what? Maybe you're
resistance.
right.
Additionally, when a creature chosen for your emboldened bond is reduced to 0 hit points, their bonded partner gains the following benefits for 1. Oh, that's really niche. But they have advantage on all attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws, resistance to all damage, and as an action, the creature can touch their bonded partner to expend any and roll any number of hit dice. Their bonded partner regains a number of hit points equal to the
Whoa.
total roll. Okay, I can see why they didn't print this. Because you can just drag, like you can use your bond on people, and then you can just actively tell your friends to just fireball one. Like send one person in as bait, fireball, they go down, and then this person gets just advantage on attack rolls, ability checks, saving throws, and resistance to all damage.
Okay, that's worse than just having the player up 80% of the time. I think.
No. Yes and no, right? But because the next thing that you can do is, as an action, the creature can touch their bonded partner to expend and roll any number of hit dice.
Okay, I see your point. I don't. Oh, and heal them
So-
up to full. Yeah, I don't think that's solely the reason they did it.
That's a
but yeah,
huge
that is.
heal.
That
Oh
is
no!
another-
Or until the creature regains at least 1 hit point.
But at
So
17th
you're
level, that's not
Oh,
actually
you're right.
that
That's-
huge.
so
heal.
you're
right.
either trading you're either like stacking abilities on one person when another person goes down, or you gain you can consider the ability to heal, which is like it's not not a small number of HP. Yeah, hit dice big. Hit dice are your life points. So
It might be S tier or it might be A tier, but we don't really care.
I think it is S tier for the fact that two frontliners, for the cost of losing their reaction, now have permanent resistance to all damage.
Do you want to just plop it in S tier since we basically
Yes.
rated it?
yeah,
I think it does deserve S tier.
yeah. I think it's just it's
Like,
kinda busted.
imagine and just two, like a rogue and a fighter or something, just resistance to all damage, and your bard's just over there. Am I special?
Oh my god, guys, we got an easy one. We got a softball.
Wait, no. Well, no. Actually, I think we might have to argue about this one.
Let's
War
read it.
domain.
Unfortunately.
Divine Favor, Shield of Faith, Magic Weapon, Spiritual Weapon, Crusader's Mantle, Spirit Guardians. Good, but clerics. Freedom of Movement, Stone Skin, lol. Flame Strike, Hold Monster. Martial
Alright.
Weapons and Heavy Armor. First
Heavy armor's
level,
good.
God delivers Bolt of Inspiration to you while you are engaged in battle. When you use the attack action, you can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, a minimum of once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Guided Strike, you get a +10 bonus to when you make an attack roll. You can use your Channel Divinity to add a +10 bonus to your roll. At 6th level, when a creature within 30 feet of you makes an attack roll, you can use your reaction to grant that creature a +10 bonus to the roll. using your channel divinity. At 8th level, you get Divine Strike. At 17th level, you gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical attacks.
We've got to have a talk.
About
okay,
what?
let me tell you.
Where? Yeah, go ahead.
That War Priest one is actually quite good through 4th level, and then you will never use it again.
I sadly have to agree, because this is really, you get extra attack. You are literally out DPSing your melee DPS until they get extra attack.
This is such a front-loaded cleric. You get level 1 through 4, you are God among cleric. Not God, you are pretty strong cleric. Look how strong, and everyone's like, you're obsolete by 5th level.
It's not even you're a strong cleric. It's congratulations, you're optimal melee DPS.
True.
Can you switch back to that tier list and see where we put that strength cleric?
You think we might need to dump it a little further?
Can we go back and compare strength cleric to this cleric? What did strength have that's
so
better?
Good. I'm so good.
It had its level 1 feature. Wow, you are so good. God damn.
Is worse at the level you get it, and then is technically better at 5th level, but I don't think it's huge.
You know what? I think they should both be an F tier. But this one gets haste, but that's not enough to save it.
It gets... Oh, you're right. It gets a spell, but it also... its strength channel abilities are technically worse. Because their strength only... Oh, no, but you can do saving throws. Oh, strength saving.
Strength saving.
Forgot.
But strength
ability checks, which...
There's only one
attack
rolls, or attack strength ability checks plus 10.
It's just athletics.
There's one strength check in the game.
Those are almost never going to come up compared to the attack ones. Okay, I really want to put War in... Is
it D?
I think... Well, okay. I think strength has to go in F tier for sure now.
Okay. No, I don't disagree. I think haste is a good spell. I don't think it's good enough to save. Okay. Here are the 2 spells in my mind that will save a class from F tier. Fireball? Polymorph.
Wall of Force?
Wall of Force, it's a 5th level spell.
Sag.
Polymorph is like easy. You get it in most
games. I'm not
arguing
with you.
Yeah. I know.
I would argue War also deserves F tier because for a class to fall off in usefulness at 5th level is too early.
It's super front loaded. But you're completely right. I would say that the great problem with War is that War clerics feel like instead of this channel divinity, they should just get Divine Strike at level 6 instead. Like, it makes it at least vaguely competitive for at least a little longer.
They need something that is useful, and they don't get it because by the time you reach 5th level, the feature that used to make you good now means you have limited extra attack that uses your bonus action.
And then like the only good thing about this is how early you get it. Literally the only thing that's good about it is how early you get it.
Oh, and I might have to say that War Priest might only be that good from level 1 to 2 because level 3 you get Spiritual Weapon.
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, you're right. If you were playing a cleric, I promise you really do not want to be dumping a lot of points into strength. You want to get enough strength to wear plate mail, and that's it.
Exclusively in a very, very low level campaign that has no plans on leveling up. Maybe this would be usable.
If you wanted to use this in a level like 2 one-shot, you know what? Fucking go for it. Make all those melee DPS cry and piss their pants.
But you guys, it gets a 17th level feature. It gets a free stone skin. Alongside the stone skin, it gets a 7th level.
Yay!
Yeah, they get temporary stone skin until they can get real stone skin.
I think we should move on to the one we've all been waiting for.
We've done it.
All right. The moment you've all been waiting for.
Good stream, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We will.
Zeal domain. You get
Searing Smite.
Thunderous Smite.
Go ahead.
Magic weapon, shatter, haste, fireball. You get fire shield, but the warm shield only, which is I hate this. This annoys me. Freedom of movement, destructive wave, flame strike. It's so funny you get flame
It's so
strike.
funny that flame strike is there.
Flame strike and fireball.
Why give flame strike when you have
Why
fireball?
would you flame strike and not upcast fireball?
Name another fiery spell that is 5th level, Dan.
Doesn't fucking matter.
They don't have to. They gave freedom of movement.
It says Zeal domain. It doesn't have to be fire.
That's a good point.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Okay, don't worry, Evan. We'll get to it. At first level, you get martial
they given it
weapons.
Wall of Force, and it
Yeah.
wouldn't have changed its rank.
Martial weapons and heavy armor. Okay, and then at first level, Hazaret delivers Bolt of Inspiration to you while you are engaged in battle. When you use the attack action, you can make one weapon attack. As a bonus action.
It's the same one.
Oh. But it literally doesn't matter because your channel divinity is that you can maximize damage on fire or thunder spells. So you can maximize fireball. That's all you need to know about the class.
So you see, from 3rd level to 5th level, you are maximizing shatters, which is great. And in 3rd level to 4th level. And then 5th level, you are a god. No one can stand upon your might. All challenge ratings are moot. Any DM has wept of an ocean of tears. All his monsters either die horribly the instant they show up, or slaughtered the entire party when they're out of fireballs.
So resounding strike at level 6. You deal thunder damage to a larger, smaller creature. You can push it up to 10 feet away from you. Who gives a shit? At 8th level, you get divine strike. It literally doesn't matter. At 17th level, you actually get something interesting.
It's true.
You can delay death for an instant to perform a final heroic act. When you're reduced to 0 hit points by an attacker you can see, even if you would be killed outright. You can use your reaction to move up to your speed towards the attacker and make one melee weapon attack against it, as long as the movement brings it within your reach. You make this attack with advantage. If the attack hits, the creature takes an extra 5d10 fire damage and an extra 5d10 damage of the weapon's type. You then fall unconscious and begin making death saving throws as normal, or you die if the damage you took would have killed you outright.
So you basically run up to him and do like 70 plus damage, or was it 90 damage or something? It was some nutty amount.
If you hit.
But you have advantage.
It's your advantage.
Hey, Dan, you can maximize that damage.
Well, you can maximize the fire damage.
Yeah,
the fire part.
That's 50 fire damage, actually.
Yeah.
As opposed to 27.5, so you gain 22.5 extra damage.
All right.
Yeah, but I think it's better than maximum.
You might as well if you're gonna die.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
that is better than fireball maximizing. You're right.
This is extremely
One's
funny.
on target, but yeah.
Because it really does prove that having access to fireball and then being able to augment that fireball to be stronger makes a class good enough to be S tier.
Not just stronger. A normal fireball does 28 damage. A maximized fireball does 48 damage. That's nearly 2 fireballs.
For the value of 1. And at 6th level, you can do it twice.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Like at that point, you're actually out DPSing wizards who can cast fireball natively.
In 2 actions, you have done 96 damage to every monster on the battlefield. Nothing can survive that.
I mean, you get this at 2nd level, right? And you can cast fireball starting at 5th level. 5th to 6th level, like maximizing a fireball 48 damage is like huge. It's gonna chunk any big monster.
The gods tremble.
Yeah, the gods literally tremble as they watch you just make the sign of the Zeal, and then you just.
I won't say. I played a character that could maximize fireball as spells, and it was so broken.
It was disgusting. Well, you were playing a wizard that could maximize lightning bolt, and that was just
which is effectively
out
the
of
same
hand.
thing. But
It wasn't even the lightning bolt that was the most fun. It was chain lightning.
Chain lightning. Oh my god, yeah. Holy shit. Like sincerely, being able to maximize fireball is disgusting. Fireball is one of the strongest spells in the game. It's overtuned on purpose, and then you can push that further. So, like, what if the one saving grace of war was combined with the best feature of 2 of the best of the rest of the classes? Yeah.
Pretty much.
I feel like War Cleric would be hard to justify even if you did get like giga extra attack. If you got 3 attacks, would that be worth using? I don't think so.
I like that this class also does get some very good spells. Like, look at that spell list up there.
This spell list is actually kind of like I'm not gonna lie to you. Like Searing Smite is pretty bad. Thunderous Smite, which one is this one? Is this the
Thunderous Smite actually is funny because you can use it with your knock away things to knock someone 20 feet away.
Just knock them down and you baseball them. You
There's-
golf swing.
It's not good.
No, it's actually really important you have that for a really funny reason.
Yeah.
Which is that that's one of the only things you can maximize when you get your channel divinity at level 2.
Well,
You're
so
right.
so the thing is that like the normal problem with pushing someone like 10 feet is that in many cases they're just gonna be able to get back up in your face. But actually, if you push someone 20 feet with Thunderous Smite
And knock them
prone, they have to spend half their movement getting up. Most
Well, they
creatures
can't
have
get to
30
you.
feet of movement. They literally can't reach you anymore.
That's really funny.
So there is
it's a
actually
good,
some
the
use for
best.
this, especially at lower levels when you really don't want people in your face. Which, to be fair, you also have a D8 hit die, martial weapons, and heavy armor. At lower levels, you can actually deal with it.
Okay,
Slow
low
down
levels,
slightly. You get resounding stride at 6th level, Josh.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
just think of this character at 3rd level. They're still god. They are they have extra attack and can maximize shatter.
Oh wow, that is insane.
Yeah.
3rd level.
Hold on. Oh my god. Oh, do you know it's a cleric spell? Surprisingly, is Firestorm.
Firestorm. What's a
Ooh.
70 damage maxed?
Yeah, 70
Over an
damage.
incredibly
70?
large place.
Yeah.
Wait, that's a cleric's?
Yeah, cleric, druid, sorcerer, according to Roll20.
I was gonna say, like, one of the weaknesses of this is they don't get a higher level. But never mind.
They do in fact get Firestorm.
I mean, it like obviously it
70.
isn't as like big of a jump as like
Upcasting
the
Fireball.
original Fireball jump, or I guess even upcasting. But like the range of Firestorm is so massive.
Mm-hmm.
Like
So good.
you can. What the? Oh, that was the key. That was the key rack falling again.
Oh yeah.
It must have been.
Yeah.
I would say haste good. Fire, you're not gonna be hasting. You're just gonna be maximizing fireballs. Let's be real. Magic weapon is pretty bad. Shatter obviously is good, especially when you get it, because you can maximize it.
It's funny. Haste and Fire Shield are spells that are quite good, but you probably won't be using because you just have so much better stuff to do.
You're just gonna be fireballing. Like that's all you're gonna be doing. And like
Pretty
yes,
alright.
it makes you one note in the same way that Tempest kind of makes you one note. But that one note is the song of destruction.
I will say, throwing out a destructive wave when you're surrounded by enemies knocks them all back 10 feet. It has friendly fire protection, and you can maximize 5d6, which is not bad.
Wait, what damage is it? Is it
Destructive
fire?
wave is 5d6 radiant, 5d6
5d6
thunder.
fire-
You can maximize
thunder.
thunder as well.
You can maximize the thunder. That's sick.
And
So-
the fact that
by the
it
way.
knocks everyone back is amazing.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Gwen had a question for you, by the way, Dan, in chat.
Me?
We want to know if you're a fan of the white stripes.
You know, like Seven Nation Army?
Is that?
I
think-
believe so. I believe so.
Yeah, I like it. They're good. I don't know any of the names of their songs besides like Paint It Red and Seven Nation Army. And I'm pretty sure Paint It Red was a cover.
So to put this spell into sort of a
They're good.
context, at 14th level, evocation wizards can maximize damage on any spell of 5th level or lower.
Oh yeah, I remembered. Yeah. Whereas this is any spell that deals
This
fire
is
damage.
any spell
That's why you
of
can
a certain damage
maximize.
type. And
Firestorm.
it all it takes is your channel divinity, of which you get 2 at an incredibly early level, and at which you eventually get 3.
Oh, is it
And
my
at that
hair,
level,
Gwen?
it's still going
Is
to
Gwen
be
making
good.
fun of my hair?
I just got that too.
Oh wow! I see.
You mother
I
fucking
see.
cowboy.
Yuck! 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 So yeah.
SMH.
Honestly, okay. The Priest of Zeal is the War Priest feature. We talked about how it's really good for 2nd level, less good after that. But you get it before the melee classes get extra attack. The Resounding Strike is kind of niche, but you could use it obviously as a cleric, you don't want to be having people up in your business. Divine Strike is don't, but it literally doesn't matter. The 17th level is actually interesting and fun, and obviously it is completely worthless if you never drop to 0 hit points, but it's not a bad insurance policy. But again, they get good spells. They get access to Fireball, which is one of the best spells. They get the ability to augment that Fireball to do way more damage, which means this class is so gross. This class is so gross. This is the first time we've seen a cleric and we've properly been like, this is actually actively strong.
It's just so nuts.
Like,
It's
nothing less than S tier.
I think it is in a league of its own.
It really might be.
What can we compare all of the abilities between Zeal and Light?
Sure.
Because if you can make the argument that the Channel Divinity alone puts in its own tier, and I think that's right, but I want to compare them all. I don't want to go just on that one, you know?
I think that Light Cleric is honestly right here. Let's see. I think Light Cleric is like obviously not as broken. But
wait, what do you? That's not Light.
Oh, you said Life Cleric?
No, I said Light. Oh no, Josh. On the Discord stream shows Mind Domain because, of course, sorry. I should probably just have these up on my own anyway. Apologies.
It's fine. Yeah, I would say that Light Cleric to me feels like it isn't. It doesn't reach the highs of Zeal Cleric, obviously.
If we look at it one at a time, I think spells Zeal wins. Proficiencies, heavy armor is way better than light cantrip. Heavy armor is really nice. You get a lot more AC than the other cleric. Warding Flare is better late game than from level 1 to 2, Priest of Zeal is better.
Yeah, but
from level 3 plus, Warding Flare is better. So that's an advantage for light cleric.
And Warding Flare is not even bad at 1 to 2. Like you'd still take it.
Oh, you'll still take it.
So that's a win for light cleric.
Channel Divinity is not even a remotely close contest.
I think we have a winner.
But to be fair, the value of this Channel Divinity is slightly different from the use case of this one.
What about the 6 levels? I think they're similar power level.
6th level, Resounding Strike, and
Light's slightly stronger.
I think Light's better.
Pushing is nice, but Light is better.
Spellcasting
is
obviously
fun.
better.
Light is good.
Potent spellcasting obviously better than Divine Strike.
Yes.
And then Corona of Light.
Okay, which one of these classes is going to use a cantrip when they get Fireball?
Yeah, right.
It's true.
Here's my potentially hot take. I don't know if it's actually that hot. I think most of you will agree with me when I say Corona of Light is going to be more broadly useful than Blaze of Glory.
Blaze of Glory is way cooler though.
Yeah,
way cooler.
God,
totally. Like Blaze of Glory easily wins in terms of coolness. How's the Paloma? It tastes like tequila and sweet and fizzy, so I'll take it.
Okay. I will say.
Think of the scaling though. Late game Channel Divinities scaling.
Yeah, well, no. I was gonna say comparing the two. Corona of Light is sometimes actually more annoying because if you run into action economy issues, Corona of Light actually might be worse than Blaze of Glory, which is a passive.
You're right, because it takes a full action to set up, and then you cast a Fireball or something.
I mean, that's very true.
Or a Sunbeam, probably.
But again, I think that just speaks to the slightly different use cases for these classes, because it feels to me like Light Domain feels like it's more well-rounded and it is there for the long run, whereas it feels like Zeal Domain is there to melt everything in front of you in the first round or two.
So
you could say in a Blaze of Glory.
In a Blaze of Glory.
In a Consuming Fervor.
In a Resounding Strike.
Yeah.
Maybe not that one. That does work.
That works fire. In a Priest of Zeal. Wait.
So if the question
right there,
bonus proficiencies.
if the question, right, is Zeal Domain in that disparate of a tier from Light that it deserves its own tier, I'm kind of on the fence about it because I think
My
it
my
could
vote
be
is
argued.
yes.
I think maybe not. I think light has its place.
Let's compare
I th-
damage
just
at
did.
high levels.
No, I don't just care about damage.
know.
It's really
I know,
just
I
down
just
to
want
warding
to.
flare.
What? Okay, whatever. If
Well,
you
no,
want to.
that's really the only notable difference between the two.
I mean that
That's-
is fair.
I guess
It's
so.
basically a would you take the uber powerful channel divinity versus warding flare? You'd always take the channel divinity. Does warding flare instead of that push it down push it down to the level of the others? Maybe, but I don't.
No.
Well,
Then you'd have to push down Unity because Unity is no way it's on the same level as Zeal.
Oh.
That's true. Do we just need to add a fireball tier?
No, I literally think you need to add a new tier just for Zeal, in my opinion, because
I hate that.
you can hate it, but we've
Fair.
already done it hard.
Yeah, but
the
that
reason
was because
yeah.
that was slightly different, admittedly.
Mhm.
I think tier lists need to be flexible if they really want to be like genuine.
Hold up, Josh. Are you fully convinced on this? Because I am.
Am I fully convinced? The real question is it Strixhaven tier? Should we just name it Strixhaven tier? Even though it's not from
No.
Strixhaven? No,
No.
that would be too
It is
confusing.
not Strixhaven tier, which is why I don't think we should add one because I don't think it's
Ooh,
as good.
That is a good question. Is it Strixhaven tier?
I don't think,
I think
so.
it is. I think it is. I think
is being able
just
to
annihilating the battlefield is arguably better than being able to do fancy
being able
shit.
to commonly maximize the most overtuned spell at 3rd level.
Okay. If we put it here, I'd be okay bumping Unity down. Would I be? To be fair, I didn't like Unity being on here in the first place.
I actually very much like the idea that some of our tier lists might have like an S tier. And I think the reason why this is only likely going to happen with Cleric and, for instance, Wizard is going to be even more of a problem because they have Strixhaven classes and they have 24 subclasses.
Oh,
The reason being
God.
is there's so many subclasses.
It's not.
There wasn't enough tiers.
It is not a fireball tier. Very explicitly, it is not a fireball tier,
No, I know,
Evan,
I know.
because light would not go up on it, right?
Even though it has fireball.
Right? Like as it stands, S tier is basically a fireball tier plus Unity that got kind of reworked and doesn't really belong anyway. But the argument is basically does the channel divinity push it beyond fireball tier?
This is so hard.
I don't think light can hold a candle to Zeal.
Stop it. Put it away. Pack that shit up.
Josh, up to you. Make your decision.
Okay, let's see.
We know you're gonna have to add you're gonna have to add bogus tiers for wizards. We might as well do it.
Fuck, fine. Okay, all right.
I feel like that's cheating as an argument, but I'll allow it.
All right, Zeal tier.
Yes.
You have to call it Z.
What? Z tier? Okay,
Z tier.
that's actually kind of fitting.
Isn't it
Wait,
nice?
it should be purple though.
Do you want it to be purple?
Ooh.
Okay, I'll make it purple. That's like the canonical
Strixhaven
color,
was
right?
gray.
Oh, that's good.
No, this one was white, just because I don't know. That was
No,
what
because fuck
Zeal was.
Strixhaven. This is
Strixhaven.
No,
Yeah, this isn't
Strixhaven was
Strixhaven.
gray.
yeah, it didn't really belong. That's why we put
But
it
Zeal
there.
deserves some sort of ooh, nice.
Isn't that look good?
That's
Okay.
great.
All right, I've been converted just on aesthetics alone, to be perfectly honest.
Zeal.
Okay, all right. So I guess that is it. I guess that is our full tier list for the clerics. Got Zeal, Light, Unity, P.
How fast we did this.
Oh my god, I'm kind of impressed, honestly.
How?
Like this was about the same time as Bards, and it was twice as many.
Do you know what? I think it's because they like clerics literally like don't have a real 8th level feature.
Yeah, we could skip through a lot of
But
them.
we were going faster.
We were. I
Yes.
don't know how much. It probably was because we read it all at once, but I don't. Well, we'll talk about that off stream.
I think this looks pretty okay. I think clerics are just super weird.
Oh, they are.
Take a glance over and see if there's anything that doesn't appease you.
We properly killed the outright melee clerics.
Yes.
We did. We
That
did
is-
murder
that is
them.
what matters.
They did deserve
I'm
it.
honestly wondering if Forge deserves to be in D tier.
It's up there with Trickery, which
How good is a permanent +2 AC?
and
pretty good.
resistance /
And
immunity to
fire.
fire.
That's true. Those are pretty good.
It's boring, but they do have some flavor additions to make
play with.
to alleviate the
Mhm.
boredom.
Yeah.
So I think
You can
I think
make
it's a
little
fine C tier.
trinkets and
It's in-
buffs.
yeah.
Okay.
It's in C,
Alright.
and meanwhile we have knowledge in D. So
Yeah.
I think Arcana
okay.
it should be an F tier, but its 17th level ability bumps it up because it
Yes.
just has that potential.
Yeah.
yes, precisely. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah.
There's one singular shining thing about Arcana, which is the fact that
You take
get,
Arcana for those late game campaigns, those high level ones.
well, you
Yeah, the
get-
next time you do it-
you take Arcana to turn your cleric into a wizard.
And then the wizard just stares at you open arms. Why the fuck? Like, why didn't you just be a wizard?
Dan, it's that meme where the wizard is just like it's like the invincible meme where he's like pointing. He's like, look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of our power.
That's perfect.
How are there still 11 viewers?
I don't know.
They're probably all asleep.
What are you guys doing in chat, you maniacs? How did you watch this? I guess not everyone was here for like 6 hours, but still,
I was here for 6 hours.
I was mostly here for 6 hours.
I was here for 6 hours.
was
It's fucking
decidedly here for 6 hours.
I definitely started to lose it toward the middle end.
Just woke up after a nap and ate dinner. Yep. Working on.
I'm sure you should
lasagna.
eat some food, Sean.
How's the lasagna going, Steven?
I think I've heard the oven open a couple times.
Ooh, no, Dan, I cracked open a yerba mate because it's caffeine that I needed because I didn't sleep well, and I'm being carried solely on caffeine.
Oh dang!
I went to an Asian bakery this morning and I got some baked goods and we had that for breakfast and then we had it as a mid session snack at about
Yeah, that
4
was
p.m.
lovely.
And that's really tiding me over until lasagna. I was literally about to pass out.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Okay, all right, cool. So this is the final list.
Wow. We
Good job.
got rid of either the hardest or second hardest list probably.
Oh,
That was a tough one.
I wonder if this will be harder than Wizards. I keep
I think
thinking that Wizards is going to be incredibly difficult, and then Josh is like, "No, it's fine. They all suck." And, and like, I mean,
am I like okay? Here's my prediction for Wizards. The Strixhaven
Lore
classes
mastery.
are going to be Strixhaven tier.
Lore
Most of them
mastery might
are
what about
going
lore
to
mastery?
be what? War
Lore
mastery?
mastery and theurgy.
War cleric or not?
No. I'm
Wait, did you say
lore
lore?
mastery.
Oh, lore.
oh lord,
Was that the super broken one where you could change
Yes.
the saving throw? Okay, yeah. Obviously, if we're rating that, then it's going to be in S class.
you can't make me read all that. Wait, didn't they replace Lore Master? No, it's a Scribes one,
just-
isn't it? Order of the Scribes.
Yeah,
totally
they
different. Fair.
scrapped the flavor of it and none of the mechanics because they were all broken.
We'll have to see and
Theurgy?
rate how broken they are.
Okay, Theurgy is going to be one of those weird ones because we're going to have to look back at the cleric tier list.
Well,
I can tell you all
No,
about it.
actually, no, it's going to be really easy. You're right.
yeah, it's
Yep.
going to be dead
I totally
easy.
forgot. It's super easy. Wait, that's not fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
Evan,
Disgusting.
I don't totally disagree with that sentiment. I don't know if I particularly
Listen,
want to play a cleric either.
The kinds of people who want to play clerics are very particular kinds of people. You have a lot of people who want to just play support class and do nothing else. A lot of the time, I kind of just want to sit back and cast Bless and AFK.
There's a lot of fun clerics here. I think Death and Grave are pretty fun.
I think the
life
fun value.
life is obviously
pretty
fun
high.
if you enjoy that kind of playstyle of just sitting there and being a heal bot. Light is a solid cleric.
Light is very solid. Honestly, if you're gonna play any generalist cleric,
Yeah, please.
Light.
But even in my opinion, even low tier clerics like Nature can be fun. You're just not going to be as good and effective in combat.
Combats. Which, I mean, depends on the game you're playing. If you're playing a very combat-heavy game, it's not going to be very fun at all. But
Well, Yeah, I think nature has enough that resistance one. As long as you're not in a fight with no elemental damage, if that happens, then you're gonna feel pretty useless.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay,
Which
so
happens often enough that it gets D tier.
we obviously will not. Yeah, right. We obviously will not like be ranking the classes against each other because that's like honestly kind of a futile exercise. It really it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna be honest, but
If you want to run around and befriend forest critters as a cleric and not a druid, I don't know why, but nature's the one for you.
The general power of clerics as a standalone class are pretty weak. They only excel when they're coupled with other people, or if you're a Zeal cleric and you just want to melt everything in your way. But that's kind of a special case.
That's very true.
I've been half listening on playing Final Fantasy XIV. Godspeed. I have
That's
been
a
wanting
good way
to
live.
stream more of it, but the queues have made that really difficult. So I'll give that a little more time and then come back to it. Yeah. I'm pretty happy with this list, honestly. I think clerics ended up being kind of a weird one, because like I don't know, something about the way clerics operate. Maybe it's just because their 8th level feature is like such a nothing feature.
It's true.
Have we done the martial class? Yeah, we've done barbarian. Bard is not a martial class.
They pretty much get like two features, and then you wait until. No, I guess it's three features. And then you wait till 7th level.
And then you wait till 17th level.
But they tend to put very low. Most of them tend to put pretty low power level on 6 and 1, and then some of them just put really low power level on the channel divinity too. It's kind of weird.
It's so
yeah.
God, I really clerics,
yeah.
Man.
You know what? That's ultimately the thing, right? Is that like oftentimes it feels like it feels a lot like the actual subclass features, the ones that aren't the channel divinities. Sometimes they kind of feel like they're like whatever for clerics. Like it feels like they don't really do much aside from some like notable examples, right? Yeah, I think it's Druid next.
I mean, there's definitely things that clerics can do that other classes can't. There are very few things that certain subclasses of clerics can do that other subclasses of clerics can't.
Clerics can't do. Yeah, I think that's it. It just doesn't draw far enough out. It doesn't.
Even though they get distinct spells, which should draw more, it's just they keep giving them more cleric spells in the main list.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely a large part of it. Is that like clerics largely feel very similar. I you know what? I think all credit, bards felt very different from each other.
Oh yeah.
I think in general, I think in general, everything that gave the bardic inspiration a secondary use was pretty interesting. Whereas channel divinities kind of, God, most of them are just so bad. Ooh, lasagna looks good. Druid then fighter. I think druid is gonna be such a weird one.
Oh, druid next. Pain.
I think druid's gonna be pretty easy.
You think it's gonna be easy?
Yeah. That's my prediction.
Most of them are pretty easy to rate. You're right.
Pretty. I don't know.
Fighter is actually going to be mathy.
Oh, you're right. Oh, fighters just get. You know what? Maybe that makes fighters easy. Maybe fighters are easy in a different way.
Fighter, I guess.
We're only ranking fighters in terms of fun, not in terms of actual power.
How dare you?
Wow.
No.
No. Well, in that case, obviously, champion is an F tier.
It's true.
What's an F tier?
Champion
fighter.
Oh, for sure.
For both fun and
mechanics. Actually, yes, it's meme, but it's also just very good.
The funny thing is, I think there's plenty of fighter subclasses that don't really get combat things. They get more utility things.
Which is actually really funny. That being said,
damage some things.
Some fighters are pretty good.
I know, for instance, the brute fighter is kind of nuts.
Oh yeah. I totally forget about that because it's a UA, so we don't normally play with it. Which isn't to say that we couldn't choose it if we wanted to. It's just that we just like kind of glaze over it because there's new exciting books in front of us.
That's true. I would play one. If we were looking at old samurai and not new samurai, it would be like
old samurai was so disgusting.
Oh,
it was so
it's still
broken.
good. It's still very good.
Samurai, I would say, is easily very good.
We'll get to it, y'all.
We will get to it. All right, next time it's druids. How many
You
druid
can't
subclasses
contain
are
us. We do this in our free time.
What did you say, Josh?
there? How many druid subclasses are there?
That click the thing.
Click the tier list.
Okay, let's see.
Good luck clicking your tabs, I guess.
Oh, wow. There's so few.
Right? I told you it'd be easy.
What?
Sweet.
Why are
sweet
there so
bliss.
few druid subclasses? Why do they hate druids so much?
No,
And there's 2 Strixhaven ones.
Oh, buddy.
We have 9 normal druids and 2 Strixhaven druids.
Oh my god, I can't wait. Should we do this earlier than Sunday then? This seems like we could fit it into like a 3 or 4 hour stream max.
I'm down. Oh,
Yeah, but
it would be
then it
less
could
than
run
3.
over late on
We
Sunday.
can do this. Josh, I bet we could do this in 2 to 2.5 hours.
2 to 2.5 hours.
Well-
Bold.
We'll talk after, I think.
Okay, all right. We'll announce when the next one is. Thanks for coming, everybody. Thanks for joining us on this. Let's see, Squint's
thank you
eyeballs.
all.
6 hours and 30-minute adventure.
Hell yeah.
Yeehaw. Goodbye. I can't wait for the next one. It's going to be fun.
It's gonna be a lot easier.
I love to argue with my friends.
I love winning my arguments with my friends.
Well, then you should get better at arguing.
I crave the sweet, sweet moment when your stubborn resolve finally gives in.
Oh, we should just go
Suffer
when
as
Josh
I
gets
have
proven wrong.
suffered.
Proven
I admit I'm wrong one time, and they all take advantage of me. I'll show them all!
Oh my God. I am gonna go to bed.
Okay, good night.
Oh yeah, it's late.
Good night.
Oh, well, no, never mind. Yeah, good night.